Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was the grim herald of death and chose to live normal life movie. Before we start, please go support Matiaslucifer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei, a supernatural being of unknown origin, has acted as a force for vengeance for centuries but has grown wary of bloodshed and violence. After abandoning his former life, he chooses to live a kinder one, now helping others. However, his past doesn't end up haunting him as the game of fate is cruel. Chapter 1, The Solitary One. Arc 1, The Moon Huntress. A monster, Issei had been called that so many times in the past that he'd lost count. Perhaps it was his powers that led to this title, or perhaps it was his actions. When Issei was born, he had no idea who created him or how he was conceived. He was simply an innocent child found by a human couple, specifically the Hyodu couple. They were a childless couple who longed for a child but were not blessed with one of their own, so they adopted him as soon as they found him in a forest. This was a long time ago, long before the three factions declared war on each other. He lived happily with his adoptive family, at least for a time, in a secluded house far from civilization in Japan. He was relatively normal in most ways, but he possessed a great gift. He could sense the supernatural, immediately distinguishing what was normal from what did not have the meaning of the word normal. One day, in his innocent naivete, he told the wrong person about his gift, and thus faced persecution from many humans and various figures from different mythical pantheons of creation. Those who pursued him feared him for his ability to expose them, but not only that, Issei possessed unimaginable power. He could manipulate his energy in so many ways that he was able to forge weapons from nothing, created solely by his own power. That wasn't all, he had the power to literally destroy anything with his chaos magic, which could damage both body and soul. Those were just two of his many latent abilities. That was only one side of the coin. Along with the supernatural side, there was the mortal side. The changing times did nothing to lessen the tension surrounding him, as humanity had begun to push the supernatural underground, where history had begun to lay its foundations for human society. Even in the modern era, humans were still aware of the supernatural, killing what they feared at the slightest hesitation. This had proven to be a factor in shaping Issei into what he called a monster. Over many years of wandering the world, Issei witnessed many of its sins. Torture, mindless killing, human trafficking, corruption, rape, and the evil crimes and deeds of living beings had left a powerful impact on him. All these experiences had boiled over and consumed Issei in misery, ultimately twisting him into a ruthless individual known only as the Grim Herald, an entity that sought to sweep the world, slaying evil wherever it appeared in a blind crusade of silent vengeance for the innocent. His intentions were noble, but his hatred for evil tainted his methods, making him as cruel as those he destroyed. Even so, he had an appearance of goodness in his heart, despite the fact that his mind and heart were darkened by the growing brutality of the past. He brought a healing touch to the sick and weak. He fought for them and asked for nothing, leaving no trace of his actions, but he often left fear instilled in those who saw him. It was only after a great battle that he vanished as the Grim Herald and longed for a different way of life. The details of what caused this were not mentioned, as the pain was too great for him to share. No one knew what turned the Grim Herald into a softer person, but it was clear that it could be nothing less than a tragedy. As the years passed, the Grim Herald faded from all records and became an urban myth. He was often said to scare children around a campfire to live a good and healthy life. This led to the present day in Kuoh. Issei decided to try to live what he presumed was a kinder life. He couldn't lie about the pain in his heart for the ordinary life he had as a child. He resumed his old surname, Hyodu, and established the identity of an ordinary man hoping to live without more corpses and blood paving his way. However, fate was not so kind. Issei lived in a multi-story house he had built for himself. It had 8 floors plus 2 basement levels. Its footprint was large enough to fit within a suburban block, and it was painted white with a blue roof. It was luxurious, but he had only built it on a whim, ignoring his strong sense of modesty. He spent his final years as a philanthropist, using his vast wealth to help humanity by eradicating diseases that plagued them, such as cancer and the like. He hated seeing ordinary people suffer, so he wasted no time in doing this. He also worked on developing new inventions which sold remarkably well, but he maintained an ambiguous identity, even using magic to keep the media from knowing anything about him. The last thing he wanted was for journalists to talk about him on the news. He also participated in non-violent acts with beings from other mythologies, though he only interacted with close friends. He had befriended several deities such as Odin and Azazel. They were like an uncle and a grandfather to him, offering advice and treating him kindly. Currently, Issei was resting during the day. He had just donated a considerable amount of money to a charity dedicated to studying cell regeneration, so he didn't have much to do. Suddenly, he received a call from Zeus. He wore a white toga and leather sandals. He had purple eyes and silver hair with a long, straight beard that reached his navel. He was tall and very muscular and usually had a relaxed expression, but this time his expression was different. He was worried and clouded with anxiety. The two had a very violent first encounter, but they became friends after Issei taught him a lesson in reform. It had been a chaotic battle where he had proven for the first time that even deities could be matched by him in direct combat. Issei. He glared grimly at the former vigilante. "What's wrong?" he asked, already feeling something wrong in his bones. "I need your help. My daughter Artemis has disappeared. All the gods of Olympus have been trying to find her, but we haven't had any luck. I'm sorry to drag you into this, but you're the most trustworthy person I know. Can you help us search for her?" The sky god pleaded. "I'll be in Olympus right now." Issei didn't hesitate to move. He instantly teleported to the mountain of the Greek gods in a massive burst of blue particles. He manifested as a long path of clouds leading to a massive city of Greek buildings floating in the sky, perched high atop a base of gleaming stone. Issei ran to the temple of Zeus, which was a huge golden pantheon that had a statue of the deity, and found a worried father. "I'm here, tell me what happened." Zeus looked at him with relief and approached. "A few weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, Artemis went on one of her hunting trips, but she suddenly disappeared. I couldn't sense her presence. When I sent the others to look for her, no one could get a single clue. I'm scared. I must beg you to use your vision." He asked hesitantly. Issei's solemn eyes possessed countless abilities. 2 of them allowed him to track a person's life force or spiritual essence, and the other allowed him to see through illusions. It was these eyes that first brought him to justice when he was a child. He hesitated, but the part of his heart that commanded him to help someone in need had taken over. "Okay. I'll help you find her, however, I need to know all the information you can give me." He nodded. Pan saw her in Arcadia, who was the last to see her. Apparently, he was hunting a catapulpas as a hunting exercise. "Knowing my daughter, she rejected Pan's company as she has rejected male companionship for eons after the Orion incident," Zeus explained. "That must have been typical of her. Artemis dislikes men, so that particular trait must have been exploited to capture her. However, there are too many people who would want to take her. She's known for her beauty and strength." Issei noticed as he began to narrow down the reasons for her disappearance. "A few days ago, a man named Orion II came and tried to find Artemis. I turned him away, as it was clear from the look in his eyes that he had unsavory plans for my daughter." Zeus seemed embarrassed. "I once had that look in my eyes." Issei made a mental note about that. "Anyone else?" Issei asked. "Not that I know of, no." The descendant of Orion was the only person who came looking for Artemis. However, she may have spoken with the others. I recall her speaking with Hera shortly before her disappearance. "My wife is in the throne room of Olympus." Zeus then gestured toward the path leading to the mountaintop. Nodding, Issei continued onward. As he ascended the stone path, he entered the Hall of Olympians and found a beautiful woman standing 57, with brown hair tied in a jeweled bun and draped in a golden toga. Issei gazed into her warm brown eyes and saw concern. It was only natural, for she was a mother worried about her daughter. "Madame Hera," Issei bowed. "Welcome to Olympus, Issei. I assume Zeus has told you what happened." "If he has one, he went ahead, so I'll sum it up. Artemis heard that Orion II was coming to try and claim her and spoke to me. Honestly, the nerve to come and try to woo my daughter like in the old days. I didn't expect to see that in this modern age." She scoffed. "What did Artemis tell you?" Issei asked. She was angry. She felt insulted and demanded details of what I said and how it looked. When I told her she wanted to vent, she went hunting with her hunters in Arcadia. She said she'd be gone for a week, but only her hunters have contacted us. They recently told me they'd be staying in Arcadia to search for her. "Your best option is to go to Arcadia and try to find out more," Hera urged. "I understand." Issei nodded. "Oh, and Issei, try to be patient with Artemis and the hunters when you encounter them. Knowing you, I know you'll succeed. I just wanted to remind you that they can be very difficult to deal with. No one knows about you except the oldest of beings after all." Hera smiled. "I must." With that said, Issei disappeared into blue particles of light, distorting himself. He reappeared in Arcadia, home of the desert god Pan. It resembled a landscape of forests and plains, bordered by mountains and crisscrossed by rivers and lakes. The air was fresh and the sun shone gently, accompanied by the soft sounds of animals. Issei looked around and found Pan walking towards him, or rather, trotting. "Issei," he greeted gently. "Pan, I suppose you know why I'm here?" he asked. "Yes." "Artemis is missing. Come, I'll take you to her hunters. However, I warn you that they will shoot you if you enter the wrong place on the social boundary. They are very nervous since their goddess is lost." Pan warned. The two walked through the soft blades of grass on the ground, conversing as they approached the hunter's camp. "Artemis came here to vent a little about the whole Orion incident. It turns out she comes here often for long hunting trips. The last I saw of her, she was chasing a catapulpas with her hunters. Then I sensed some struggle in my domain and went to check, but I only found her hunters unconscious," Pan noted. When the two arrived at the camp, Pan and Issei raised their arms high to avoid any misunderstandings of hostility. "Who's going there?" a voice shouted. "It is I, Pan." I bring a companion sent by Lord Zeus and Queen Hera. The desert god called to him. Issei took a good look at the hunters and wasn't surprised to see many women dressed in silver and dark green clothing and armor, though their beauty seemed almost enchanting. They all had a silvery sheen in their hair and eyes, like an unnatural glow that created a seductive charm but also a repulsive aura. Immediately, the hunters lowered their weapons. Lord Pan, perhaps have you felt something more? A hunter spoke, anxiety intertwining his words. No, I'm afraid not, child. As a last resort, this man Issei has been asked to participate in the investigation. I and several others believe he has the power to find Artemis. I must ask that you both endure each other's company, Pan urged. Reluctant assenting men escaped from several women, though resentful eyes lingered on Issei. Where was the last place Artemis was? Asked the former grim herald. In his eyes, magical symbols that resembled a blue target symbol that split into 4 segments with dots protruding from each broken segment with a blue pupil in the middle, turning his iris black. When Issei wanted to activate his solemn eyes, the world around him changed, allowing him to alternate between heat vision, X-ray vision, and cellular-level vision. Currently, he was searching for tiny traces of magical energy or anything out of place. We camped about 10 feet from where Lady Artemis was taken. The bastard, Orion II, showed up while we were chasing the prey. Apparently, he located us with someone's help, but we don't know who. A hunter spoke, though she maintained her cool, calm tone. Why did you withhold that information? Issei questioned again. The hunter snorted. We didn't know who to trust. We don't mean to be disrespectful, but we feared that perhaps it was a god who alerted him. Seeing how mortal you are, we just assumed that perhaps it would be safer. Issei sighed. He pressed on and reached a clearing in the forest and saw the aftermath of the event. Charred and broken ground lay scattered across the cratered earth. Fallen and splintered trees lay dead on the ground, and water splashed across the muddy earth. It was clear that Orion II possessed some of the powers of his ancestor, Poseidon being the father of the first Orion. Issei was careful not to step on anything so as not to interfere with the remains. Do you remember anything else? When we met with him, he demanded that Artemis be his wife. He dared to mention the original Orion to her, telling her that if she had fallen in love with her ancestor, then he was more than worthy of her hand. He began to boast about his exploits, such as surviving the Kraken and things like that. He learned of her beauty and decided that if he were to take anyone, it would be her. Naturally, Lady Artemis was politely rebuffed at first, but Orion wouldn't have it. He tried to use force, but our goddess knocked him down. At the last moment, his dogs did something, and then he pulled a chain out of thin air and captured Lady Artemis, while his hunting dogs left us busy. A hunter groaned. Issei looked around as he walked forward. The muddy ground was covered in water, making it difficult to see much with the naked eye. He quickly noticed a small piece of shrapnel in the water. Covering his hand with his own aura, he pulled the small piece out and examined it. It was pulsating with magical enchantments, and it was very powerful. In fact, there was only one other thing in the world like it. Gleipnir, Issei dedujo. The scrap metal had tiny carvings of magic runes and emitted a faint golden light. What? Several people shouted. It's very likely a copy or a forgery, but it's still very close to the real thing. Only a chain of this quality could hold a person of divine class. Now the question is how Orion II got hold of this. The dwarves in the norths. That's the only way, Pan spoke. Searching for the sample, Issei looked at the water and found something else. He chuckled to himself at what he found. It seems the hunter got very happy and forgot to clear his tracks. He laughed. They left almost imperceptible footprints and paw prints in the water. With this, I can track them. Issei felt a surge of momentum as he stood up. Let us go with you, a hunter demanded. Although they hated the idea of traveling with a man, if it meant finding their boss, they were ready to do whatever it took. No, all of you will either stay here or find other places. Issei shook his head. We refuse. I understand that everyone cares deeply for their goddess, but I prefer to work alone. Besides, if we split up, we can cover more ground. I'll keep you informed of everything I find, so rest assured I'll keep you updated. For now, I have to visit some miners. Issei sighed. Backing away before anything else could be said, the hunters grunted but acknowledged Issei's plan. Upon arriving at the entrance to a massive cave that echoed with the hammering of metal and the sound of striking stone, Issei knew he was in the right place. The cave entrance was lined with stone, and dwarven runes were carefully carved into the doors that blocked the cave. I am Issei. I request entry. I have come to request your services. He spoke loudly. That certainly drew attention. The gates slowly opened as a dwarf emerged. Stereotypically, the dwarf was no more than 3 feet tall, but he had a sturdy, muscular build. He sported a red beard and wore a gray uniform complete with gloves, boots, and a helmet. His attire was adorned with jewels and exuded an aura of antiquity. Issei knew he was the leader of the dwarves in Svartalfheim. And what brings you to our door, Hyaudu? The dwarf asked. I came for information about this. Issei held up the piece of the Gleipnir replica. How did you get this? The dwarf looked at him indignantly. I found it in the desert. I have questions, but I'll pay you back as always, Issei promised. Okay, come in. The dwarf led him inside. The two walked down stone staircases that led into caverns lit by magical torches that flickered wildly. The walls of the dwarven mines of Svartalfheim glittered with gold, diamonds, and gems in the torchlight, making the beams sparkle in the darkness of the rock. There's been an incident. Orion II captured someone, and I believe someone used a replica of Gleipnir to do it. Only the dwarves of Svartalfheim are capable of creating such a powerful object. That brings me to my next point. Issei was then interrupted. You suspect we're allied with the descendant of Orion? No, boy. That replica was stolen. We ourselves have been criticized by Odin for it. It's good you turned up. We were about to launch a search for the replica. It's almost as powerful as the real thing. A tool like that shouldn't fall into the wrong hands. The dwarf barked. Then I'll need you to tell me everything you know, Issei demanded. That will cost you. We don't like to reveal our secrets, you know that. Fine, bill me after I'm done with my questions. Issei sighed, ask a long way off. The two finally stopped descending the stairs and entered a vast stone dining room. Pillars made entirely of gems and precious metals supported the structure, with wooden tables and chairs lining the aisles and dotting the room. Large barrels of mead and other foodstuffs were placed throughout, allowing anyone to help themselves to whatever they desired. Please sit down. The dwarf leader gestured. The two sat down as large platters of roast beef, turkey, pork, and fruit were placed in front of them, along with cups. Let's talk about some food. The dwarf leader grunted. First, when did the chains disappear? Issei began. 2 weeks ago at 4:00 a.m. on a Sunday. As we have settled for modern standards, no one was working on the fires with only a few guards. We kept the replica in a vault, and when one of my staff went to check on it, it was gone as if it had vanished into thin air. Very good. Did anyone else know about the chains? No, only Odin and my chief dwarves knew. My thought was that a god took it. Either that, or a very powerful wizard, since it's not easy to get past the enchantments in these halls. Has anyone approached you recently, a client? Yes, that Orion fellow actually tried to commission a job from us, but Odin put his foot down. He threatened to strike Zeus if he dared to get the Norsemen into trouble. The dwarf snorted. What did he order? Where did he want it delivered? He wanted something strong enough to bind a god and was willing to pay any price for it. He said the completed work should be sent to where his ancestor was born, Boeotia. Issei pondered these details. This Orion must have been desperate to obtain Artemis. He tried to commission dwarves from a different pantheon to craft an item that could unite a god, and he was willing to pay any price for it. He disliked the descendant of the hunter for minutes on end. Still, he received a significant and useful amount of information, enough to work with him. Very well then, what's your price? Issei finally gave in. 50 pounds of gold coins. The dwarf leader snorted. With a snap of his fingers, a small portal opened above the table, producing a large leather bag that weighed heavily on the table. 50 pounds, Issei noted. The dwarf didn't need to look inside. He had known Issei for a long time and never doubted his integrity. If you bring back the replica, I guarantee you a handcrafted piece to your liking free of charge, the dwarf leader promised. I'll remember that, Issei said as he stood up and left. As he walked outside, he reflected on what he had just learned. This was very easy. However, he saw the gambit behind it. Orion, or possibly someone else, relied on the pride of the different pantheons to avoid detection. He didn't like to rely on the different myths, as their pride often got in the way of things. Furthermore, Artemis often spoke of ignoring these boundaries in favor of forging strong relationships with the other myths. Clearly, someone wanted war or isolation. Issei traveled to Boeotia and began his search. He scoured the entire area using his solemn vision to track dog tracks and boot prints that contained traces of Orion's essence. Venturing away from the city, he was led into the forests near the city. At this point, he had to be cautious. His powers were sealed within a very large margin, so he couldn't afford to be careless. He continued into the forest until he heard growling. He knew they belonged to Greek monsters, but he could distinguish the sounds of canines. You can come out, I can hear you, Issei revealed. From the bushes, brown hunting dogs rushed at him. The dogs were as large as wolves, though their teeth gleamed like knives and their eyes narrowed with hostility. It seemed their long claws could tear the chainmail to shreds with a single touch, ripping it off. Issei looked around and found himself surrounded by 6 dogs. Deciding to deal with this quickly, Issei enveloped himself in a blue aura before touching the ground with his hand. Out of nowhere, bolts of lightning erupted around him, bursting through the ground, cracking it, and falling onto the grass below. The dogs were agile but not fast enough to dodge the lightning. They were found trembling and convulsing, screaming in pain before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Issei turned toward the forest clearing and heard the sound of clinking metal. He turned and saw a brown-haired man with a tanned complexion and a very muscular build standing behind him. He wore a golden metal robe with an animal skin draped around his shoulders. Steel gauntlets and boots adorned his limbs, and he carried several knives, a quiver, and a bow. Behind him stood a large ivory stone pillar. Chained to it was possibly one of the most beautiful women Issei had ever seen. He could only guess that she was Artemis, as she had silver hair, clear blue eyes, and a tiara that glittered with platinum and diamonds, adorned with a crystal crescent moon. She wore a silver-blue dress with damaged armor. Her skin was clear and flawless. Her figure was hourglass-shaped, complete with a very well-endowed bust. Issei was disturbed to see his clothes torn and bloodied. He was covered in sweat and gasping in pain as the gleaming golden chains of the Gleipnir replica wrapped around his abdomen. His beautiful silver hair was disheveled and plastered to his face. His arms were held by two separate chains that joined behind the pillar. His mind began to conjure the worst, but he had to force himself to remain calm lest he do something terrible. I was wondering who was snooping around, turns out it's nobody. Orion II chuckled. What have you done to Artemis? Issei asked calmly. Oh, her, don't worry, I haven't deflowered her yet. I want to save her, breaking her a little before she gives in and becomes my toy. As a descendant of the first Orion, I believe I have the right to court her. Orion II laughed smugly. Women aren't toys. They're just as foolish as you, mere playthings for the powers that be. Any woman can be as strong as a man. Gender plays no role in strength or intelligence. That's an outdated and obsolete view, worthless. Issei retorted. Silence, commoner, you know better. You're speaking to the greatest hunter of all time. I've done something even my ancestor couldn't. I've captured the goddess of the hunt. I've imprisoned freedom and chained her to my will. What makes you think you could free her or mate with me? Orion II sneered. That's what you think. I think you've blended in with your ancestor. You're just a fool who knows how to shoot arrows. You didn't exactly woo Artemis. You stooped so low as to steal Gleipnir only to fail at courting her. You think you're worthy, but I think you're only worthy of contempt. Issei sneered. Orion II's calm expression twisted into a look of anger and irritation as he raised his bow and bit into an arrow. Silence. I have hunted the greatest beasts. I have proven that I can be the greatest goddess. A lowly creature like you cannot be judged. At least I'm more worthy than you. Issei chuckled. Losing patience, Orion II let fly an arrow towards Issei, who dodged it when he saw that the arrow split into several more. A sacred cog. Issei murmured. Indeed, my sacred gear hunting assailant allows me to attack multiple targets or a single target with split arrows, Orion II boasted. Issei didn't really see much of a problem with this. Of all the people he'd fought, Orion wasn't worth looking at. Orion notched another arrow and shot it up into the sky at an angle, predicting that the trajectory would be directly over Issei. Standing motionless, Issei heard the whistling of arrows approaching from above. Orion glared at Issei, indignant. No matter what, Issei seemed unafraid of anything that came near him. Biting into another arrow, Orion fired another volley. Immediately afterward, he used his lineage, which traced back to Poseidon, and manipulated the water beneath the ground to rise from the earth, creating a wall of water behind Issei. The hunter thought he had him trapped, but he was wrong. Issei was silently analyzing the whole situation and deduced that what he was about to do would not guarantee Artemis any harm. For the first time, Issei pulled his left hand from his pants pocket and made a backhand motion in the air. He did so just before the two volleys of arrows descended upon him. Solemn repulsion, he murmured, activating his magic. A force field of his blue aura exploded outwards, completely destroying the arrows and reducing them to nothing while shattering the wall of water behind him into droplets. Orion was horrified by this. His arrows were sharp enough to pierce a supernatural shield, yet they were destroyed like paper. Contorting himself in front of Orion, Issei punched him in the face, creating a loud crack as several teeth popped out of his skull. Orion was sent tumbling to the ground, rolling with no sign of stopping in the mud. Manipulating his telekinetic powers, Issei stopped him with little effort and levitated back down. Preparing a fist charged with his own energy, or mana, as he preferred to call it, he sent it crashing into Orion's abdomen. Orion felt a violent rumble in his stomach as crushing pain spread throughout his body. His bones trembled and blood spurted from his mouth as his internal wounds registered. I am a descendant of the greatest hunter. Orion II struggled to breathe as he collapsed to the ground. He reached for the knife on his belt, but before he could suspect anything, Issei delivered a swift blow to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious indefinitely. Knowing that his business with the hunter was over, he quickly ran towards Artemis, who had been awake for Issei's arrival. Your father sent me to find you, he explained. My hunters, are they all right? She asked weakly. Yes, I alerted them to your location. They should be here soon. Issei spoke softly as he broke the chains that bound her. Normally, Artemis would have been rejected for being in her presence, but she found herself too weak to even move a finger. I suppose I owe you my gratitude, she moaned. It's not necessary. I really think you would have escaped on your own if it weren't for these kinds of chains. Issei shook his head. However, when he looked at the replica of Gleipnir, he couldn't help but notice that something was wrong. Just touching it made it seem as if it was trying to drain something from him. Deciding that it wasn't wise to maintain physical contact with it, Issei placed it in a pocket dimension, manifesting a vortex that opened like a hole before closing. Issei took a small cube from his pocket and gently handed it to Artemis. He helped her rest against the pillar and began healing her with magic spells, enveloping her in a light blue aura. I have some ambrosia. It could give you the energy you need. He knelt in front of her. Don't push your boundaries, stranger, I don't need it. Artemis turned away. I won't force you to eat it then, I'll wait for your hunters to arrive, then I'll leave. Issei nodded respectfully to her. How did you find me? Artemis looked at him. I went and asked in certain places. I followed Orion's spiritual essence and found him here. As for why no one found you, Issei paused as he fired a beam of mana at the ground, revealing a massive magic circle that shattered. Orion put up a barrier that would conceal your presence. He made sure the chains weakened you enough for it to work. That's probably why he chained you up in the first place, to weaken you over a longer period of time. He continued. That fool jumped when he immobilized me. Artemis spat. How did he do that? That piqued Issei's curiosity. Artemis looked at him cautiously. The man knew she distrusted him, so he continued with another statement. You don't need to take my word for it, I'm just curious, he explained. Artemis raised an eyebrow before sighing. If her father trusted him to find her, then perhaps it was permissible to tell him what had happened. I was out hunting, as you know, and I ran into that pompous fool. He summoned me, demanding that I resign myself to him as his partner. He thought I was my equal, like his ancestor who was once my partner, but he quickly pointed out how inferior I was. His sacred gear made him special. In truth, he had no real skill, he merely had talent. Anyway, while I was busy trying to be friendly with him, his dogs set traps. I stopped with a magic circle that surprised me as his dogs attacked my hunters. I don't know how I knew that magic, but it was at least godless in power and complexity. Artemis muttered hoarsely. Issei was afraid of that. Someone was instigating a fight. Then he chained me with those wretched metal links and brought me here, though he certainly didn't waste any time mocking me. I nearly escaped when he let his guard down, but the bonds on me were only sapping much of my strength. The goddess of the hunt snarled. I understand. Those chains were truly strange. They had the ability to tear someone's power apart, which isn't a trait of the original. Someone tampered with it, Issei concluded. She had sensed a strange energy signature but couldn't pinpoint its source. It felt familiar yet different. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the ground as several women appeared in a flash of light. Lady Artemis, they shouted as they ran towards her. Giving her hugs and thanking the gods for their patron's safety, they helped her to her feet. Artemis turned to look at Issei and nodded. Even though you're a man, I admit you've done me a favor. What reward are you looking for? She asked calmly. Artemis's hunters glared at him, daring him to ask for something silly or obscene. Issei, however, didn't care at the moment. Just don't talk about my involvement in this. I'd prefer that no one knew I was here. He spoke solemnly, then he turned towards Orion. I'll return to Olympus with this one, so I'll see you there. She said as she approached him and grabbed him by the collar, transforming into blue particles. With this incident over, everyone converged on Olympus, where Artemis was recovering and Orion was being sentenced by Zeus. Kneeling in the throne room, Orion was realizing his powerlessness in the presence of the 12 Olympians. So you got drunk on your talent and dared to kidnap my daughter. Clearly you've forgotten your place. Death is more than you deserve. First tell me who helped you. A mere mortal of your caliber could never have possibly done this on your own. Zeus glared at him. Electricity crackled around him as his protective instincts kicked in. Orion could not speak out of fear until Zeus clenched his fist and invited him to answer. He was interrupted when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His eyes narrowed as Orion suddenly became unable to speak. He choked and tried to breathe, but found he couldn't utter a word. Suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth as he slowly suffocated. His heart stopped instantly within seconds as a magic circle appeared over his head. Many gasped at this shocking action. Suicide. Hermes spoke. She wore a winged hat, a sleeveless brown tunic, brown shorts, and winged sandals. Her hair was blonde and her eyes were green, giving her an otherworldly glow. No, a curse. Athena replied. She had black hair tied in a neat bun with a few strands framing her face. She had gray eyes and wore a long white dress with short sleeves. On her feet were gold shoes and she was adorned with a gold necklace and bracelets. Whose? Hephaestus looked at the curse, but it quickly vanished. He is vile in that respect, Zeus concluded. The incident had left an awkward silence in the air as new revelations had surfaced and no one knew any clues or answers. Issei, who was present, had some ideas but knew it would be too impulsive to share them. Anyway, we have a second matter to discuss, my old friend. Zeus's grim expression softened as he called out to Issei, who knelt down. You rescued my daughter and dealt with Hunter's domineering descendant. I'd say that warrants a reward, no doubt. Do you request anything? Or would you prefer to build up your credit again? Zeus roared with laughter. I can't think of anything outside my head. I guess I'll stock up on store credit. Issei laughed. Okay then. Without further ado, the meeting ended instantly. With his business concluded, Issei left immediately. Unfortunately, he had to go to the outskirts of Olympus to warp himself due to the magic surrounding the mountain. He slowly descended the stairs from the throne room, but then he heard a voice shouting, "Forgive me." A polite phrase echoed, though the tone was cold. Issei turned around and found Artemis walking towards him. Is there anything I can help you with, Lady Artemis? He asked politely. Now that she was rested and cleansed, Issei discovered she was even more beautiful than usual. It was breathtaking. Her dress had been repaired, and she wore a silver necklace connected by a moon-shaped pendant. Her hair was styled back with several strands framing her forehead. Her silver eyes were revitalized, and her expression had become regal. "Why did you accept the request so easily to come and get me?" she asked. "Your father simply asked me. I wasn't going to ignore a father looking for his daughter," Issei admitted. "Is that all? No request for riches or items?" She raised an eyebrow. "No, none. I already have what I need right now. There's no point in asking for more." Issei smiled shyly. Artemis was surprised. She thought he would be praising Zeus and the others for succeeding in finding her, while even the Olympians couldn't locate her. She could also sense that he was being honest. This was strange. She had spent so much time surrounded by men who looked at her like an object waiting to be ravaged that she had come to despise the opposite sex. "You know, you're a little different from the others," she noticed. "So they told me." Issei gave an honest look. "I mean other men," she corrected herself. "How is that?" The man looked at her puzzled. "You don't look that greedy," she replied curtly. Issei was expressionless. Wow, she really hated men. "I'll take that as a compliment." "What is your full name?" Artemis continued. "Issei Hyoudu, however I prefer to be called by my name." "Issei, know that you have my gratitude. If I hadn't come when you did, I think I'd be in a deplorable state right now," the goddess reluctantly admitted. "Anytime," Issei smiled kindly. "Also, how long have you known my father?" "I've known him for several centuries, which should be around 7 centuries. He noticed it. Artemis was curious. "Was Issei a god?" "I see. Well then, I'll leave you alone." He turned and left. Artemis returned to the throne room just after Issei left, hoping to speak with her father. "Father." "Yes," Zeus asked from his seat. "Who was that man?" she asked, her tone significantly softer. "He's an old friend of mine." "Why? Is he a god?" Zeus shrugged. "I don't think anyone in existence truly knows. Not even Issei knows what it is. All I know is that it's very similar to us. It can't age and is impervious to many things. I think the only thing we can call it is it's an immortal." "How did you really meet him?" Artemis raised an eyebrow. Zeus paled and sighed. It was embarrassing for him to tell this story. "A long time ago in the old days, when I was an excessive pervert who attacked any woman who moved, we crossed paths. I was about to force myself on another woman, but Issei intervened. I was surprised that he appeared out of nowhere and kicked me in midair. I thought he was powerful, but he showed me how wrong I was. He beat me while reminding me of all my crimes. Everything I threw at him was useless since he returned it 100 times over or countered it with his own attacks. It was the beating of a lifetime. I almost died, but he saved me. He warned me to clean up my act or he would kill me. I was so afraid of him that I did exactly that." Zeus shuddered at the memory. This surprised Artemis. So Issei was the one who almost killed the king of the Olympians. When he saw him fight Orion II, he didn't think he was much of a threat. Yes, he was much stronger than Orion, but even so he didn't seem that powerful. That was a long time ago though. We've forgiven each other and I've become a better person. Hera has even started talking to me again. I guess retribution was the right kind of advice." Zeus roared with laughter. Artemis felt curious about Issei to a much greater degree now. "So he hit you because you were about to throw yourself at a maid?" she asked delicately, hoping her ears weren't deceiving her. "More or less, Issei fights to save the weak and innocent. He not only straightened out my actions, but he also taught everyone else here a lesson. Back then we were arrogant, so we didn't consider our tyrannical ways. His appearance taught us humility and kindness. I'm glad he did." "Nobody likes an angry Issei." When Zeus finished, Artemis said goodbye to her father before leaving Olympus to go to her private home. It was an isolated island teeming with wildlife from all over the world, perfect for peace and quiet. She and her hunters would live there to avoid the advances of men and enjoy peaceful lives. He sat in the living room of his multi-story log cabin and reflected on what his father had told him. She was relatively young compared to the other Olympians, so she wasn't really around when all the events took place. Her father's unvarnished story had left a deep impression on her. Her hunters had also told her how focused and quick he got to work. She realized how noble Issei was, having heard tales of his exploits, though she never knew who he was. She'd actually been quite in love with him when she was younger. She saw heroism in him, having heard stories of a man who traveled the world, killing the wicked and saving the innocent. She smiled when she realized she had met the man she had once considered her hero. At this realization, the rational part of her mind screamed at her to keep her composure. This was a man she had been thinking about. Men had only ever caused her pain. There was no point in dwelling on these thoughts about him. However, deep in her heart, she unconsciously felt the layers of ice that had frozen her heart beginning to melt away. Shaking her head to clear her mind of the matter, Artemis decided that perhaps it would be best if she focused on something else. She remembered how the banquet of the gods was approaching tomorrow. It was an event she was reluctant to attend, but her friends from other pantheons were pressuring her to go. She sighed, knowing trouble was bound to erupt. She considered not going but decided she needed to do something refreshing. She also wanted to meet up with her friends. Her hunters also needed a relaxing evening as the last few weeks had been hectic. I wonder if anything interesting will happen at the banquet. She wondered. Chapter 2, Two Sides of a Broken Coin. Issei was asleep, resting in a deep, relaxing calm. It was a pleasant oblivion, but it quickly turned into something new and terrifying. His dreamless sleep quickly shattered and twisted. Through the darkness of dreams, the image in his mind contorted. Shouts and screams echoed, voices overlapping in his mind, roaring words of hatred and curses directed at his existence. Glimpses of his past flickered, from him playing with his parents to his first moments of being an orphan, which then jumped to his first murder. He saw moments he didn't like to think about, like his first glimpse of a war zone. He remembered the horror and the urge to vomit when he saw the mangled and horrific bodies of innocent civilians. He remembered how people looked at him like a monster. Issei struggled and tossed while he slept in the real world, whispering and murmuring. "I'm sorry, it's my fault, I never." He moaned weakly in his unconscious state. Finally, he faced one last challenge, a mirror. His most despised enemy was the mirror. He stared into it and quickly turned away before anything could flicker and become a strange, lifelike reflection. Unfortunately, he stumbled upon a cascade of mirrors which rained down around him, trapping him as he tried to run through the landscape of his dreams. She tried to close her eyes but couldn't resist the urge to open them when she heard a voice. Her own voice. In front of him was his face, unaltered and lifeless. However, his reflection transformed into a figure in black armor with glowing red eyes and a sinister aura. "Why are you running? You're not hiding from your guilt." His reflection. His dark side spoke to him, his voice changing and becoming deeper and colder. "No, no, no." Issei screamed as he did his best to escape his nightmare. Waking up, he jumped out of bed and found himself drenched in cold sweat. He gasped and rested his head on his left hand. His mind was spinning and he felt nauseous. "No matter how far I run, those nightmares just keep coming." He exhaled. He was too stressed to go back to sleep. The possibility of a nightmare could strike at any moment. Most of the time, it happened randomly after a fight. He knew he shouldn't fight if he didn't want those nightmares, but his desire to help outweighed his logical thinking. Looking at the time, it was around 7:00 a.m. perfect. He woke up early enough to start his day. He quickly washed, ate breakfast, put on a blue shirt with black trousers and a white jacket, and left for Svartalfheim. He needed to complete the task set by the dwarf leader. There was also something else he wanted done. When he handed over the Gleipnir replica, the dwarves wasted no time in securing it and checking if it was damaged. "When I touched that chain, I felt like it was trying to absorb my power like a void." "Is that a trait you made it have?" Issei questioned. "No, it must have been altered by Orion II." The dwarf leader scoffed. If there was one thing dwarves didn't like, it was people playing with their masterpieces. "Anyway, kid, are you ready to take advantage of that free item?" "Yes, I want a sword. To be specific, I want a chokudo," Issei elaborated. "Size, material." The dwarf let him in. "I want the blade to be 30 inches long. The hilt will be 8 inches. The handguard won't be necessary. I want it to be hollowed out. I want the material covering the sword to extend from the back of the hilt to the back of the blade." Issei then showed the dwarf leader a blueprint. "Do you have a list of materials you want us to use?" "It's not necessary, I have them all." Issei summoned vast quantities of adamant, tamahagin, orichalcum, prima materia, cold iron, and mithril from a pocket dimension. The dwarf leader's jaw dropped at the sight of the vast quantity of mythical metals before him. "You want us to make you a sword out of all this? This could be catastrophic." He shouted in alarm. "I know, that's why I'll synthesize the material. I simply don't have the skill to forge the sword itself," Issei admitted. "Very well then. Once you've finished mixing the materials, we'll begin our part of the work." The dwarf led Issei to a table where metal synthesis was taking place. He was exasperated by the demand, but he had promised Issei an item or a weapon and he intended to keep his word, as dwarven pride was at stake. Issei took off his jacket and immediately placed the materials in front of him, about to begin working, when a strange presence filled the room. The fires in the dwarven forges blazed brighter than ever and everyone screamed in alarm. An orange magic circle appeared and produced someone from particles of light. A tall, muscular man stood where the circle had been. He was bald, had a shaggy brown beard and wore metal armbands. He wore a brown shirt with a fastened sash and black trousers with boots. Several scars marred the man's face and his left arm was encased in a metal cast. "Lord Hephaestus." Many bowed. "How are my favorite friends?" He nodded in greeting. "Well, as always, what brings you here?" The dwarf leader approached and bowed. Hephaestus and the dwarves had a very friendly relationship as they admired each other's work. They even occasionally exchanged materials or creations. "I owe this young man a debt for saving one of my family members. I thought now was the best time to repay him. Do you mind if I borrow a forge?" he asked politely. "Use whatever you want," the dwarf nodded. "I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to help me with this." Hephaestus looked at the dwarves and understood what he meant. He wanted to work together on an article. "It would be an honor for me." Issei was thrown into a loop. They don't need to try so hard for me. Well, if we don't do this, we owe you much more than we already do. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Hephaestus grunted. Thank you. Issei looked at him gratefully. You prepare the materials and we'll get to work when you're finished. Hephaestus crossed his arms. Issei stood before his materials and closed his eyes. Focusing his magical and telekinetic powers, he used telekinesis to disassemble the materials into particles, taking their strengths and weaknesses and blending them together. With magic, he finally mixed and harmonized the particles, ensuring powerful bonds between the materials and structuring them to the highest level of alchemical synthesis. In his mind, each particle fell into place like a puzzle, and in short order he used a multitude of spells to strengthen and stabilize the new metal. When Issei finished, he became a black cube of gleaming metal. It radiated an intense and powerful aura. It was unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. Even Hephaestus was speechless with surprise. All right, there's just one more thing to do. Issei let out a long sigh. He used magic and created a huge bathtub of holy water from the size of his pocket to cool the metal. In all my eons, I have never seen this before. The dwarf leader stared at the metal in shock. I think it's a new metal. Well, kid, you did it, whatever. Hephaestus chuckled. Issei thought about it for a few seconds before speaking on a whim. Infinity. Then he stopped, realizing how unimaginative that was. Good. There were a few groans of disappointment, but Hephaestus and the dwarves got to work. It's not radioactive for the supernatural, is it? Hephaestus looked at him nervously. No, it isn't. It's something natural. Issei confirmed. In short order, the metal was placed in a forge of intense magical flames before being swiftly removed, hammered, bent, and reheated again. This process was rapidly repeated over 1,000 times, strengthening and shaping the blade. Issei watched in wonder and amazement as the skill and experience of the forge masters crafted his weapon. When the hammering was complete, he submerged himself in the holy water he had prepared. Steam rose from the water as the blade neared completion. Issei, using his magic, cleaned the dirt and ash off his weapon and marveled to see that the blade let out light that was enough to illuminate the entire room before the light went out and focused into a light blue aura that revealed a black blade that had magic lines that sectioned the blunt side of the sword horizontally. The hilt and scabbard were completed shortly after, and Issei had his sword. It was made exactly as he described, and he couldn't have been more proud of it. I can't thank you enough for this. Issei sheathed his new weapon and held it with a fond touch. He already felt a strong connection to the weapon, even though he'd only had it for a few minutes. If my eyes are correct, that sword cannot be broken, nor will it ever dull. It truly is a weapon fit for battle. All you need to do now is name it and test it. The dwarf leader sat wearily as he drank a gallon of water. Yes, a gallon. Issei saw that some of the infinity he had created remained, so he raised his new sword and slashed at it. As soon as his sword touched it, the blade instantly separated before splitting in two. Satisfied with his work, Issei now had to give the sword an identity. Yorokiri, it's as dark as night and it's a cutting weapon. He spoke simply on instinct. A Japanese sword deserves a Japanese name. Hephaestus nodded. With a sense of accomplishment, Issei had finished his business. Well, that concludes my business here. I'll see you all another time. Take care. Issei bowed and left, heading home. It was there, however, that Issei had truly completed his sword. He placed enchantments on the weapon that would allow him to materialize it at will and added several other tricks to it. When all was said and done, he showered and put on fresh clothes and sat for about an hour to relax until his peace was disturbed again. He glanced hesitantly at the purple magic circle in the middle of his room and knew something was about to happen. His instinct was right when Zeus appeared, dressed in a ceremonial toga and formal attire. This was all Issei needed to know what the god of thunder was going to ask for. No, not again. Issei instantly refused as he stood up. Yes, this year you're going. Zeus spoke in a paternal and stern tone as he pointed his finger at the young immortal in front of him. Come on, Zeus. Last time I came, the other goddesses looked at me like I was a piece of meat. I practically had to fight for my chastity. Issei shouted indignantly. Obviously, men weren't the only animals when it came to behaving toward the opposite sex. I promise this time it won't be like that. Several of those women are already married. Unlike the men, they're mostly faithful. Besides, Hera has promised to keep the situation under control, and so has Aphrodite. Zeus was truly desperate if he was throwing the others under the bus. It will be Aphrodite who will try to eat me, Issei retorted. Zeus slapped his face. Issei glared at him. Why was Zeus trying so hard? Look, just this once, that's all I ask. The king of the Olympians knelt and begged. The former grim herald sighed. Zeus knew that saying no was an impossible task when a friend asked him something so desperately. Fine, I'll go. Issei knew he would come to regret this, but he agreed against his better judgment. Great, I'll see you at the banquet as the guest of honor. Zeus smiled. It was a good thing Issei had showered, as that meant he'd have less time to rush. He put on an all-black suit with a white tie before looking at himself in the mirror. Well, Issei, let's go home alive. He spoke to his reflection with resignation. He really didn't like parties. When Issei arrived at Olympus, the entire mountain city was decorated from top to bottom with flags and lights representing different mythologies. In recent years, the various pantheons of myth had grown more amicable with one another. Rumors circulated that the different pantheons were beginning to formalize a peace union to quell all the aggression and unrest between the different cultures. Issei recognized deities such as Odin, Apollo, Susanuna Mikoto, Ganesha, and Horus. He felt a sense of alertness rise within him, knowing that an argument might occur. It certainly had the last time he came to one of the earlier banquets. However, he noticed that any particular hostilities were barely noticeable now. This was certainly new. On the other hand, he drew several fearful glances. There were a number of deities who recognized him and knew how to fear him. He could easily kill a deity due to his ability to damage souls and spiritual essence. However, these were only a few individuals. The other gods and goddesses present saw him as an old friend who always helped them. Issei checked the time and realized it was time for the festivities to begin. He stood behind the crowd gathered in one of the halls where the party was to start and watched Zeus give a speech about being proud to host the banquet this year. As he finished speaking, the 9 muses burst into music, and everyone dispersed to dance, eat, and converse. She grabbed a plate of food and sat outside, gazing at the starry night as she ate her delicacies. She felt a sense of calm every time she looked at the stars. She wondered where she came from every time she stared into the darkness of the sky, though she would probably never find the answer to that question. He was pulled from his thoughts when a woman approached him. He was surprised to see Artemis standing beside him with a serene expression. She wore a silver dress that reached midcalf and was sleeveless. Silver rings adorned her wrists and sparkling crystal jewelry encircled her neck. Her feet were clad in high silver heels that looked as if they could shatter into metal. Her hair was pulled back in a high ponytail with a blue silk ribbon, and delicate touches of makeup and lipstick graced her face. If Issei weren't so composed, he would have choked on his food by now. Lady Artemis. He gave her a greeting glance. Lord Issei. She nodded, sir. Issei looked at her confused. He didn't usually address deities as sir. My father told me about you. About how you got so many Greek gods to behave after they had mistreated their people for so long. Of course, I wasn't around when you did it, but I'm sure you caused a lot of good. Artemis sat down beside him. Her father's stories about Issei had helped her develop a newfound respect for him, as it was clear that Zeus's claims were true. The goddess of the hunt must have grown tired of all the flirting at the banquet if she was willing to sit next to him outside. Is something wrong? He asked. No, it's okay, I just thought you might want some company. The goddess shook her head. Issei noticed that his tone had softened slightly and wasn't as hostile. He even looked him in the eyes this time. So your father told me about that incident. It's a little embarrassing that he had the nerve to do that in my younger days. Issei laughed nervously. Well, it certainly saved Uncle Hephaestus from putting him in a net to improve his behavior, Artemis noted. So are the men inside trying to woo you? Issei asked, then froze as he realized he'd probably stepped on a landmine. Artemis just sighed and nodded. That's there, and my father has asked me to come here. At that moment, Zeus emerged from the crowd and smiled at the two of them. Ah, good, I was hoping to talk to you two where no one could hear us, he said as he snapped his fingers and raised a barrier. What's going on? Issei raised an eyebrow. We have a problem. Zeus made a grim face. Is this Lady Artemis? Issei felt a bit of cold sweat run down his spine. Oh yeah. Artemis remained silent, but an expression of indignation and resignation was etched on her face. It seems Orion did more damage than we expected. When he bound Artemis, he must have done something to her because she has lost a great deal of her power. A significant portion of her divine powers has been sealed. Zeus spoke with a solemn expression. Sealed. Issei immediately looked at Artemis and actually realized that the luminous light radiating from her had been reduced to a normal appearance, as if she were normal. I can still use several abilities, but the power to manifest anywhere and create anything has been blocked. If I had to give an example, I'm like a low-level supreme-class devil right now. I don't know what they've done to me, but I suspect it was while I was unconscious that Orion did something. The goddess of the hunt sighed. This was a new low for her. She remembered her days as a demigod, and it felt very similar to those times. She felt so weak and vulnerable and unsafe because she was now open to misfortune. So you can still fight and all that, right? Issei continued. Yes, but my power level is greatly reduced. If I had to fight my father Zeus, I would be easily defeated, Artemis confessed. That brings me to my next point. Issei, will you protect my daughter until we know what happened to her? Zeus looked at him pleadingly. Issei had to blink a couple of times to process that question. Her hunters are capable of protecting her, but not against all threats. I don't want to risk her being captured again, so I beg you to protect her. Unlike other men, you will not take advantage of her. I know this for a fact. Zeus testified. I'll judge that, Artemis murmured. I'm not sure, Zeus, you know that. Issei's expression briefly shifted to one of conflict. I know this is selfish, but I just want to protect my daughter. Too many people desire her beauty and strength. We gods are often too lax with our carnal desires and do things we later regret. I don't want to let my daughter fall victim to people like myself. Zeus knelt and looked Issei in the eyes. Issei sighed and turned towards Artemis. Lady Artemis, I am aware that you despise men. Do you truly consent to this? I am prepared to do whatever is necessary to protect you, but the question is your consent. Artemis remained silent for what seemed like an eternity. Deep down, her tragic past experiences told her it was a bad idea to go with Issei, but she realized the truth in what Zeus said. She was extremely vulnerable now. That was a prime target for exploitation. Against her logical instincts, she nodded. I'm willing to go with you, but we need to set some rules. She narrowed her eyes. Very well, Issei nodded. Splendid, I'm so grateful you both agree. Zeus smiled instantly, knowing his daughter's safety was assured. What are the arrangements? Issei asked. I'll stay with you. Nobody in this modern age knows who you are, so others won't think of attacking wherever you live. If that's your wish, then what about your hunters? Issei nodded. I have to keep a low profile, so I informed them. However, they're not happy about it. They've accepted the arrangement and will spend their time taking a break from hunting. If people see them hunting without me, they'll suspect something, Artemis concluded. That settles everything I wanted to say. Issei, I truly can't express how much I owe you for always coming to my aid. I'm a king among the gods, and yet I can't even do anything. I'm a pathetic excuse, aren't I? Zeus chuckled sadly. Issei shook his head. We are friends. I am happy to do what I can for my friends. You are a king, and you must ensure that order and stability are present in your domain. If people begin to suspect Artemis's condition, they will jump at the opportunity. Don't worry about this. The ancient herald turned to Artemis. Lady Artemis, I'm sure you're not happy about this, but for what it's worth, I promise to do what I can to help you. I know you're stronger than people realize, but if there's anything I can do, just ask. Artemis nodded as she took a sip of wine. Then that settles everything. After the party is over, Artemis will leave with you. Zeus sighed as he felt a terrible weight lift from his shoulders. Excuse me, I need to do something very quickly. I'll be right back. Issei stood up and left, leaving his plate behind. Father, if I'm going to do this, please tell me everything you know about that man. Artemis looked at Zeus sternly. Where do I begin? Okay, as you know, Issei has a powerful sense of justice, right? The goddess of the hunt nodded. Well, back in the old days, Issei was known as the Grim Herald. Artemis blurted out, looking at him in alarm. What? I thought it was a myth. Shhh. Zeus looked at her and put a finger to his mouth. Calming down, Artemis fell silent again. How he came to be or how he obtained his powers, no one knows. All I know is that he faced persecution from both humans and the supernatural, which caused him to fester and hate vile and truly evil people long after he finally broke. He became a being of vengeance and retribution. He spent a long time destroying the most miserable scum on earth until one day something tragic happened. No one knows what happened. Whatever the case, it caused him to shed his identity as the Grim Herald and embrace a life of philanthropy and atonement. Zeus quickly summarized Issei's past. As for his personality, he's actually very kind and gentle. He never hesitates to help and doesn't care much about his own safety. He puts others before himself. However, he's a sad and lonely person. Zeus looked at Artemis with a sad expression. Why was it called Grim Herald anyway? Artemis asked. People from all walks of life called him that because wherever he went, someone was going to die. It wasn't superstitious. It was just that wherever he traveled, he would end up killing some evil group, or someone close to him would be dead when someone saw him. Over time, Issei came to believe that false rumor. Zeus snorted. Artemis, part of the reason I asked Issei to protect you was exactly as I just said, but there's another reason. What's the other reason? The Olympian princess beckoned. I wanted you to protect Issei from himself. I wanted you to protect him from his own self-loathing. Perhaps being in the company of someone like you who has a strong control over his character can save him from drowning in his self-loathing, Zeus confessed. This was a harsh truth. Artemis hadn't expected this at all. Issei must be really suffering if his father was asking him to do something like this. I'm not asking or telling you to do anything. I'm just suggesting that you be around him. He spent his whole life alone. Maybe someone you're close to will undo some of the damage that's been done to him. Artemis was usually rejected by men, but for some reason she found this one difficult to refuse. At least she didn't have to step outside her comfort zone for this one. I'll see what I can do, however I won't make any promises. She nodded. You are my most trusted son among the gods. I think you'll hardly have to try in this endeavor. Just get to know him a little. I promise you'll never regret having met him. Zeus stood up as he erased the barrier around the area before returning to the banquet. While that was happening, Issei was returning from the bathroom when he felt a hook around his shoulder. He looked to see who it was and found Apollo smiling at him with a bright grin. No, that wasn't a pun or a figure of speech. Apollo's grin was literally bright enough to emit beams of light. Apollo had golden blonde hair, bright orange eyes, a bright and cheerful smile, and wore a golden suit with a black shirt and black shoes. Hey Issei, having fun, man? It's been so long since we hung out, dude. He laughed happily. A couple of decades, I think. Issei chuckled. Come on, there's something I want to talk to you about. Apollo then quickly led Issei to a secluded area. So what do you need? Issei asked. First, I can't thank you enough for saving my little sister. I'm ashamed that you had to disrupt your peaceful life for this. I swear that if you need help, I'll always be listening. Second, please take good care of my sister. Dad told me about your request. She's tough, but deep down, she's like any other girl. She just wants to be loved for herself and not for her body. Apollo looked sad for a moment and then gave a bitter smile. Tell me, do you know the story of what happened between her and the real Orion? And I mean the real story, not the textbook version. The sun god looked at the ancient Herald somberly. Enlighten me, Issei nodded. Long ago, Artemis wasn't as wary of men as she is now. In fact, she enjoyed the company of anyone who proved sincere in the life of the hunt. One day, she met a mortal who was excellent with a bow and arrow, almost like us. That was the original Orion. They traveled as companions and hunted many creatures, and over time they grew close. Artemis even fell in love with the mortal hunter. Soon, they parted after a minor lapse due to Orion's growing ego. Apollo grimaced in displeasure as he continued. His pride had grown so much that he boasted of his plan to kill all wildlife on Earth. He really wanted to do it too. This brought him great anger. One day, he encountered a massive scorpion that fought the monster before it could sting him. The creature had been sent by Gaia, who despaired when wild creatures begged her to stop her senseless crusade. The scorpion's venom had an unexpected effect. Instead of killing him, it caused him to unleash his hidden intentions. My sister, he tried to attack her against her will, but he failed. She tried to reason with him, but he wouldn't stop. Eventually, Artemis was forced to kill Orion once he showed his true colors just before she could do anything. Apollo bit his lip, remembering how disappointed that event had made his younger sister. That event embittered my sister and made her distrustful of men from that day forward, so that's why I'm asking you to be patient with her. Perhaps you could even work your magic and make her herself again. Her brother and your friend, I even give you full permission to straighten her out when she's back in shape. Apollo joked as he tried to lighten the mood again. Issei never realized that Artemis had such a heavy backstory, so that's why he only likes dealing with women now. Orion tried to grape her. He sneered. It's good that those days are over. Apollo sighed. I promise to protect your sister, old friend. Issei cursed. Thank you, man. The sun god waved as he disappeared into the party crowd. When Issei returned to Artemis, the two looked at each other differently, each forgetting the other. I'm sorry, someone I knew approached me. He smiled shyly. Don't worry, I was actually going to go back in. Artemis stood up and walked away, letting Issei follow at his own pace. Once again, Issei encountered another deity, Odin. Me a brat, he chuckled. Hey, old man, Issei laughed. How have you been? Have you marked a woman yet? The Aesir chieftain chuckled softly. No, I'm not watching, I'm just the eternal lone wolf. Issei laughed, which means it was a joke. Odin, however, saw the hidden sadness in her heart. You know, you should come to one of the Aesir parties sometime. I heard how you retrieved the replica of Gleipnir. We owe you for saving our skin. Besides, there's a bunch of gorgeous women with big boobs, and you know. He tried to sound enticing, but Issei just laughed. Of all the gods, Odin always managed to make Issei laugh. I don't know, girls don't like boring guys like me. What? The guy says he was cornered by women the last time we had a banquet. Odin and some other random person shouted. Issei laughed nervously. He had noticed the looks he received from several women, but he tried to ignore it. He had learned that if he made eye contact with anyone, they would hang up on him. If I recall correctly, Brynhildr offered to teach you Valkyrie techniques for the night. Oh, and Eoster wanted to show you one of her gardens. Let's not forget Jefjan, who wanted to see how you would plow. Odin began to recount when Issei covered his mouth to save him from further embarrassment. Please, no more. The cry. Odin just laughed in an amused way. I can't help but be annoyed with you. It's like making fun of my grandson. He laughed heartily. That comment made Issei smile in a truly touching way. Artemis happened to witness it. To her surprise and irritation, her heart skipped a beat as her face turned pink for a split second at least. That smile, why does it make me smile like that? Why does it make me feel this way? She wondered. She hated not feeling as calm as usual. She fought the idea and shook her head to clear her mind. This did not go unnoticed, as a certain goddess saw this. So where are your hunters? A seductive and sweet voice called to her. Judging by the countless gasps and gasps of astonishment, Artemis knew who it was. She turned around and saw her sister Aphrodite approaching. She wore a shimmering dress that seemed to glow, the hemline reaching her knees. Sleeves were flared and the V-neck stopped just below her navel, modest but not too revealing. She had long, loose brown hair neatly styled with cascading bangs that fell across her forehead, though some of them were swept to the side, revealing a glimpse of her brow. Her pink eyes gazed at her with interest, but they were filled with affection. They've gone on vacation. It's been a while since they've had any free time. I don't want to send them packing, Artemis replied. So you know someone? Aphrodite laughed. No, I've only met people who want to court me. Besides, I have no interest in dating. Artemis simply shook her. Oh, darling, then how do you expect to make my mother happy? The goddess of love gasped. Hera will live. That's not good, Artie. Aphrodite complained, using her own nickname for Artemis. Don't call me Artie. The goddess of the hunt warned. I'm sorry, it's just that Wanachin is worried. Loneliness can do terrible things to a person, you know. Aphrodite dropped her playful tone and used her honest, gentle one. I know. Artemis didn't want to admit it, but she knew that Aphrodite and Athena always tried to look after her. She was relatively younger than them, so they felt protective of her. Also, I heard you met the Grim Herald. What do you think of him? Artemis had to organize her thoughts for this. She didn't want her sister to bother her. He's strong and reliable. He's also quite polite, she noted. He's pretty strong in bed too, I bet. Aphrodite held out the bait, hoping Artemis would take it. What? Artemis looked at her incredulously. I was just kidding, I just wanted to see your face. The goddess of love burst out laughing. Don't you have anyone else to bother? Artemis snorted. I already did it anyway, let's be serious for a moment. Aphrodite exhaled. I've been serious this whole time. The youngest goddess, expressionless. As the goddess of love in the Greek pantheon, I just wanted to tell you something. Love is necessary for everything, Artie. Whether it's platonic or romantic, love is necessary for everything to work. It doesn't even have to be love for someone else. It can be love for something. It doesn't have to be just one either. What do you mean? Artemis was beginning to lose her point. I mean, maybe you should try to build relationships again. I know a lot has happened, but you can't let one thing block you from something you know you'll regret. Besides, if you deny your emotions, you'll overwhelm yourself with so much pain, and it will be the kind that's unparalleled in ways you can't even imagine. Aphrodite placed a gentle hand on Artemis's shoulder before taking her leave. Artemis didn't want to do it, but now she had memorized what her sister was saying, but she didn't really assimilate it, at least not yet. When the night came to an end, Artemis said goodbye and left with Issei, although they departed separately. When Artemis arrived at Issei's house, she was surprised by his luxurious tastes. She had expected a humble, modern home in Japan, but instead found herself facing something resembling a mansion. Door opened, revealing Issei, who had changed into more casual clothes. He wore a simple t-shirt and shorts, making him look disheveled compared to Artemis's black shirt and blue jeans. Welcome, please make yourself at home. Issei smiled as he led her inside and showed her around. Artemis looked around and discovered that the house was very well designed. White marble foundations supported wooden floors, and several rooms and comfortable furniture were arranged neatly throughout. There was even a fireplace. This is a nice house you have, Artemis admitted. Thank you. It can be creepy at night sometimes, but it's home. I'll show you your room. Issei led her upstairs and showed her to a guest room. It looked a lot like Issei, although it was much simpler and lacked the bathroom next door. This will be your room. If you need anything, just ask. My room is on the main floor, third door on the right. Any questions you want to ask? Issei looked at her cheerfully. No thanks. She shook her head, which Issei took as a signal to leave. Artemis unpacked all her things and lay down on the bed. It was soft and comfortable, making her feel very at ease. She missed her cabin back home, but decided that for now, this would be enough. Her mind wandered over the earlier events of the day. She couldn't help but be curious about what exactly had pushed Issei to the brink twice. She wanted to ask, but even she had manners. Deciding there was no point in dwelling on these thoughts, she grabbed some clothes and a towel and decided to take a shower and go to bed. It was strange, really. After so many centuries, she discovered she still had the desire to bathe and eat regularly like a normal human. Even after becoming immortal, she never abandoned those human habits. However, it was something pleasant to do, so she never tried to kill those habits. She undressed and relaxed in the hot bath, wondering how her hunters were doing. She had allowed them to go wherever they pleased, and naturally they had all decided to travel together. They were similar to her in many ways. They had had truly troubling past experiences with men, and they had come to her for help. Her hunters were women, demons, angels, fallen angels, dryads, nature spirits, and various other races. She didn't care about species, only virtue. However, there was a time when she hunted alongside a male partner. She remembered her days with Orion and the joy they had both felt working with someone who understood the life of the hunt, testing themselves and demonstrating their strength and mind while hunting was something they both appreciated. She had even begun to fall in love with him when she saw his dedication and strength. However, all that changed when Orion became too arrogant. He thought he could kill anything and face no consequences. He wasted no time between hunts and even began threatening the wildlife population. She had tried several times to reason with him, but it was no use. Memories of their argument had resurfaced in his mind. Flashback. What do you know? You're just a woman's. I am the goddess of the hunt and the moon. I'm supposed to know that, Orion. Those wretched beasts will devour all of humanity if we don't hunt them down. Besides, there's no better way to prove myself to me than by hunting down every last bit of wildlife on this planet. What you're trying to do is genocide. That's just a small step. If this is what you want to do, this is where we part ways. I won't get involved with a blind fool anymore. Fine, go then, you miserable wretch. Artemis sighed. Perhaps if she had chosen her words differently, Orion could have been saved from the scorpion. The next time she saw him, things were even worse. She remembered traveling through a forest at night until she encountered him during the camp. He had appeared from among the bushes like a wolf walking towards a sheep. Artemis. He recalled how he tried to be friendly with the hunter after their not-so-pleasant farewell. Orion, it's been a long time. She had looked at the man coldly. When she noticed the shiny wound on her arm, she was alarmed, as if the argument between the two had never happened. Are you okay? The wound is just flesh, nothing more, he chuckled. Let me heal it. She hadn't wasted any time covering up the sting, but for some reason the green glow never left her right arm. It throbbed like a festering infection. At that moment she didn't know it was the power of Gaia's venom, whose abilities far surpassed her own. I spent a long time trying to find something. I thought there was something I'd never done to show you how I felt about you. She spoke softly. What would that be? Artemis looked at him shyly, not suspecting him. Her present self couldn't help but scoff at how gullible she had been in the past. She had been so captivated by the times and the beliefs about love in her era that she hadn't thought to suspect anything was amiss. I've come to claim something I should have claimed a long time ago. The hunter looked at her with a look in his eyes that practically screamed and told her what he meant. Tell me what you want. She looked at him hopefully. I love you, he spoke curtly. What? She remembered how her young and naive heart had been influenced by his calm and deceptive attitude. You are the most beautiful. Of all the women I have known, you are by far the most beautiful and charming person I have ever met. That is why you will give yourself to me and only to me. You will be my pet, my wife, my slave, and mine. Orion glanced at her sideways. At that moment, Artemis couldn't believe what she was hearing. The way he spoke lustfully to her, the aggressive posture he adopted, and the way his eyes scanned her figure with an animalistic gleam had put her senses on high alert. While she had thought he was speaking in a loving manner, it was a ruse. As a goddess, she could see it now, because the scorpion's venom had exposed his intentions for all to feel. She knew what was in his heart now. She had feared for so long that this was what Orion, the only person she had feelings for, was like. She feared he was like any other carnal and savage man who wanted to devastate any woman who moved. He felt his heart break when he realized that when he looked at her in the past, she had the appearance of a beast stalking its prey and searching for weaknesses. She had jumped back and shot an arrow at him, threatening him with her silver bow and arrow formed by magic. Stay back, Orion, I'm warning you. Oh, don't worry, Artemis, I won't hurt you, but only if you resist, just show up. Besides, what can a girl like you do? He had mocked her. Her feelings had forced her to doubt. Her mind had spent too much time trying to find a way to reason with him, but it was clear to her that all her time with him had been a lie. It was heartbreaking and painful for her when her image of the hunter shattered in her mind and heart. Orion, are you trying to tell me that all this time you've only desired me? She demanded an answer. Of course. He came closer and closer as Artemis backed away. Don't make me do this, Orion. Her voice broke and tears began to well up in her eyes, to think that her first growing feeling had ended this way. What, are you crying? Biwahahaha, that's so typical of a woman, this is going to be fun. Orion ran towards her. At that crucial moment, Artemis knew that if she didn't fire her arrow, something terrible would happen to him. She quickened her heart rate and froze it as she unleashed the bolt, striking Orion in the chest and shattering him into dust. That arrow had contained all of Artemis's unbridled emotions, creating an attack that was more powerful than she had intended. When Orion disintegrated, Artemis sank to her knees as tears streamed from her eyes. They stung, for they reflected the pain in her heart. The young maiden vowed from that day forward that she would never love again, for she had seen that the exceptions she had believed in were merely naive illusions. End of retrospective. Artemis sighed in exasperation. Centuries had passed since she could truly recall what had happened in the past that made her feel bitter and particularly melancholic. Deciding she'd been in the bathroom long enough, she got out, dried herself off, and put on a silver nightgown with 2 straps and no sleeves. The hem of the dress reached her knees, which prevented her from showing too much skin but kept her comfortable. When she left the bathroom and went to her room, she heard a soft noise from under the floorboards, catching her attention. She hadn't heard anything like that in a long time, not since the last banquet of the gods, where there had been a rapid noise. Heading down to the basement, Artemis took the elevator and found herself looking into a dimly lit room. The floor was white, but in the center of the room stood Issei, training quickly on his own. She watched as he maneuvered out of traps that fired powerful beams of magic circles that would have burned and injured a high-class demon. He performed a somersault and soared through the air before using magic to launch himself forward, using it for propulsion, bouncing to another spot on the ground when attacks missed him. Artemis wondered if Issei trained like this every night. When he landed, he rolled and jumped away from the spikes that shot out of the ground. In no time, he drew a black sword from his side, Yorukiri. Issei had wanted to see what the sword was capable of so he could fight better with it in the future. He deflected a beam of magical power and sent it bouncing off a magic circle, shattering it. He swiftly turned and threw a massive sawing blade directly at it, causing it to spin and crush 4 more magic circles. With smooth, fluid movements of his wrist, he swung his sword to both sides, cutting 2 magic circles in half before spinning and causing a destructive whirlpool that cleanly cleaved through the magic circles that tried to besiege him. Artemis wasn't overly impressed, having witnessed more vibrant displays of power, but she had to admit that his skill and experience were readily apparent in his swordplay and footwork. This man was definitely a seasoned fighter. He could anticipate and sense incoming attacks before anything could touch him, and he even managed to deflect some targets, causing them to collide with each other. Satisfied to know that Issei was someone he could trust to retrieve her, Artemis returned to his room, leaving Issei to continue training in silence. The moon goddess lay down in her bed that night, finally deciding to sleep as she had learned enough for one day. Chapter 3, Unlinked Content. It was the first morning since Artemis had come to live with Issei. She found the bed she slept in much more comfortable than she had expected. It was so soft and warm that she could have slept in it all day. To her surprise, she was startled when she looked at the clock. It was 10:00 a.m. She never slept so late. Under normal circumstances, she was the first to wake up among her hunters. This was strange indeed. Her first day in a stranger's house, and she was already acting carelessly. He washed and straightened his appearance, putting on a white t-shirt and black pants. Suddenly, a sweet scent captivated his nose. The aroma of maple syrup and cinnamon tickled his nostrils, creating a pleasant sensation. The goddess descended the stairs and found the dining table laden with various Greek dishes. There were different Greek pastries, fresh buttered bread, ham and salami, and a selection of vegetables. The food was cooked to perfection, its appearance and aroma tantalizing her appetite. Issei, taking out the last loaf of bread, put it in boxes and packed it. He heard footsteps and turned around, smiling at Artemis. "Good morning. I forgot to ask what you'd like for breakfast, so I did my best to cook some Greek food. I hope you like it." She approached as she placed the last plate of fruit. "I'm fine with anything, really, as long as I don't eat anything weird," Artemis admitted, celebrated. Issei returned to the kitchen and began bagging the packaged food when the doorbell rang. The homeowner brought countless bags of packaged food to the door on a large flatbed truck. Artemis wondered what he was doing with so much food, as she was sure he could literally feed an entire city with that much. "Good morning, sir. We have the delivery truck ready to go to the orphanages and homeless shelters." An enthusiastic voice called from the doorway. "All right, I have fresh, warm food for the people here. I'll help you carry it." Issei's voice reached her ears, making her stop chewing and listen even more closely. "The orphanages and homeless shelters can't thank you enough for your donations, sir. It really means a lot that you continue to help." The delivery man's sincere tone was genuine, without any acting or lies, though Artemis took it with a grain of salt. "Happy to help." Issei spoke passively, though he sounded happy. For about 15 minutes, Issei was outside, packing food and loading it onto a truck before finishing up and going back inside. He sat down at the table and served food on his plate. "How's the food?" he asked curiously. When he was met with silence, he looked up to see Artemis watching him with a calculating expression. Had he done something wrong? Was she offended that he was sitting at the same table? Now Issei felt uneasy, as if he had done something without realizing it. Artemis watched him and wondered if he was just putting on an act to look good or trying to convince her he wasn't a bad guy. She knew she was crazy, but her paranoia had become instinctive with men. She'd softened considerably around him, but she was still wary of him. She didn't like that she was acting so cold with a nice guy, but she couldn't help it. "It's great," she commented passively. "I'm glad." Issei sighed in relief. "So what do you do when you're not helping other gods?" Knowing it was a bad idea to lie to Artemis, Issei recounted his recent activities. "I generally invent and research things. I also make donations to various charities and philanthropic organizations." "I like it," the goddess urged him to continue. "I create machines and electronic products such as holographic projectors, satellites, antivirus programs, scanners, prostheses, etc." He listed them. Interesting. Artemis had to admit she was impressed. She'd seen some of the trinkets and scientific artifacts in Issei's basement, so she knew there was some truth to his story. "May I ask what you do, Lady Artemis?" "I primarily train my hunters and hunt supernatural threats in my pantheon. Occasionally, I also deal with human problems such as catching criminals," she commented passively. Issei looked at her with greater respect. "I see." Very soon the topic shifted to a new one. "Do you often interact with human society?" Issei asked gently. "Not really. I'm aware of the times, but I don't mingle with them often." "So would you be interested in going to the city later?" Issei wasn't entirely sure if he should have suggested that, but he didn't want Artemis to feel like a prisoner here. She had every right to go wherever she pleased. Here in Kuoh, gods and goddesses tended to avoid visitors, as it was under the control of the Gremory devil clan, so he was playing on that to keep them hidden. Even so, he had other security measures in place. Artemis considered his idea and decided that staying indoors wasn't a good idea and that she loved fresh air, so why not? "Very well. When are we leaving? This is your home after all." "When you're ready," Issei smiled. "Then after breakfast." Artemis nodded. She didn't like to beat around the bush when planning things, so since he said that she would make the appointment. Good. Right after breakfast was ready and the dishes washed, the two left Issei's house and ventured into the city. She chose to appear normal, so she used human transportation, which was something new for Artemis. She often jumped through magic circles to get where she wanted. Issei decided they should take the subway to the city since it was faster and cheaper than a taxi. It was surprisingly cheap sometimes. The first stop of the day was to show Artemisa where to buy specific things. He took her to the shopping district and showed her the supermarkets, clothing stores, restaurants, bookstores, electronics stores, and of course the mall. Artemis remembered going shopping with her hunters once. She missed them now as she often spent her time with them. Her group of loyal followers had become like little sisters to her. Lady Artemis, Issei called when he noticed she was gone. The goddess of the hunt came out of her daze and looked at him, trying to continue where she remembered him talking. Yes, she replied distractedly. I was wondering if you wanted to go anywhere in particular. For a moment, Artemis thought about it. What was the first thing she wanted to achieve in Japan? She had spent so much time as the goddess of the hunt that she had forgotten what she wanted to do. I'm not sure, how about that? Artemis pointed to a kimono clothing store. Issei was a little surprised. He hadn't associated her with someone who was popular. Good. He nodded gracefully. Artemis smiled slightly. This was a welcome change. She was so used to being told she should do girly things when she was with other women and then being pressured into doing things she didn't want to do when she was with men. There were also plenty of other places recommended for her to visit, since she was technically the princess of the Olympians, being the daughter of Zeus and all. Issei seemed to prioritize her opinions and desires, never forcing her into anything or acting weak. She was beginning to understand why Zeus had such a high opinion of him. They entered the store and a saleswoman approached them. Ah, welcome. Is there anything I can help you with? She greeted them politely. We're sailing now. Artemis smiled politely. Let me know if you need anything then. Just so you know, we also do custom designs for yukatas and kimonos. Since it's spring, we're also doing seasonal themed designs. Have fun looking around. The woman walked away to work at the cash register. Artemis was fascinated by the numerous yukatas and kimonos. Some were white with pink cherry blossoms and others blue with white lilies. He had never had the opportunity to wear one before, as he rarely left Greece for long enough to experience every aspect of the culture. They let you try on whatever you want. The changing rooms are right there. Issei pointed to a selection of rooms down a corridor. I see, she said when she saw a silk kimono. It was silvery blue with cascading dark blue flowers. It was accompanied by a dark blue obi sash and even a hair clip. I think I'll try it on. Artemis took it and went to change. I'll be waiting. Issei spoke as he did so. Artemis was a quick learner, so she knew almost instantly how to dress herself. She even styled her hair to match the outfit. She was about to take it off after looking at herself in the mirror, but a thought stopped her. Why not go and see what Issei thought? She was getting turned on by him, yes, but she wanted to push him and see what kind of man he was beneath his kind and polite exterior. She knew it was wrong to test him like this, but her paranoia refused to let her go. He came out of a locker room and appeared in front of Issei. When he looked at her, he stopped. He stared at her dumbfounded. His jaw dropped, but he forced himself to keep his mouth shut so he wouldn't look stupid. He slowly analyzed the image before him, though he was certain he would never forget it for as long as he lived. Artemis's hair was tied in a ponytail with a blue ribbon secured with a silver hair clip adorned with a crescent moon. Her bangs framed her face and a few strands of hair framed her head. Her kimono was expertly draped around herself. It certainly accentuated her ample bust but didn't outline it so tightly as to appear constricting. It gave her a sense of modesty but didn't conceal how well endowed she looked. How do I look? Artemis asked. Issei had to shake his head and recover from his shock before answering. Oh well, ithingyalukumblable. Issei cleared his throat. This was not the reaction she had expected. She couldn't help but smile and laugh uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, what was that? She tried to speak between laughs. This definitely caught Issei off guard. This was the first time he'd ever seen the goddess smile and laugh. It was truly breathtaking. He gasped and stopped to stare at her intently. Her happiness and positive reaction to his embarrassing stupor did something to him. His heart skipped a few beats. Her beauty wasn't the only thing that charmed him. Certainly it wasn't her piety that charmed him either. It was her smile and her laughter. I meant to say I think you look amazing. He spoke, though he was still dazed. Artemis finally took a deep breath and calmed down, though her face was pink from laughing. She wiped a tear from her eye. That's all you're saying. No, I'm serious. I think you look especially beautiful when you smile and laugh. He gave a silly grin before realizing what he'd just said. Artemis's face remained pink, but it wasn't a lingering effect of laughter. She could literally tell Issei was being honest since she could read his eyes. There was also the fact that no one had said anything other than that she was beautiful. No man had bothered to mention what made her beautiful beyond her looks. WL, thank you. She blushed as she looked away. Wow, you really look great in that kimono. The blue really makes your hair pop and it hugs your figure beautifully. The saleswoman nodded approvingly. See, Issei nodded in confirmation. I'll take this one then. Artemis turned to the vendor. Understood. Artemis went to change back into her previous outfit, and when she came out she heard the register moving away. It will be 50,000 yen. Understood. Issei handed her the money while the saleswoman packed the kimono. Artemis was about to object to him paying such a high amount, but Issei gave her a look that didn't matter much. I didn't have to pay for that, you know, I could have easily paid in yen. She looked at him indignantly, but there were hints of gratitude. I felt like it. Issei passively dismissed the matter. Finally, the two left the mall and stepped onto the streets, with Issei placing his suitcases in one of his pocket-sized bags. Checking the time, they had been out for a significant portion of the day with the sun already setting. Issei's stomach had growled loudly, so loudly that Artemis thought an animal was standing beside him. Hungry. She raised an eyebrow with a mocking smile. I can't lie about that. Issei's face turned slightly pink. Then let's find a place to eat. Artemis looked around before pointing to a restaurant that served Chinese food. How's it there? She looked at him. I was thinking about that. Issei pointed to an Italian restaurant. Well, now we're in a dilemma. Artemis crossed her arms. All right, coin toss. Tails, we eat Chinese food. Heads, we eat Italian food. Issei laughed. He tossed a coin, and as fate would have it, it was tails. All right, let's go. Issei gestured toward the Chinese restaurant. The two entered and found themselves looking at the stereotypical design of a Chinese restaurant, a red carpet and gold decorations with paper lanterns and golden dragons adorning the floor and pillars. Table for two, please. This way, then. The employee led them to a table while they settled in. For a few minutes, the two pondered their options, but Issei went with mapo tofu and Artemis wanted Szechuan beef. It had been a long time since she'd had Chinese food. When modernization began, she'd struggled at first, but she'd started to appreciate what other cultures and pantheons had to offer. Two ate in relatively peaceful silence at first. However, Artemis was beginning to find Issei's company more pleasant by the minute. He didn't constantly bother her or push social boundaries. He was also polite and didn't say anything derogatory to her, nor did he look down on her. So I guess you like spicy food. Artemis chuckled as she watched Issei grin as he ate the tofu and the sizzling meat. Yes, I do. What about your tastes? You never told me any details. Issei asked gently. It turns out I like savory foods and I don't really like durian or pumpkin. However, I'll eat what's available in most situations. A hunter's trait. Artemis replied, what about your other interests? Issei decided that if he was going to live in the same place as her, he should get to know her. Like silver colors, and I read in my free time when I'm not exercising. I don't like it when people make fun of my gender, and I don't like the jokes they make about me either. Artemis said that last part with a hint of disgust. Apollo. Issei raised a knowing eyebrow. No one else. How did you meet him? She sighed before asking. It's not so bad. Sometimes it can be fun. I met him when I was traveling and needed help finding some of his cattle, so I helped him get them back. So it was you? She looked at him in surprise. Yes, it turns out someone hid his cattle. I was pretty determined to find out who it was, but they dropped it. Issei laughed as if he knew the answer. Artemis acted oblivious, but in truth, she was the one who hid some of her precious cows. Apollo had made her so nervous that she concealed some of them to teach him a lesson. She intended to tell him later, but someone had thwarted her plan. When the bill arrived, Issei took out his wallet, although Artemis objected. You paid for my kimono, so I'll pay the bill. It was also my fault we came here. You're my guest, I won't pay my guest for this. Issei shook his head. The two broke into arguments while smiling, although they eventually agreed to split the bill. As the two of them walked back home, Issei decided that perhaps dessert was in order. Do you want something sweet? Issei pointed to an ice cream shop further ahead. Why not? Artemis shrugged. Issei entered and greeted the owner, a man in his 30s. The place was particularly popular for constantly creating new dishes and offering them for a limited time. They also had a great brand of ice cream and cakes that were sold in other stores. Hello, Atoya. Issei smiled as he walked towards the counter. Yo, Issei, did you get your sweet tooth again? You bet. Any new flavors, Atoya? Issei chuckled. Artemis smiled, seeing how much people liked him. He was friendly to everyone, and she remembered how older people would give him gifts wherever they saw him in town when the two of them were shopping. We have Vanilla Moon, then there's Green Crackle, which is mint ice cream with caramel and peanuts, Atoya replied. What would you like? Issei turned to Artemis. I'll have a Vanilla Moon, please, she asked politely. Oh dear, Issei-kun. Looks like you found yourself a beautiful young woman. A woman in her 30s named Suzuko came out from behind when she heard the conversation in the front. No, she's not my girlfriend, she's just the daughter of an old friend. Issei shook his head. For some reason, Artemis's eyebrow arched, although she herself did not notice it. That's a shame. You've been living in that big house alone for so long, don't you feel lonely? Suzuko asked. I admit it, I do it, but I have friends, right? Issei smiled bitterly. He may have done a good job of hiding it, but the wavering look in his eyes made it clear that he wasn't as well as he pretended to be. Artemis took note of this. Yes, you always give us advice and financial support, so we're naturally behind you. Atoya thumped his chest proudly and nodded reassuringly. Thank you, very well. I'll have a green crunch and a Vanilla Moon in bowls. Issei smiled brightly. There he was again. Artemis's heart skipped a beat when she saw him smile. She placed a hand on her heart and bit her lip as butterflies fluttered in her stomach. Her face also began to heat up. The two ate as they walked home, but Artemis was a little distracted. Her logic was reprimanding her for daring to give men another chance, but her day with Issei was throwing her into a chaotic state of mind. The pain of Orion's betrayal and Issei's kindness were in conflict. As they approached home, the two encountered a group of delinquents who were clearly looking for trouble. Issei and Artemis pretended not to notice them and were about to find another route when one of them ran up to block their path. Dinner. One of them nodded to Issei. Night. Issei remained polite. What are you doing so late? Another gangster asked, though he kept his eyes on Artemis. Just out for a stroll, we're about to leave now. Issei knew it was useless, but he would try to do things with words first. Not so fast. If you want to leave, leave your wallet and the lady here, buddy. A thug shoved himself in Issei's face. I can leave my wallet, but not my friend, Issei retorted. It's all or nothing, buddy. The criminal pointed a gun at his stomach. Issei had little patience for people like these fools, so he decided to abandon his pacifism and shatter it. These people were better off imprisoned or crippled than left to roam and harass others. He also recognized the lustful look in the eyes of those who gazed at Artemis. That was a bad move because it caused his instincts as a grim herald to momentarily take over. His eyes widened slightly as he realized this. He knew these people's faces. They had been reported on the news as rapists and robbers, holding people up at gunpoint and then killing them before escaping. They even killed people who were nearby. Artemis herself was ready to spring into action, but she froze when she sensed something sinister emanating from Issei. A dark aura briefly shone around him, but she suppressed it in moments. When the goddess of the hunt felt her power for herself, she trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat trickled down her neck and she turned pale. Then it's nothing. Issei spoke grimly as he swiftly grabbed the delinquent's hand and crushed it, completely tearing the bones out of his hand while irreparably destroying the muscles. Before the criminal could scream, Issei struck him in the throat, silencing him. The other criminals saw the man's blood spurt in front of Issei and cowered. They tried to run, but it was useless. Issei extended his hand forward, palm open, and using telekinesis pulled them toward him with a flick of his wrist. He grabbed them by the back of their heads and was about to crush their skulls, but suddenly an image of a beautiful woman flashed into his mind, snapping Issei out of his savage hatred. He gasped and paled as he realized what he was about to do again. He paused and began to gasp, but suddenly a thug pointed a gun at Artemis, forcing Issei out of his spell. He used telekinesis to twist the weapon and prevent it from firing, and even when a bullet escaped, he froze it in midair. With a violent action, Issei's darker side took over. He crushed the thugs' heads, leaving a bloody and messy mess on the ground. Artemis stared at Issei in shock. She hadn't expected to see this level of savage brutality from him. A part of her even recoiled when he looked at her. His wild eyes glared at her before softening into a more tranquil expression. Issei looked away, embarrassed. He was glad no one was nearby to witness this, even though he had already taken precautions. He summoned Gremory and asked his dear friend Azazel to help him deal with the aftermath of the disaster as a precautionary measure. Azazel, it happened again. I need you to clean the area where I am, thank you. Issei's tone was sensual and low. He was breathing rapidly and his hands were trembling violently. Let's go back. Gremory has agreed to help make sure no one finds out about this. I'm sorry I showed you something horrible tonight. Things were going well until I messed up. I guess you know what kind of monster I am now. Issei didn't even turn around as he continued walking after making sure Artemis was following him. The two walked home in silence. Artemis wanted to say something, but realized that perhaps it was her turn to respect her boundaries and remain silent. Obviously, she wasn't going to say anything. That night, Artemis took a bath and tried to shake off the image of Issei's wild and frightened gaze. When she saw his angry eyes, it scared her beyond imagination, but when she saw his frightened eyes, she felt so many emotions swirling in them: guilt, fear, regret, and sadness. It was incredible that so many emotions could swirl in a single look. In the days following that particular night, Issei didn't respond. He had decided to shut himself away in his lab, dedicate himself to his work, and disappear to attend to jobs the other gods asked him to help with. Whenever they saw each other, they only shared a few awkward moments before Issei rushed off to whatever else he had to do. It was on a Sunday that Artemis decided she would try to do something to break the ice again. Issei, I made breakfast, why don't you come and eat? She spoke and noticed that her tone had become less cold and more inviting. Issei did not answer but nodded. The two sat down and Issei was a little surprised that the breakfast was Japanese style. A plate of rice, fried salmon, pickled radish, miso soup, and sauteed spinach and ginger was placed in front of him. I decided to try cooking something from Japan for once. I hope you like it. Artemisa looked at him with a nervous smile. Thank you for this. Issei smiled as he picked up his chopsticks and ate a piece of salmon. It was still juicy and very flaky. The salt and black pepper eliminated most of the odor and accentuated the salmon's flavor. Next came the pickled radish, which was very juicy and crunchy with a bit of chew and had a sweet and sour flavor. The stir-fry of spinach and ginger was perfectly salted and had a refreshing taste thanks to the ginger, and the spinach had a nice consistency. Everything is great. Issei perked up a little as he regained some sparkle in his smile. Hee hee, I'm glad. Artemis chuckled as she managed to bring him back to his normal state. That night, Artemis felt a little more euphoric, feeling a certain pride in her success that day. As she showered to clean herself up, Artemis relaxed in the warm water until suddenly the showerhead rumbled. What? She stood up and tried to adjust it until the showerhead stopped just before it shuddered again and sprayed her with ice-cold water. Kyyyyyh. She let out a high-pitched scream as she fell while trying to get out of the way of the water. The bathroom door burst open as Issei rushed in brandishing Yorokiri. Artemis, are you okay? He looked around but froze when he saw her. Artemis stared at him, stunned in all her naked glory. Her face turned as red as pepper and steam rose from her ears and head as tears welled in her eyes. Never before had a man seen her naked until this day. Issei paused. He had no idea what to say. He observed her pale white skin and saw her curvaceous body complete with a very talented bust and backside. He even glimpsed her most private parts. Instinctively, his masculine instincts analyzed her measurements courtesy of Odin's influence. B105/W60/H91, HYAAHHHH. Artemis let out another high-pitched scream and rushed to cover herself. Stop looking, she yelled in a distressed tone. I'm so sorry. Issei left the room, closing the door behind him. When she finished bathing, Artemis had avoided meeting Issei face to face. She called out from a corner in a barely audible voice. I'm finished, you can go fix the shower now, she said as she headed to her room. Okay, Issei murmured. He was still trying to get the image of Artemis's naked body out of his head. When it finally came to him, his face flushed red. The only words he could use to describe it were perfection and unforgettable. He'd never meant to see it, but now that he had, he couldn't forget it. Man, she must be so mad at me. What was I thinking? Issei groaned as he punched the broken showerhead. He hadn't meant to ruin the peace between them, but with what had just happened, he might have damaged the friendship they had just forged. Artemis had entered her room and lain down on her bed. She grabbed a pillow and sighed before taking a deep breath. Finally, she did something very different. She screamed into her pillow as loudly as she could. He saw everything. How could I have just sat there and let him stare so long and hard? What's wrong with me? I'm so mortified. No one has ever seen me like this. Issei, you idiot, I'm so embarrassed. Artemis shouted. The next day was awkward, but the two agreed not to speak about the matter again, choosing to forget it to avoid further embarrassment. The following night, as Artemis was going to bed after drinking water, she heard strange noises coming from the hallway. She went to Issei's room to talk to him but stopped. She heard the springs moving and the creaking sound inside and stopped when she pressed her ear to the door. No, I am so sorry, I don't deserve no, leave them alone. No, monster, I'm a monster. Don't touch them, I'm sorry, I couldn't save them, I hate them me. He heard so many ramblings from a sleeping Issei, and judging by the content of what he was saying, it was about him. He seemed so distraught and broken that it was unbearable to continue witnessing. He must be having nightmares about his time as the Grim Herald. She opened the door and walked right in. When she heard him talking in his sleep, she felt her heart break. It hurt so much when she learned the nature of his torment. The words he murmured were all she needed to know. Artemis shook Issei to wake him up and try to pull him out of his misery. He jumped out of bed in a fright, summoning Yorokiri out of nowhere and preparing to strike whoever had shaken him so violently. When Issei saw that it was Artemis lying on the ground, falling in alarm, he froze and stared at her with frightened eyes. He dematerialized his weapon and collapsed onto his bed, his back against the wall. He laughed hysterically and clutched his head, taking deep breaths. Artemis got up and crawled to her bed. Get away, I don't want to do you, Issei shouted. Artemis did not flinch when he extended his hand. Issei was trembling violently as tears cascaded down his face. Issei, my father told me what happened. He told me about your past. I know everything. She spoke in a soft, soothing voice. When her hand touched his, he shuddered. Don't do it, Artemis. It was a mistake for you to be here. You'll only hurt yourself around me. Issei whispered. No, Issei, I won't hurt myself. I know you'd never hurt me. She shook her head. Don't say you don't deserve anything. I've seen who you are. You've been working so hard and tirelessly to help others. You've been helping innocent people and protecting them. You've helped rebuild lives and improve the world. You've dealt with the evil scum of the earth. You're strong, kind, and selfless. You deserve so many good things, Issei. Artemis calmly placed her hands on his. No, I haven't killed many people. No, Issei stopped. You only killed evil people. You're not a monster, not to me. You're much more than that to me. Artemis admitted. Issei looked at her in shock. Issei, you've shown me that you're unlike any other man I know. You're not like Orion. When I see you smile, my heart won't stop beating. It might even stop altogether. I feel so crazy. I had no idea how I felt, but now I know. When I see you in pain, it hurts me a lot too. Issei. Artemis braced herself as her face flushed. Artemis. Issei stared at her in breathless astonishment. I love you, Issei. I've fallen so deeply in love with you that these past few days have been driving me crazy. I keep thinking that down and left is fine. I tried to suppress it, but I can't deny it anymore. I love you so much it hurts, Issei. Artemis poured out her heart, causing Issei to stare at her in disbelief. Issei couldn't deny that the more time he spent with her, the more madly he fell in love with her. He decided that if he didn't speak up, he would suffer forever. Artemis, I love you too, he admitted. Artemis gave a tearful smile that was so euphoric that her heart raced so fast she thought it might jump out of her heart. I'm so happy, Issei. She lunged forward and gently kissed the grim herald with enthusiasm. The two were enveloped in bliss as Artemis felt her frozen heart melt, the warmth of faith and love rekindling her passion and kindness. Issei's lonely heart began to warm again as another's love slowly eroded the darkness that enveloped him, destroying the deep guilt he had felt until recently. From now on, Issei, never say you're a monster because you're not. You're my hero. You're the first man who's ever defended me and the only one who's ever tried to make me happy without forcing me into anything. Artemis spoke through tears as she pleaded with him. Issei nodded reluctantly, still doubting the monster part, but found he couldn't reject it at all. Can I sleep here tonight? Artemis asked timidly, afraid to leave him alone for fear that he would fall back into a night. I'm actually afraid to let you go, Issei admitted. The nightmare he'd experienced had frightened him for no reason, though he hid it. Without needing any further words, Artemis slept beside Issei in his bed, embracing him and gently cradling his head against her well-endowed breasts in a loving gesture, resting her chin on his head. She slept like this as if to protect him from more nightmares. In the days that followed, Issei and Artemis grew much closer. It had reached the point where Artemis could tell when Issei was hiding something from her. She didn't know how she'd learned to do it, but she could tell. Her left pinky finger trembled whenever he lied, though it was so subtle it wasn't noticeable at first glance. She also learned that he loved spicy food, had a sweet tooth, loved to play with his creativity, and could never say no to requests where he saw no harm in them. His favorite color was black, and sometimes he was terribly silly. She did a little more online research on a whim and learned that he had an extensive history of philanthropic work. It was truly admirable of him. Despite his horrific past, he was willing to help humans and the supernatural alike. Issei had also learned quite a bit about her. Surprisingly, Artemis didn't like it when women encroached on what she considered hers, specifically him. When he recalled what Odin had said about women who cornered him, her eyebrow twitched in anger. That was a trait Issei had learned to recognize. Her right eyebrow twitched when she was angry. The house had also been redecorated. The wooden floors now had carpeting and the leather furniture had been replaced with softer sofas. Artemis moved into Issei's room and brought several of her belongings inside. She also spoke to him in a more loving and cheerful voice. She even hugged him often as a sign of affection. Of course, Zeus was very happy about this. He always approved of Issei and greatly admired his strength of character. If this continued, he might end up with Issei as his son-in-law. One day, while at home, he received a call from his hunters who contacted him regularly. They asked for permission to visit for once, which Issei granted without hesitation. He even promised to leave for the day and let them have the house to themselves. When they arrived, Artemis was overjoyed to see them again. He embraced each and every one of his hunters, who numbered 12 women. The whole group swapped stories with her. The hunters had been traveling to different resorts in Hawaii and were having an amazing time. It had been so long since she'd spent time with the girls that she'd forgotten she could talk about things with them that she wouldn't talk about with Issei. That brought up a thought I needed to talk about. So, Lady Artemis, has that man already tried to do anything for you? A hunter asked. Just say the word and we'll shoot him with arrows. Another one pledged. Has he mistreated you? Artemis shook his head and smiled. No. Actually, I intended to talk to all of you about something very important. For once, she was nervous around her hunters. That was only natural since she had broken a rule she herself had set. He bit his lip before speaking. This is the rule I've been imposing on all of you for centuries. I'm going to abolish it. She exhaled. All her hunters stared at her in shock, some even swallowed. What? They all shouted in unison. You see, Issei and I have become a couple. After spending the last month with him, I decided to follow my sister's advice and my father's wisdom. I gave men another chance, and Issei has shown me that not all men are like Orion. Issei has proven to have gone above and beyond for me. She glanced around and pained looks of disbelief crossed the faces of many hunters. I'm sorry for breaking a rule I imposed on you for so long, but I could no longer ignore my heart, so if you wish to leave the hunters then you may. I still want to keep the hunters, but I'm only going to abolish this rule. We can still join together and spend time together. The time I've spent with all of you is something I've always cherished and want to keep. I'd love to go on adventures with you, but I can't ignore my feelings for Issei. Artemis bowed her head apologetically. A long silence fell as the hunters processed this. Their patron goddess who had sworn to romance had fallen in love. Not only that, but she had freed the others from the same burden of unrequited. Some were actually a little happy and some were lost, yet one thing remained true and common to them all. Lady Artemis, no matter what happens, we will never abandon you or turn you away. You saved us when we were on the brink of horrific lives. For that, we are eternally grateful. We truly cannot blame you for what happened. However, this new lifting of the ban, it's going to take some getting used to. It doesn't really change much between any of us or our loyalties, so rest easy." All the hunters nodded as Artemis was overcome with emotion at their show of commitment. "Thank you for understanding." A drop of blood wiped from his eye. "I'll be back, I need to check the food." Artemis got up and went to the kitchen, leaving the hunters alone in a room. The moment he left, they huddled together and whispered, "Whoa, Lady Artemis is in a relationship. I'm actually happy for her, she's looked so lonely for the last few centuries. There's really only one thing we have to do." "And what would that be?" "We need to see how worthy this guy is. True, he might try to shoot him quickly. I don't know, if Lady Artemis has fallen in love, then he's obviously honest and a good guy. She has better senses than we do after all. Even so, we owe it to her to protect her if the need arises." When Artemis returned with a tray of snacks and drinks, she looked at them in surprise. "What are you all doing?" "Nothing," they all replied. "Actually, Lady Artemis, may we ask for something?" a hunter asked. "Shoot non-stop," the goddess smiled. "Can we sleep tonight? It's been ages and yet you have a boyfriend now, we could see you less." Another hunter pleaded. Artemis would have accepted instantly, but this was Issei's house. She quickly contacted him and he readily agreed to her request. "Issei has no problem with that, feel free to stay as long as you like." Artemis laughed happily. This small action did not go unnoticed. She's laughing now. Several of them looked on in amazement. As night fell, Artemis began to worry about Issei. The other demon slayers had already gone to bed, but he hadn't returned home at all. She tried contacting him with a magic circle, but he didn't respond. She felt the only logical option was to wait. Artemis was sitting in the living room watching television, feeling scared. Suddenly, she heard the sound of Issei's unique teleportation at the door and rushed to him, ready to bombard him with a hug and questions. When Artemis saw him, she gasped, her hands covering her mouth to stifle a shriek of horror. For Styx, with her characteristic logic, what she saw Issei endure was simply too much for her. Issei had several holes in his left shoulder, with blood dripping down the front and soaking through his clothes. He was drenched in blood, which was likely his own. There was even a trail of blood from a wound on his forehead. His left side of his clothing was torn. His left pant leg was ripped, leaving his calf bruised. Yorikiri was also dripping blood. The right sleeve of his arm was missing, and a long wound trailed down the back of his forearm. He was also gasping for breath, each breath coming in ragged gasps of pain. "Oh Olympus, what happened to you?" Artemis cried and ran towards him. If she had been stronger, she could have broken the glass. Issei walked passively away. He cursed. He had intended to go to his room, but he was too tired to go there and landed in the entrance by mistake. "I'm fine, my wounds heal quickly. I'll be fine in exactly 4 minutes and 36 seconds. Don't worry, I'm sorry to make you see me like this." He forced a smile, but it was clear he was in pain. Artemis was not having this. She gently took him in her hand and led him to the bathroom. She filled a bowl with water and gently cleaned Issei's wounds. Every time he tried to object, she glared at him. "Artemis, there's no need for this." He spoke clearly in a low tone. "Silence, you're so badly injured, yet you're acting like you're fine. What were you doing? How did you end up like this? Who asked you to do this?" Artemis felt a surge of anger within her. Whoever asked her to fight like this was going to receive a very powerful punishment from her. After a month, she had recovered 70% of her normal strength, so she was confident she could give minor gods a decent beating. Issei remained silent. He merely appeared melancholic. "Fine, don't tell me, but you're not leaving until I cleanse and heal you." Artemis complained. After cleaning away the fresh and dried blood, Artemis used a powerful spell to heal him. Most of his wounds closed, but his blood count was still too low. Artemis bathed him and blessed the water to soothe him without reopening his wounds. The water sparkled and shimmered as if infused with drops of moonlight. "You're going to bathe and clean yourself. I'll prepare something for you to eat. If I find out you don't come down and eat, I'll chain you up and force-feed you if necessary. I won't take any objections." Artemis spoke sternly as she closed the door behind her. She went down to the kitchen and immediately started making medicinal food for him. She was so angry that she hadn't noticed he'd been going out to fight the past few nights. The problem was why. When Issei came downstairs, he entered the dining room and sat down in a chair, looking solemn and tired. Artemis decided that tonight wasn't the night to interrogate him. "Eat," he ordered as he handed her a tray of hot food. It was mostly soup, but it was filling and good for healing. It was a soup she would make for her hunters whenever they came home wounded. As he ate, Artemis began using magic to heal him, though it was taking a long time to close his wounds, which were still bleeding. The most persistent wound was the one on his right forearm. When Issei finished, Artemis took out several bandages and patches and applied them to the wounds. Having done all she could only let time take its course that night and allow Issei to regenerate on his own. As for her, she took a bath and began to ponder what could have hurt Issei so terribly that he arrived home in such a state. After coming up with a few ideas, she changed into her pajamas and went to the kitchen to get some water before going to bed. As she was about to leave the room, a magic circle appeared in front of Artemis. A projection of Zeus appeared and he looked frightened. "Artemis, Issei has returned home." He looked at her urgently. Yes, she came home in a terrible state. What happened to her? She replied with the same tone of emotion. I just learned that some monsters came looking for you and Issei took them somewhere. Several gods arrived at the scene of the carnage. It's clear that Issei dealt with them, but I wanted to know how you were. He was confronted by some of the descendants of your enemies, Agamemnon and the Aleidi. They even brought several manticores and griffins. Zeus's agreement sent Artemis into a frantic, cold sweat. I will explain who everyone was at the end of the page. What many of her old enemies had attacked her. The revelation of this news had left her breathless. Don't worry, they're all dead. However, I fear for Issei's fate. With his current strength, it's impossible for him to have escaped without a scratch. Artemis, whatever happens, don't let him out again tonight or even tomorrow. You know what? Just keep him inside. I know he's too injured to be doing anything, Zeus ordered. Artemis could only nod absent-mindedly. Her body trembled as she realized he had been so horribly injured for her sake. When she entered their shared room, her steps were unsteady and tears streamed down her face. She had even begun to sob. It's my fault, it's all my fault. My enemies found out about me and Issei got involved. He was terribly hurt because of me. I'm so stupid, that's why he was out all day. She thought to herself. When she sat up in bed, she looked sadly at Issei, who had woken up. Artemis, what's wrong? He asked. He reached out and cupped his cheek. The touch of his hand brought her both pain and comfort. Even though it was gentle, she brought her hand to her face as she wept. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's my fault you got hurt. She began to sob. Issei wrapped her in a hug and kissed her forehead. No, it's not your fault, I just wasn't careful enough. He shook his head. Artemis stared at him with red, bloodshot eyes. She looked at him frantically and shook her head as well. No. If it weren't like that, if I weren't so weak, you wouldn't have to protect me. Oh, I'm so sorry, she cried as Issei looked at her tenderly. Artemis, I accepted this request because I wanted to help your father at first, but as time passed and after falling in love with you, I wanted to protect you. Everything that happened tonight, do it again without a second thought. It's because I love you that I don't care about the pain. No matter how much I have to endure, I will make sure the woman I love is safe. Issei cursed. Artemis was not well, however. No, I don't want you to get hurt. I hate seeing you hurt. Issei moved quickly and kissed Artemis gently but aggressively to calm her down and stop her crying. MPH. Artemis's eyes opened in surprise, but she melted into the intense kiss. When their lips parted, she had stopped crying. Look, it's all over now, so don't cry anymore. I'm still here, I'm still with you, and I love you more than ever, so let's forget about this, okay? Issei looked at her kindly. Outside, the hunters had paid spectators to the entire event. They had been awake since Issei arrived home and bore witness to the mess he was in. They also overheard Artemis's conversation with Zeus. Having witnessed this, they now felt certain that Artemis was in no safer hands than Issei's. The hunters were outside and walked away once they agreed their worries had passed. However, one of the hunters looked seriously ill. What's going on? Someone asked. I suggest we move to the upper rooms. Things are going to get hectic tonight. What? Everyone looked at her perplexed. Just trust me on this and bring earplugs. Back in Issei and Artemis's room, the two were ready to go to bed. Well, Issei was, but Artemis wasn't. Issei's words weren't enough to calm Artemis, unfortunately. Just as Issei was about to let go of her, she clung to him. You said you loved me, but I want you to prove it. I want you to prove to me that I am your woman. Artemis looked at him with warm, loving eyes, her voice tinged with lust. They both felt their hearts race when Issei realized what he meant. If you want to go that far, then I'm happy to go with you. He kissed her. I want everything you have, and I'm going to give you everything I have. I love you so much I can't express it. Artemis breathed sensually. Issei used telekinesis to close the door and lock it securely because that night Issei and Artemis consummated their relationship. Chapter 4. Extinguished Flames. It was the morning after Issei and Artemis had ended their relationship. They were both fast asleep in each other's warm embrace, their faces beaming with happiness. Artemisa had wrapped her arms around Issei and rested her head on his muscular chest as Issei held her close to him. Slowly, Issei stirred. He opened his eyes and found the goddess of the hunt holding him tightly, smiling serenely as her soft breath brushed against his torso. He couldn't help but find the sight endearing. He gently stroked her head and gave her a soft kiss, making her smile deliciously in response. She glanced at the clock and saw it was 8:00 a.m. She needed to get up and make breakfast for her guests now. As much as she wanted to stay in bed with her new love, she could do that when she was finished. He gently released her grip, but she grunted in her sleep. Her expression soured as if she felt something important was missing. Reaching out, Artemis pulled Issei back and pressed herself against him. She refused to let go and scurried away as Issei retreated. Issei chuckled softly. This was very cute. When he grabbed it again, he sighed with satisfaction and smiled brightly as he felt it again. I have to go make breakfast now, Artemis, she whispered softly. Artemis opened her eyes a little before closing them again. No, she moaned as he pulled her closer while shaking her head. We need to have breakfast, our guests need to eat too. Issei laughed. No, I want my body pillow. Artemis pouted. I promise I'll go prepare breakfast and feed our guests, then I'll come back and spend the whole day with you. How does that sound? Issei suggested. Artemis considered her offer and groaned in disappointment, but she let him go. Good, don't take too long. Artemis sighed as she gave him a sweet smile. I won't. Issei kissed her forehead as he showered and put on fresh clothes. She went downstairs and was pleased to find that no one had woken up yet. This meant she hadn't been embarrassed by an awkward moment. She reached into her refrigerator, selected suitable ingredients, and began making pancakes with sausage, bacon, eggs, and fruit. She made sure to check the time periodically, as she had promised herself she wouldn't take too long with breakfast. One by one, the hunters awoke to the sweet aroma of breakfast and descended the stairs from the upper floors. Almost instinctively, they sat down at the table, still feeling drowsy. Suddenly, they were alarmed to notice that Issei was cooking, not Artemis. It was a habit of Artemis's to wake up early in the morning and make sure everyone had breakfast. The hunters recalled the events of the previous night as the memory resurfaced, and everyone felt an uncomfortable tension in the air. Issei was well aware of this, so he decided to simply continue cooking. It was clear that each hunter had felt lost when their patron goddess fell in love and entered into a relationship, but they decided to let go of their suspicions and resentments when they saw how Artemis interacted with Issei. She had never acted like this with any of them before. She never came to them for comfort, they had always come to her for comfort. Perhaps this was for the best. Issei had put the finishing touches on breakfast and presented large piles of food on the long rectangle that was the dining table. I know you're not comfortable with a man around, so I'll leave you alone. I hope you find the food acceptable. When you're finished, leave the plates here and I'll deal with them later. He smiled as he walked back to the kitchen. Excuse me, Mr. Issei. One of the hunters called out, though he hesitated and his tone was cold. Yes, and you don't need to call me sir. He turned away. When they're with Lady Artemis, how do they feel, and how did they fall in love? Issei smiled and replied, when I'm with Artemis, I feel euphoric. All my negative emotions disappear because she gives me strength just by being near her. When she laughs, I smile and laugh along. When she's upset or unhappy, I feel like dropping everything and doing whatever I can to eliminate what's bothering her. I want to give her everything I have when I'm in her presence. Issei then paused as his cheeks flushed slightly. As for how I fell in love with her, it was her smile and her strength of character. The first time I saw her smile, she was laughing at how stupid and silly I was acting. She's so strong and composed. She understands that she can't go back in time and undo things, so she pushes forward and makes the best of what's in front of her. She's also quite patient and independent, but she can be playful too. As I spent more time with her, I fell for her even more. I still do now, actually. However, I don't really know what she sees in me, so I can't vouch for her. He laughed at himself. I see, that's all I wanted to know. Any further questions? Issei looked around and was met with silence. Satisfied, Issei took 2 trays and served them food before covering them and taking the breakfast to his room. Artemis was still asleep when she entered, so she put down the food and went to his side. Artemis, I brought you breakfast. He spoke softly. The silver-haired goddess groaned as she opened her eyes and sat up, though she covered herself with a blanket. You didn't have to do it. She gave him a guilty smile. I wanted to do it. Besides, I want to keep my promise to you. For today, I'm going to spend it with you. That's kind of you. Wait, I'm going to shower and change. I'll be back in 10 minutes. She got out of bed as Issei changed the sheets and straightened the bed and pillows. He sniffed the room and it smelled of sweat and bodily fluids. You know what I'm talking about. He grabbed a can of air freshener and sprayed the room to try to erase the smells before Artemis came out of the bathroom. She was wearing a red shirt and a black skirt that came just above her knees. So what did you cook? She asked curiously as she dried her hair. Crepes and pancakes with eggs, sausages, bacon, and berries. Issei opened the dome-shaped food, releasing potent aromas. It smells great as always. She smiled. The two immediately began eating and talking about where they wanted to go from there. So, I guess this takes away your title as Goddess of Maidens then? Issei asked hesitantly. He felt guilty since he had eliminated something Artemis had championed, considering what had happened last night. Yes, I can't be the patron of something I no longer am, however, I've simply transferred that status to Athena, my older sister. There really aren't many problems, she's fine with it. Besides, I can't have any fun with you if I'm still the patron of virgins. Artemis slyly licked her lips as she mocked Issei, who blushed. So does that mean I can continue my journey with you from now on? Issei returned the fire. It depends, you have to prove you have what it takes to be at the top. She smiled. Issei's eyes lit up at that. I certainly did last night. He chuckled to himself. Artemis's head steamed as he recalled the details of the previous night. She let out a high-pitched noise. I win, Issei chuckled. The rest of their breakfast was playful as they teased each other and laughed at one another's expense. If it had been old Artemis, she might have turned it into something by now. When they finished, they both went downstairs after the hunters had finished eating. Issei, as promised, collected everyone's plates and took them to wash in the kitchen sink. While he was preoccupied, the hunters took Artemis to a different living room and looked at her. Yes. The goddess of the hunt raised a curious eyebrow. What part of that man made you fall in love with him? A hunter asked. Artemis responded easily with a smile. He's a very profound man, he always cares more about others than himself. He's charitable, gentle, and always listens. He does everything he can for you. He also doesn't hesitate to defend innocent people. His sense of justice is unwavering and he's extremely in touch with his conscience and emotions. He's not naive and believes that everyone is capable of anything, regardless of age, gender, or race. His smile is also dazzling. It's so bright that my heart just wants to leap out of my chest and hug him. He always makes my heart melt, and I enjoy being with him every second. Artemis shouted a little but spoke slowly and endearingly. The hunters were impressed that a month could have such an effect on her, and were finally willing to let their goddess enter into a relationship without their supervision, not that she needed it in the first place. Very soon the time came for the hunters to leave, returning Issei's house to the peaceful silence he was used to. Issei was drying the dishes as he put the last ones away, but suddenly he felt a warm set of arms wrap around his waist. A soft sensation pressed against his back as he turned around. Artemis sighed contentedly as she smiled at him with her eyes closed. "I'll finish soon," he promised. "Don't rush it, I actually like something like this." She chuckled, "Ha ha ha. "I'm glad you found me all right," Issei smiled. "If I fall asleep, don't wake me up." Artemis whispered softly, "I'd be worried if you fell asleep while standing up." "Then you'd better catch me if I fall." Artemis spoke with a fake pout. "I might end up falling for you," Issei chuckled. When Issei finished drying the dishes, he turned around and hugged Artemis, who happily hugged him back. "So what did you want to do today?" he asked. "I heard there's a new amusement park in town. What about there?" Artemis spoke from the top of her head. "Sounds good." Issei smiled. The two departed later that day, heading for one of Kuoh's rural areas. When Artemis experienced a warp herself, it was very different from jumping through a magic circle. She had been surrounded by blue particles, darkening the area around her with energy before transporting her to another scenario rather than simply obscuring her vision with light. So that's what it means to be deformed. Artemis wondered to herself. More or less, however, it's not the battle variant. The version intended for combat is a bit more sudden and drastic. Issei explained as he held her hand and walked along the dirt path they were on. The carnival was quite busy, to say the least. Crowds of parents and their children rushed to the various attractions. It was a little difficult to discern who was in this crowd as time went on. Fortunately, Artemis stayed close to Issei. They went to different attractions like the pirate ship, which she found fun. They also played several games, winning some prizes from Artemis as a byproduct of the contests, which Issei suggested, challenging her to see who could perform best. "How about we go for that?" Issei pointed to a rotating platter as they left the games. Artemis had never been on anything like this before, so why not? She nodded, strapped herself into the ride, and waited to see what would happen. The ride came alive as the seats slowly began to move. This wasn't really unsettling for Artemis, as she found it a bit disappointing. Slowly, the ride accelerated before reaching its optimal speed, making everything around them appear blurry. To be honest, Artemis had experienced worse things in her life, so this wasn't exactly shocking her. Issei, on the other hand, had severely degraded his powers, so he wasn't exactly invulnerable to this either. He had to shake his head to ward off the wave of nausea that washed over him. Artemis placed a gentle hand on him and cast a little magic to ease his nausea. She gave him a sympathetic smile, though she couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. This wasn't exactly the reaction she'd expected from him. A man who could overthrow the gods would be defeated by a walk in the park. When they got off, Issei sat down on a bench, hunched over. "I got more than I expected." He laughed. "If my father saw you now, he would laugh at you mercilessly." "Don't tell him," Issei asked. "Of course, how about we do something a little less tiring?" Artemis suggested. "Like what?" "That." She pointed to the carousel. She laughed to herself. She realized he wanted to play a trick on her. Of course. He nodded. He agreed that perhaps the trip could help him get rid of his urge to throw. Sitting in a carriage, Issei closed his eyes before noticing that a particular presence was missing beside him. He turned and found Artemis waving to the crowd, smiling mischievously at him. Now he just looked like an overgrown man riding a carousel for childish reasons. "Okay, I see how it is." Issei smiled to himself. He was definitely going to pay her back. Still, he had to get over this first. Very few people were looking at him and blinking in surprise that a grown man was sitting in a carriage among children. There were at least a few adults, but they were all parents. When Issei got off the plane, he ignored the sarcastic comments about him and gave Artemis an exasperated look. He bit his lip as he smiled at her. He had to start coming up with a plan right away. "Shall we have fun?" she asked, playing shyly. "Actually, it was quite relaxing. You should have joined me because you missed out." Issei sighed. "Maybe another day," she joked. "Well, you won't miss what I have planned," Issei promised. "Let's go in there." Issei pointed to the House of Horrors. It was quite large, almost exactly like a real mansion and not like a house. It looked empty and creaky. The mansion's glass was cracked, vines twined up the sides of the wall, and the door opened freely with the slightest breeze. Warning, disturbing images and content, not for children. Age requirement 16. Artemis viewed this attraction with skepticism. Now, why was this built if only teenagers and adults were allowed inside? Issei, I hope you know this isn't going to work. She sighed in exasperation. Well, I could try to scare you if that's what you want. But actually, I wanted to come here because they're using my holographic projectors, so I'm interested to see how it turned out. Issei smiled wickedly. Following that logic, Artemis relented. She did make him ride a carousel after all. Issei was devilishly pleased that his prank might work since it was technology, so Artemis wouldn't be able to sense anything coming. Issei, on the other hand, had no problem with horror. Then he realized that Artemis probably wouldn't be scared, considering she'd seen some truly terrifying things. Whatever, at least we can experience something together. He complained to himself. The two passed through the creaking iron gates and opened the green wooden door, finding themselves gazing into a large, authentic mansion. The ornate green carpet opened up like a pathway for visitors, guiding them through the mansion. Golden candles, mirrors, and paintings decorated the main hall, which had 2 flights of stairs, one leading in and one leading out. Issei whistled, impressed. They put a lot of work into this. True, even the floor is creaking. Artemis noticed. They went up the stairs and looked in the mirrors, curious to see if anything would come out. Artemis passed in front of a mirror, and unbeknownst to her, the eyes of her reflection followed her, watching her as she passed. Artemis felt something was wrong and turned around, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Her reflection returned to normal in an instant. She shook her head, refusing to believe anything was amiss. She followed Issei up the stairs, but noticed his shadow was lengthening. Issei switched on a light in the hallway, causing it to flicker. For that brief moment, Artemis saw Issei's shadow transform into a horned silhouette, causing her to look at it skeptically. This is quite elaborate. The shadow matches Issei's. She thought to herself. Issei turned around and found a staff member looking in a mirror and laughed to himself. What's so funny? Artemis looked at him with a mocking expression. Actually, I'm kind of glad my projectors are working so well. He spoke passively. The two turned left and found themselves facing a long hallway with windows facing outwards. On the other side of the wall, there were several doors and a dead end in the hallway. Issei noticed a sign and read it aloud. There's one entrance and one exit. Don't hesitate too long. Open a door and proceed with caution. One wrong move and you'll be in a coffin. When all the doors are open, something comes out. Be careful, there are scares. Was cheesy, Artemis expressionless. Even so, they tried. Issei shrugged. Issei walked to the first door on the left and opened it. Inside, there was a room with paper walls and a crib. The room was dimly lit and gave off an unsettling atmosphere. Artemis felt a sense of unease when she looked inside. Issei went further inside as Artemis followed, curious to explore. Suddenly, the crib creaked and the toy lamp moved slightly. What was that? Issei asked. I don't know, it was probably the cradle. Goddess of the Hunt shrugged. Suddenly, Artemis froze when the painted ducks on the wall did something incredible. Her eyes flashed red when the toy lamp twisted again. She froze when she heard another creaking sound. Issei, I hope you understand that this isn't scary. She spoke, her tone clearly conveying her bravery. I'm not doing anything here. Issei sighed as he left the room. When Artemis turned around, she heard a baby cooing. At first, she ignored it, but her mind told her to turn back. Again, there was a cooing sound, but this time there was a soft scratching sound. Stopping instantly, she slowly turned around and saw a small hand holding the top of the crib. Slowly, Artemis walked back until suddenly a small creature with uneven fangs leaped out of the crib. It was dark blue with glowing red eyes, black wings, and a hissing growl. It flew straight toward Artemis as she instantly jumped back, her face twisted in surprise. Iyah! He screamed like the creature that was inches away from hitting its face. Suddenly, she vanished into thin air as Issei caught her. He was silent for a moment, savoring the memory of Artemis's frightened and shocked face. He couldn't deny it was cute when he saw small tears escape her eyes as her mouth moved in surprise. Her high-pitched scream helped too. Are you okay? I missed it. What did you see? He asked curiously. Baby monster. A ghost baby monster jumped on me. She pointed at the crib. Ooh, okay. Issei raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. Let's just go. Artemis cleared her throat and composed herself, although she was now walking a little faster. She was about to open the door next to her when she noticed Issei was about to open another one. What are you doing? She asked. I'll see if this door is the exit. Issei looked at her with a doubtful expression. She absolutely was not going to let him have this. Fine. He murmured as he opened the second door. Inside, there was something Artemis didn't like at all. A gigantic wall with a clown painted on it stared at her. A pale white face with eyeliner, red lips, a giant red nose, a bald head, and multicolored hair on the side looked at her with a crazy grin. Nope. She told herself instantly. Before he could leave the room and find Issei, a loud, disturbing laugh that sounded like that of a madman echoed in his ear. Heh ha 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 ha. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. It echoed at a very high volume, causing Artemis to jump as she accidentally pressed a button on the doorknob, which was cleverly positioned to trigger an audio clip. At that instant, a projection of a clown in a purple and green suit came to life next to Artemis, appeared, and opened the door, making her stare in horror as she screamed in panic, oblivious to the pixelated projection. UWHHHH. He screamed as he ran into the other room. ISSSSEA. She ran forward and instantly buried her face in his back, hugging him tightly, hoping to protect herself from whatever came out. Since she had never dealt with this kind of thing before, she couldn't really be blamed for being scared. Issei, let's go, okay. She looked at him. Issei turned around and on his face was a monster mask. It was white and spattered with blood, with glowing red pupils and black sclera. From its skeletal mouth protruded razor-sharp teeth as blood dripped from its lips. Issei let out a dark, demented laugh as Artemis's eyes widened in horror and she covered her mouth in shock. He let out a sob when she slapped him for his trick. Issei, you idiot. She cried as she ran out of the room and out of the mansion. It was no small feat when Issei literally flew into a wall, creating a hole shaped like him. He fainted for a moment before returning to normal and quickly removed his mask. That was a bad idea after all. He groaned as he quickly chased after her. Artemis wasted no time running out of the mansion, panting as she leaned against an exterior wall. As it was ending, she had entered the hallway leading downstairs and was pursued by a vast river of blood, frightening her even more. At least it was only a projection, but the sound and the realism had deceived her. She felt a little disappointed in herself. She had faced gods, demons, angels, yokai, and various other horrors, and yet she was frightened by this. Was it because she had never experienced this before? Or was it because it was so ridiculous that her mind didn't know how to process it? Then suddenly he finally realized how strangely she'd been acting lately. The old woman would have just ignored everything and brushed off those scary jokes. Hell, she probably would have gone through the whole time without batting an eye. Why had she changed so much so quickly? Perhaps it was because of Issei. His presence had sunk deep into her heart, unleashing parts of her she'd kept sealed away in the darkest recesses of her being. She chuckled. She'd spent so much time fighting despicable men that she'd never experienced anything normal, given the old days. Destroying monsters and enemies without mercy while basking in the glory of godhood had become everything to her. She let out a small laugh when she realized she had done something she had always secretly wanted to do. She had to do something that a normal person, let alone a normal girl, would do. That was spend time with a loved one. Issei ran out of the mansion, frantically looking around until he turned around and saw Artemis sitting on the ground by the gates. Artemis. He knelt before her with a look of stern apology and guilt. She puffed out her cheeks and grimaced at him as she was brought back to the present. It was then that she remembered why she had been angry with him and why she was there. Idiot. Do you know how scared I was? She complained. I know, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been pressing your buttons with all those scares, but I really thought you wouldn't have been scared. Issei knelt in seiza and bowed his head. Artemis sighed. He had calmed down, so the rational part of his mind had finally settled. It really wasn't worth going crazy. Okay, let's sweep this under the rug and call it fair. He lightly tapped his lover's head. Issei looked up, uncertain. Are you sure? If you want to punish me, I'll take it. He promised. Be careful with promises like that. I might just accept you and do something you might not like at all. She smiled slyly. Why was it so hard for her to get angry with him? Okay. I'll go get us something. What do you want? Issei stood up and sat her down on a bench. Anything is fine, however, I would like some water. Okay, give me a few minutes. The young man nodded as he disappeared into the crowd. Artemis watched as he walked away, but then she realized there was someone else. He looked strangely familiar and sinisterly so. The man turned around and she froze in shock. It was Orion, and not just his descendant. It was the real, original Orion. He smiled at her smugly and continued walking away. He pointed at the House of Mirrors and gestured for her to leave. The building was hexagonal with the attraction's name spelled out in neon lights. Against her better judgment, she followed her. She was determined to find out what had been done to her powers. She also refused to involve Issei, remembering the horrific injuries he had secretly suffered after dealing with attackers who were searching for her. She glanced in the direction Issei had gone and decided there wasn't time to go looking for him. She would have to handle this herself. Rising, she walked quickly to where Orion had disappeared and entered. Sectioned glass mirror panels lined a corridor, giving a foreboding sense of inevitability. She walked along the path and sensed exactly where Orion was. She was about to destroy all the mirrors in the room when she remembered there were human civilians outside. She also hadn't been transported elsewhere. This complicated matters since she had promised never to use explosive attacks while near innocent people. It's been a long time. How have you been? I read a bit and heard you've been up to a lot since I've been gone. How's your little group of misfits doing? I'm sure they're not as good with their aim as I am. Orion's voice echoed throughout the building. The mere sound of his voice irritated her. She frowned as she tried to pinpoint his location. Somehow he managed to conceal his exact position. I was betting you'd follow me. I knew you wouldn't resist. It seems you really miss me. Orion laughed. How are you here? You should be dead. Artemis growled. It's simple really, however you'll have to guess it. Orion smiled. Don't mess with me. I killed you. There's no way you can be here. You did it millennia ago. There's no way you can be alive. As a goddess, she knew there was no way the dead could return without consequences, and the obstacles set in place to resurrect the dead into full living flesh were far too arduous for anyone to bear. So seeing me still makes you blush like a little girl in love again. Orion stepped out from behind a mirror. I still feel like throwing up, Artemis scoffed. Good heavens, that's not a facial expression the beautiful maiden should be making. Good heavens, times have changed you. You used to be so gentle and positive, what a shame. Orion sighed and shrugged. Why are you here? The goddess asked, confused. I came to collect my prize. He looked at her. Too bad, I'm drunk. She fired back. Orion's eyes narrowed. Yes, I remember seeing that commoner, Issei, right? What do you see in that foolish mortal? His tone sounded calm, but it trembled with fury if one listened closely. I see a lot in him. He's 1,000 times more than you. HMPH, I think you really are a blind girl. Don't worry. I'll show you sides that will fascinate you in time. Orion laughed with a haughty attitude. Over my dead body, Artemis growled. He created his bow and arrow from a silvery light, forming a solid bow with intricate designs engraved on it with lines coiling throughout. There was no string because a line of energy served to fire the arrows. She formed an arrow and shot it at Orion. She may have been weakened, but that didn't mean she wasn't powerful. Orion knew he shouldn't stay still, so he slipped between the walls of the mirrors before closing them tightly. Coward. It seems you've lost the guts of a man. Artemis shouted. You of all people should know that a hunter stalks his prey and attacks when it is most vulnerable. Orion fired back. However, you spent so much time talking that you never got as many kills as I did. Artemis smiled. An arrow flew toward Artemis from behind, but she dodged and returned fire. It ricocheted off a mirror as they closed once more. Focusing on where she was, Artemis fired an arrow that shattered a glass panel, revealing another path of mirrors behind her. In retaliation, Orion released an arrow as he sailed toward her from the side near the entrance. Artemis leaped at him as Orion rushed toward her and struck with his knife. The goddess turned around in midair and kicked him in the navel, causing a snapping sound before retreating behind the mirrored walls. So, what does that man have that I don't? Orion asked with an air of superiority. First of all, he's not arrogant to a domineering degree. He doesn't babble about his work like you do. Second, he actually cares about people and thinks about the consequences of his actions. Artemis didn't hesitate to reply. It's fools like him who accomplish nothing in life. People like him are weak. They neither give nor gain anything. Only by demonstrating superiority can one solidify their strength and validate themselves. That's why I'm famous. That's also why you became a hunter after all. Artemis couldn't deny that. She had become a huntress to show the world she wasn't a breeding factory. She wasn't a tool to be used and discarded. She was a living person and deserved the right to be seen and treated as such. Orion reappeared, this time directly above her. Sensing him, Artemis leaped back and fired in a split second. The male hunter jumped, but Artemis fired a second beam which grazed his back before vanishing once more into the crystal corridors. That's exactly what killed you. She fired back. True, however, let me ask you this. Are you sure he really loves you? Are you sure he's not doing this to win your heart and seduce you? Orion asked, his voice loud and slightly commanding, as if he thought he had left her perplexed. As if you could say just anything. That question had irritated her. You're a man who hates. Isn't it hypocritical that you reject male interaction for so long and then fall in love so easily? Don't you find it strange that this happened while you were on high alert? Artemis paused for a moment when she realized the logic of what she was saying. What you two have is puppy love. I've known you for years. You've known him for 2 months. How can you act so confidently when you don't even know enough about him? Orion laughed. Artemis couldn't deny that she and East had crossed many lines very quickly and very early. However, that was by normal standards. She had built her existence on challenging standards. In her heart, she knew her love for Issei was real. Her intuition told her so, and she had faith in it. Even if others looked down on him, she didn't. What do you know about love? You know nothing about it. You only love with your carnal instincts. I love Issei with all my heart, and I know he does the same. Just because you want to think with your head about the past doesn't mean you're right about everything. Issei sees me for who I am, not for how I look. He risked his life and limbs for someone like me, someone he didn't even know, and brought me home to my family. He's changed people for the better and does what he can to improve their lives. He never asks for anything and always thinks of others. That's why I love him. I don't need to wait years to tell him. I may be immortal, but I won't waste it wandering around. Artemis felt power and courage gather in her heart as she took a step forward. Suddenly, everything around him became much clearer. He could sense Orion's location and gauge his power level now. He was finally beginning to feel a real amount of his power returning. Artemis decided she needed to be quicker and calm down. She gathered her power into a concentrated arrow that would surely pierce through anything without exploding. Now she also knew where Orion was. It was clear he was trying to distract her and attack when he was ready, since he knew he couldn't confront her directly. Orion was only human, and the idea that humans could equal immortals was still fresh in his mind. Artemis pointed her bow into the air and let one arrow fly and sail toward the arrogant fool. Sensing his movements, she fired another arrow that curved around the corner of the Hall of Mirrors, struck the first arrow, sending it spinning in midair before firing a third arrow propelling the first forward. Orion, alarmed by the conspicuous display, withdrew his father. Artemis smiled. She did as she wished, allowing him to win easily. She turned and predicted his whereabouts by the sound of the wind and by sensing his presence. She charged an arrow with her power and shot it through several mirror panels. Orion turned to the side when he heard loud noises approaching. True to his suspicions, an arrow pierced the crystal beside him, shattering his reflection as he himself shattered moments later. A silver arrow of light pierced his heart, ending his life swiftly and decisively. "How could I lose so easily?" he grunted. "It's the same with your heroes of yesteryear. You talk too much and then you're wrong. All that talk really helped me focus on you." Artemis approached him, appearing from a corner of mirrors. Orion smiled. "Do you think this is the end? Guess again." He stood up and let out a loud scream as his power increased exponentially. Dark markings appeared on his body as his muscles swelled, and he grew to a height of no less than 9 feet tall. His hair became more wavy and his voice dropped to monstrous growls. "Do you see this? This is the power that was given to me from you." He growled. "I doubt it." Artemis threw it full of arrows, making it stagger backward. His arrows had the power to purify anything, just like his brother Apollo's arrows. However, they also came with the power to seal movements. "Try harder next time." Orion groaned as he ran toward her. His steps were heavy and powerful, creating dents in the ground as he rushed toward her. Artemis turned around, kicking him in the chin and sending him flying above the ground. The mutated Orion regained its posture in the air and struck the air, sending a pulse of wind and air to blow it away. "You're no Heracles, Orion. You were never a great fighter," Artemis said. She spun in the air and kicked him in the chin, sending him crashing to the ground with a loud thud as several fragments of glass scattered across the floor. Orion, in despair, turned towards her. "If you kill me, you will lose your powers. They will vanish and never return," he barked. Aiming while levitating in the air, he fired several dozen arrows that embedded themselves in his hands and feet, trapping him. Landing softly on the ground, Artemis glared at him. "I don't care about that right now. I want to know how you came back from the dead. Was it through a sacred gear?" she asked. The sacred gear was not from his pantheon, but it certainly found its way into every existing human being. Orion groaned. Artemis made an arrow and pointed it at his head. "Start talking," he demanded. "I used my descendant's body to reshape a body for myself, and then I used their soul to make my body complete. I don't really know much more than that. I just met this entity that offered me a second life. That's all I know, honestly." Artemis recalled how Orion II died. His body had never actually been recovered, so there was plausibility to that. However, Orion's soul should have become a constellation. There was no way a mere mortal soul could have done what Orion did. "You're lying. Who's helping you? A mortal soul can't return to life on its own." She looked at him with a cold, threatening expression. "I don't know who. I just heard a voice speak to me and I woke up after being told how my body was made. That's all I know." This was troubling. There was no way to identify the cause of the whole incident at that point. Obviously, it was a being of divine origin, but without details, there was nowhere to go. "Did you see how she looked?" Artemis continued poking. "No, my vision was dark, even like a ghost in the underworld. It's as if someone put a bag over my head and started talking to me. They promised me a new life and power, your power." Orion spoke frantically. Even with Artemis's power, he was too inept to use it. He barely touched a tiny fraction of her true strength. If he understood it, he could have given her trouble. Suddenly, a pool of darkness appeared beneath them both. Artemis flew back away from the shadow, but Orion was still trapped in place. "You have outlived your purpose. Thank you for giving me the time I needed. You may return to death." A deep metallic voice echoed in the darkness as several thorns pierced Orion, dissolving him before he could even make a sound. His body slowly faded away as his soul disappeared into the afterlife. Artemis was the only one who remained, watching in confusion. So much had happened, and yet she hadn't gone anywhere. Within seconds, she heard heavy, rapid footsteps as Issei rushed through the door. He immediately ran to her and hugged her tightly. "I felt like something was wrong. What happened?" he asked. Artemis had told Issei what had just happened, which caused him concern and trouble. "So someone is reviving the dead and enhancing them." Issei mused. Was this related to what happened to him earlier? While Artemis had entered the House of Mirrors, Issei confronted a mysterious figure. When he returned to where Artemis had been waiting, he found no one there. He quickly looked around until he saw her heading toward the House of Mirrors. When he tried to follow her, he encountered a ghostly face made of shadows. It was like staring into two bright green eyes with an open mouth that emitted the same brilliant green light. When Issei looked at it, he felt his senses sharpen, warning him of extreme danger. "Relax." The shadow spoke in a calm and soothing tone when he noticed Issei preparing for a fight. "What are you?" he asked curtly. "No one ever comes by. A colleague of mine wanted to spend some time alone with your wife, so I promised him that, so here I am talking to you." The shadow made a friendly sound come out of his tone, but Issei wasn't fooled. This thing felt sinister and ancient. "Sorry, but I'm busy right now." Issei then noticed that a barrier had surrounded the House of Mirrors. A layer of magical seals covered the structure, closing it off from the outside. Everyone who approached him simply turned around and walked away as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry too, but my friend wants to be alone for a while. The shadow sighed, so you're the one behind all this. I knew something was off about Orion II. Anyway, who is this friend of yours? Issei gave a threatening look. Orion the original. Impossible, Issei spoke skeptically. That's true, the boy wanted a meeting and I gave it to him in exchange for a test. The shadow replied cheerfully, so what are you, a god, a ghost? Issei asked again, neither, I'm much older. And why are you doing this? Issei growled, patience now, that's all for me to know and for you to discover later. Now then, let's talk about you since you've asked me so much. The shadow smiled. I don't see much justification for that since you haven't answered my questions. Issei grunted, true, however it would be boring if I told you everything about myself. But I suppose it's acceptable to tell you that I am a spirit. I have been around for much longer than many deities who live in the present. Only the oldest know who I am. Anyway, I'll tell you that. You could also say that I enjoy mixing things up from time to time. The shadow gave an amused chuckle. Terribly polite you are, Issei spoke with a sarcastic tone. I make sure I have manners. The shadow smiled. The fact that the shadow could make facial expressions was even more unsettling. Now let's get back to the topic. Let's talk about her relationship with Artemis. Issei didn't like where this was going. What is it to you? It's not worth much, but maybe some things were overlooked. Like, for example, are you sure she loves you for who you are? Are you sure she loves your heart and not your power? You may not be much now, but in the past you could have taken over the whole world. It's really baffling that you didn't step up to the plate. The shadow made a complex face. There's also the fact that she's a goddess who hates men. You count as a man, by extension, doesn't she hate you? And besides, are you sure this isn't just puppy love? Are you sure there isn't some elaborate trick that will be pulled off? After all, deities tried to work for their own agendas. Artemis could be using you to protect you and then stab you in the back when she's done. This alarmed Issei. This thing knew too much about his life. So you've been watching everyone, or were you just stalking me? She asked, hinting at dangerous intentions. Oh, I only see like a normal person. I can only see what I can physically see. Although I'm flattered by your implications, I'm not an omnipresent entity. The shadow then gave a surprised look. Oh, looks like I let a little too much out of the way. Oh well, I need to say goodbye. I can only interact with this dimension for so long. It was a pleasant conversation. Let's have a good chat time. The shadow smiled, a haunting half-moon shape forming around its lips as it vanished. Issei, who saw the barrier disappear, instantly headed to the House of Mirrors. Back in the present, Issei reflected on the words he had shared with the shadow. He shared his experience with Artemis, who was shocked and disturbed by this new development. She knew a lot about Issei, and he certainly didn't seem like an old spirit. Whatever the case, they had to be on their guard. However, her mind had drifted to where Issei mentioned the validity of her love for him. I just wanted to tell you what that thing said, however, I don't believe it. He smiled at his goddess as he said this. So you don't doubt me at all? She looked at him, puzzled. Normally, she'd be doubting herself if she were in his shoes. No, it's because I heard what you said to Orion. I'm not worried. Issei chuckled. Artemis blushed when she realized she had heard her cheesy lines. Well, I know it was cheesy, but still that's how I feel. Artemis stepped back from him as she looked away in embarrassment. Issei shook his head. He hugged her and gave her a long, deep kiss on the lips. It was sweet and happy, as if time stood still in that moment. What you said really touched me. It was truly sweet to me, Issei said after they parted ways. Artemis gasped as she blushed terribly at the overwhelming reaction to her words and her embarrassment over them. Let's go home, I'll make you dinner. Issei put his arm around her as they left. What about the House of Mirrors? She asked. Just act like we don't see anything. He chuckled. Artemis laughed. At the end of the day, she felt a certain closure as her old flame had died and was replaced by a new burning passion for the former grim Herald. Chapter 5: The Future of the Underworld. Arc 2: Academic Affairs. Issei and Artemis wasted no time in telling Zeus and the other major gods of other pantheons what had happened with the resurrection of Orion and the Shade. This news had proven to be cause for alarm, as something far older than the gods existed. Whether or not there was truth to it had to be debated. However, Odin definitely knew it would be foolish to dismiss their claims. Several other gods and goddesses were practically compiling their own stories. Artemis wasn't someone who would invent something just to cause a ruckus. Issei was someone who tried to preserve peace, so he definitely wasn't someone who would do this for the sake of chaos. Therefore, it was postponed that all pantheons be cautious. If something could revive a dead figure from myth and steal a magical object known only to a select few, then all pantheons would be in danger. After the meeting, Zeus spoke once more with Issei and Artemis in private. Artemis, we've looked into this. We've discovered it's an ancient curse that afflicts you. It steals your energy and places it within an object. From what you've told us, that object was used to power Orion. With his death, that stolen power has been lost. Terribly, this may mean you'll never regain that lost power. Zeus sounded mortified but sighed and perked up a bit in the next part. However, with more time, you will be able to regain your strength. Until then, you will just have to be patient. Furthermore, Zeus then turned to Issei. The request I made of you, I release you from it. From now on, it is your decision to protect Artemis. However, I only say this because I am now aware of your relationship. Congratulations, I couldn't have asked for a better man to be with my daughter. Zeus smiled broadly. I'm happy you approved. In fact, I thought you were going to throw lightning bolts at me. Issei spoke nervously. No, I'll only do that if you hurt her. What I would never do. Which I believe. The two responded by spitting fire when Artemis laughed at their stupidity. Well, if there's nothing else, we'll leave now. Artemis placed a hand on Issei as they turned away. Having said this, Zeus was left to watch as they left. Odin approached the king of the Olympians and stroked his beard. So I heard that Azazel, Michael, and Surzech are in the process of drafting a peace treaty. That sounds good. They've already sent me a message about it. Odin laughed with delight. Indeed, a whole new network of possibilities will open up. However, there will be those who oppose this peace. Zeus mused ominously. Don't worry, there's someone who always tries to keep the peace, Odin replied. Issei, that man, we really need to start making it up to him better. Zeus sighed. You already gave it to your daughters, ho ho ho. I didn't know you were already looking for a son-in-law. I didn't do it, my daughter chose it, but I have no say in the matter. The last time I gave one of my children away, it was my adopted daughter to my son. That didn't turn out well, even after my divorce. Zeus squeaked, at least this couple turned out happy. I can see that even if I only have one eye. Odin smiled. However, given how kind and positive he can be, Issei is sure to attract many women. I have a feeling a harem is coming, Zeus joked. Oh ho ho ho, I hope Artemis agrees with that. Your pantheon is known for a lot of jealous love. Odin gasped. Oh, I don't know, Issei might be very lucky. Zeus and Odin roared with laughter. When the man arrived home, he sneezed. Are you okay? You didn't get sick, did you? Artemis approached her side. I think someone's talking about me. Issei sneezed again. It could be your imagination, the silver-haired woman said, chuckling. At that moment, a magic circle appeared in the middle of the room. Issei looked at it and saw that it was red with a very specific marking. I smell trouble. Issei groaned to himself. From outside the circle, a young man with crimson hair and turquoise eyes appeared. He wore ceremonial shoulder loincloths and radiated an aura of pure charisma and power. Beside him stood a woman with silver hair and silver eyes dressed in elegant clothing that belied nobility. Hello, Surzech. Hello, Graphia. Issei greeted his old friends. Issei-san, I hope you're all right. Surzech smiled when he noticed Artemis's presence. Ah, forgive me, Lady Artemis, I hadn't noticed you. He bowed. Don't worry, I'm not like my fellow Greeks. You can address me normally. Artemis smiled politely. May I ask what brings you here? Issei asked. I've come to you because there's a difficult situation. You see, my little sister has been forced into an arranged marriage. Surzech gave a worried look. Here we go. It's another problem with my sister and it's a big one now. Issei was exasperated. Give me the details. Issei beckoned. My younger sister Rias is engaged to the third son of Clan Phoenix. As you know, our numbers are dangerously low, so this was arranged in an attempt to prevent the pureblood devils from going extinct. However, Rias is very independent and has caused quite a stir. While there was an agreement that she wouldn't have to worry about anything until she graduates from university, there has been a push from the upper ranks that the number of devils is declining too rapidly, mainly due to internal conflicts and infighting between clans. So the old folks are pressuring the two families to marry their children so they can count the population. Good heavens, those foolish old folks never give up. Honestly, do I have to go there and bring the new ones back again? Issei touched his face. Artemis was surprised by this revelation. Issei really got involved in other matters. She was surprised that her home wasn't surrounded by paparazzi from all over the world. On the other hand, she couldn't help but laugh at how well this kind of thing suited Issei. Riser Fenix, my future brother-in-law, is also against it, but he's resigned himself to his fate. That's where you come in. I need your help to dissolve the marriage. Surzech looked at Issei with a truly desperate expression. So you want me to go back down and raise hell again? He looked timidly at the Mao. I'd love to see you do that to the superiors, but no, I need you to train my sister and her peerage. You see, I suggested a mock qualifying game to ensure a way out can be made for both of them. If Rias wins, then the arranged marriage problem will be dissolved. If Riser wins, then the engagement continues. There's also something my sister has done. Surzech paused for dramatic effect. Which one is it? Issei urged him to continue. She has reincarnated the Sekiryuutei. Issei made a sound of acceptance as he drank his tea. It's been a while since I've met one. What's the person like? He asked indifferently. Surzech remained impassive, waiting to elicit a greater reaction from his old friend. She's what you'd call one of a kind. Her name is Yuma Amano and she happens to be half-fallen angel, Surzech elaborated. Interesting, I haven't encountered a Sekiryuutei like this before. Well, I'm more than happy to help. Seeing as you're the Mao, you have to set a good example. Very well, tell me where and when I can meet your sister and her peerage. I also want some information about them so I can create a training regimen for them. Issei smiled. Surzech looked completely grateful as he left a stack of folders. This should tell you what you need to know. Also, do you mind if I speak with you privately? Surzech stood up as Issei led him to another room. So why is Artemis at your house? Are you receiving another request? Now Surzech felt guilty for putting more on Issei's plate. No, it's more like we're together now, he admitted hesitantly. Surzech looked at him uncomprehending for a moment. What? He exclaimed in a quiet whisper. Yes, it's a long story that I'm not going to tell. Issei insisted. Well, finally you've found someone. Surzech smiled. He was genuinely happy that his friend had found someone. He had always considered Issei like an older brother, so it was a relief for him. What about you? How are things going with Seraphal? Issei smiled. It's going well. However, she's playing around a bit too much now. She started doing it even more than before. Give her the slightest bit of reason and she'll swap her outfits for her magical girl costume. Surzech chuckled good-naturedly. That's bad news actually. Issei groaned. I find it endearing but exhausting. Surzech chirped cheerfully, his face pale. I always thought you and Grafia would reunite. Issei snorted. Well, I've always seen her as my sister and she only sees me as a brother. At first we thought we had feelings, but it was more familial than romantic. My parents even ended up adopting her. It's funny, isn't it? Surzech laughed ironically. At least things turned out all right. Issei spoke in a cheerful and positive tone. That's right. Anyway, I'd like to ask you to meet my sister and her nobility tomorrow morning at one of our residences in the human world. I'll provide sleeping arrangements for you and Lady Artemis, of course. There's also a 10-day period for the match. Issei nodded in confirmation as the two returned to the other room. However, the former Grim Herald paused and felt the need to retreat to a different place. The reason was simple. Artemis and Grafia were glaring at each other. I'll see you tomorrow then, take care. Surzech smiled before leaving. Likewise. Issei spoke nervously. When his guests left, Issei waited silently to see if Artemis would become indignant with him. He didn't know why, but his instincts told him to be on his guard. So how did you become friends with those two? The moon goddess asked. It was a long time ago. It was during the civil war between their old and new governments. Surzech was fighting for the new Mao faction and Grafia was fighting for the old Mao faction. I was in the area and noticed that their fighting was injuring civilians, so I intervened. I ended up attracting the attention of both sides, specifically Grafia and Surzech. They both tried to recruit me, but I refused. However, I acted on my own and decided to discreetly help the new Mao faction while trying to reason with the old Mao faction. Issei ruffled his hair as he recalled the chaotic fighting that had taken place. In the process, I became friends with Surzech and only helped when it was to save more lives. I also ended up saving Grafia and convincing the Gremory clan to take her in after she became disillusioned with the old Mao faction. Issei sighed. How did you do that? Artemis's curiosity grew even more. I know Surzech's father Zeoticus Gremory. He knew all the leaders of the great factions before their war began. It was sad really. I couldn't do anything but watch. Issei sneered at himself. Guilt washed over him as he recalled the Great War. His old friends among the angels had turned against each other, and he had simply stood there and watched as some were shot down while others fell. Even in his youth and weakness, he felt his words could have made a difference. Artemis placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and smiled sweetly at him, seeing his emotions reflected in his eyes. Issei gave her a quick kiss on the lips to express his gratitude. So when are you leaving tomorrow? He asked curiously. Early, probably at 7:00. Do you want to come with me? Of course, Artemis nodded enthusiastically. She felt like it was a getaway with her boyfriend, though she knew Issei had duties to attend to, so she would be there for him if he ever needed her. Besides, she wanted to make sure he didn't have any more nightmares. It had seemed unbearable when she first heard him in his sleep, so she wanted to prevent him from having any more. Okay, by the way, what was going on between you and Grafia earlier? It was like you two were making sparks with eye contact, Issei asked. Artemis just gave a nervous laugh. It was nothing, we both felt uncomfortable. She dismissed his question. In truth, both felt an instant tension. Their feminine instincts had flared, marking them as adversaries. Artemis felt her position threatened the moment she looked at Grafia. She couldn't deny that the other woman was enchanting and beautiful. She had the same silver hair and her proportions were very well proportioned. She also radiated an aura that made it clear she was leagues above others she had faced. At her current level, she wasn't sure she could actually face her and emerge unscathed. Issei raised an eyebrow and knew there was more to this matter than Artemis had let slip, but he dropped it anyway. The next morning, Issei and Artemis stood in front of a mansion that seemed relatively normal, though he could sense the presence of demons within. He approached the iron gates and rang the doorbell. He thought it rude to simply appear in someone's house through a magic circle without warning. Unlike several other magical beings, he had manners. He was referring mainly to Zeus and Azazel in that regard. A moment later, a young demon emerged from the mansion. He had blonde hair and pale blue eyes. He was fit but appeared frail. Greetings, I'm Kiba Yuyudo. You must be Issei-sama. Follow me inside. Surzech-sama is waiting for you. He bowed, indicating Issei and Artemis inside. They entered the living room, and Issei found himself looking at 6 young devils, including Kuoh. He remembered seeing their profiles and finding them very promising for the future. If they made it out of this in one piece, then the future would certainly look brighter. I'm glad you came, Issei. This is my younger sister, Rias, and her Peerage. She gestured toward a plump young woman with crimson hair and turquoise eyes. Issei nearly spat. Rias was the spitting image of his mother, though a bit younger and with his father's eye and hair color. They looked so alike that he was about to call Surzets as a joke. Hello, I'm Issei Hayaudu. Surzets has asked me to come here to train you. He bowed politely. Issei is an old friend of mine. I would trust him with my life, so I ask you to do the same for him. Contrary to how he may behave or present himself, I am certain that Issei is stronger than I am. Therefore, I believe I am leaving you in good hands. Be sure to listen to him carefully. Surzets smiled reassuringly, then disappeared in a magic circle. Grafia then spoke. I'll stay here to keep an eye on him for Surzets' sake. However, don't worry about me. If you need any help, just ask. She spoke calmly. I thought you were going back to Surzets, Grafia, Issei asked. No. I decided to come here of my own free will. She responded in the same brilliant way. Issei nodded in recognition before addressing Rias' Peerage. While I'd like to meet you all first, I'm afraid we don't have time to sit down and chat casually. Seeing as there are only 10 days to train, I'd like to see how you all are doing in terms of your overall abilities. Issei then gestured toward the backyard, urging the nobility to follow him. Let me see. Issei looked at his papers as he looked at each member of the nobility one by one. Very well, I've formed a pairing system for the match. The first group will be as follows: Rias vs Aquino, Kuoh vs Rainier, and Ange vs Kaneko. He listed them, however, he encountered some conflict. Excuse me, assassin, but Ange completely lacks combat capabilities. Rias spoke with regret. This was a big problem. This was forcing Issei to alter the plan from the very beginning. Alright, Taojiaosen, would you be so kind as to teach Ange some physical combat? Even the basics will do. He asked the little girl. I'll try, she nodded. The rest of you will train as instructed earlier for 5 minutes, then you will not stop before then. Issei turned to the other 4 members. He had paired them up to give them experience in one-on fights with other demons. From what Surzets had told him, Rias and her Peerage didn't have much experience fighting other demons besides strays. Against someone of Riser's caliber, this was a serious disadvantage. Immediately, everyone got to work. Each training session lasted 5 minutes so Issei could understand everyone's strengths and weaknesses. It would have been obvious because of the evil peace system, but he wanted to look for other weaknesses so he could eliminate them. When Rias and Aquino began their session, she could see that they were relying solely on their magic. She understood that this was their strength but discovered that they were far too vulnerable at close range. Aquino avoided getting into shape, and Rias didn't have the physical power to do much against most demons. Rias enveloped her hand in the power of destruction and unleashed a significant amount of power. The blast ripped through the ground, tearing up the grass in a chaotic fashion as it swirled toward Aquino. Creating a barrier, Aquino deflected the fire, unleashing a bolt of yellow thunder magic at her king. Rias simply blocked it and darted to the side, doing something a mage of her kind didn't often do. She kicked the ground and launched herself into the air, firing another wave of destruction. Manifesting her wings, the black-haired woman transformed her clothing into that of a Miko. This was interesting to Issei, as it meant she had placed a limiter on herself. Holding her hand forward, Aquino created a magic circle in the air, floating directly above Rias. Take this, he said as he fired a great thunderbolt from the circle. Charging a concentrated blast of destruction in her hands, Rias slowly pierced through the beam before it reached the circle, shattering it. Is that all, Aquino? Rias sneered. Ara yufufufu, you didn't look down. Aquino chuckled. As I had pointed out, a yellow magic circle formed beneath the princess of the Gremory clan. A pillar of thunder shot up from the ground, electrocuting Rias, who gasped and screamed in pain. When the attack subsided, she stood smoking, panting from exhaustion. Sorry Rias, I hope you're not hurt too badly. Aquino chuckled, though Issei realized she was just kicking the can down the road. Don't worry, I'll share my pain with you. Rias smiled as she fired small, individual waves of destruction from her fingertips, creating 5 explosions that closed in on Aquino. Quickly forming a magic circle to defend herself, Aquino's defenses were overwhelmed when Rias' attack bombarded her spell, shattering her shield and sending her crashing to the ground. Issei looked towards where Rainier and Kuoh were training and found the two of them engaged in the opposite type of session naturally. Kuoh was using his sacred eraser to strike Rainier's guard. She had manifested the red gauntlet, the boosted gear, and was wielding a light spear, a favorite weapon of the angels. Rainier was having trouble defending against Kuoh's speed, but thanks to the boosted gear's fortification, her spear maintained its structure. That was quite a creative idea on her part. Kuoh grinned as he slid behind her, but his sword was blocked by Rainier's spear, creating a powerful impact as she turned, forcing Kuoh to leap back. He threw his sword, which bounced off but distracted the Sekiryuutei long enough for her to create 2 new swords, one of fire and one of ice. On Rainier, who blocked his attack, but it was clear that his spear would soon break. Boost, the boosted gear announced. Raynair pushed Kiba back and threw her light spear. The knight simply tore it apart but was met with a surprise. Raynair pointed her finger at him and fired a small beam of red energy, destroying everything in its path as she barely noticed Kiba, who used his speed to get out of the way. Issei looked at his watch and discovered that 5 minutes had passed. Very good, that's enough. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. I've seen enough to make a few points, so let's take a short break. Issei said as Grafia gave everyone water. Rias, you have a great gift, but you're not using it wisely. You lack focus. When you fired destruction blasts, it was done wildly. As it traveled distances, I saw it lose power as it continued. That brings me to my first point. You need to concentrate and refine the blast of your magic. Second, you lack versatility. Aside from the time you fired 5 separate blasts, you didn't do much more than throw generic waves. You need techniques that you can apply to different situations, Issei criticized. Rias sighed to herself and nodded. Aquino was next. You have a versatile skill set, but if you're going to fight the Phoenix clan, you need to use magic other than thunder. You need to use ice and water, which will naturally help you. Your element of destructive power may be thunder, but the cold elements will be your ally for this fight, so focus on that instead of thunder since you're already an expert in that element. Also, capitalize on your other traits. Magic is your strength, but your defenses and physical capabilities are lacking. Riser's team has a lot of close-range fighters, which puts you and Gremory-sama at a disadvantage. Kiba, you have a good level of speed, however, you hit your opponent's defenses too often. Target one spot and test it, then move to another area. Don't capitalize on a point unless you have no other option. I also suggest you use armor if necessary, as your build makes you fragile. You must accelerate your trump card by making a decisive attack. Raynair, it was a good idea to use the boosted gear to improve your spear's structure, and the magic blast was well done, but like the others, you're fragile. The boosted gear is comprehensive for all forms of combat, so you may have to balance your abilities. With sacred gears, your creativity will play a huge role in how you fight. Cough rests on her dress. Cough. Asia, I'm afraid your situation is the most dire. With Twilight healing, you're the only way your allies can heal, so it's wise to stay away from the front lines. However, there will come a time when you must rely solely on yourself in combat. You live the life of a demon. The battle will come to you naturally. You must put aside your doubts and be ready to hurt others, as there will be those who only want to harm you regardless of morality. Issei had to speak more gently to her as it was a very difficult thing to ask of her. Kaneko, I saw your training with Asia and you're in good shape. Your strength isn't at the same level as others because of your build, but I think that can benefit you. Since you're shorter, it makes you more agile and a bit faster than the traditional tower. That makes you good against other towers because they'll be bigger and heavier. Issei then looked at his sheet and made notes for himself. This pairing was done to let you see what kind of opponent you would naturally face in a raiding game. I had a mage fighting a mage and a power type against a technique type. However, it's time to change partners. You must be able to handle different types of opponents well. Your game won't be like hunting strays. Your opponent won't be blinded by the madness of mutation. Before another session could begin, Asia raised her hand. I'm sorry, but can you explain everything you just said? She asked meekly. Issei nodded politely with a positive smile. In the raiding games, there are 3 main types of fighters: mage types who specialize in magic, technique types who focus on critically striking their enemies with tactics and techniques, and power types who overwhelm opponents with brute force. There is also a 4th class, the support type, who provides assistance from the sidelines. He pulled a whiteboard from a pocket dimension and wrote on it for Asia to analyze. So where do we all fit in? She asked again. Rias and Aquino are mage types, Kiba is a technique type, Raynair is a power technique type, Kaneko is a power type, and you're a support mage type. However, all of this can change as I haven't seen everything you all can do yet. Issei smiled. When the next training session arrived, he paired Rias against Kiba and Aquino against Raynair. That turned out to be a bit more interesting to watch. Rias fired several beams of destruction, quickly applying Issei's advice to her tactics, but she was still sloppy with her technique. Kiba was doing his best to overcome Rias' defenses, but he didn't have anything that could truly break through her barrier. Aquino and Raynair were neck and neck. Aquino kept Raynair at a distance while pressuring her with magic. After the constant changes in his fighting partners, Issei was able to formulate different schedules for each member of Peerage, in an attempt to expand their abilities to adapt to large numbers of battles and increase their strengths while minimizing their weaknesses. That would be done through teamwork naturally. He tasked Rias with training with her power of destruction in an attempt to create new techniques and refine her control over her gift. He was confident she would perform well, as the stakes were high. Aquino needed to learn multicasting spells. She was a master at single-casting spells, but she would be the one to support the team in the next game as she boasted the most destructive power. Kiba was all about crowd control. He needed to be able to quickly dispatch his opponents with speed while simultaneously increasing his strength and speed. Kaneko would also take advantage of her physical attributes. She was small, so she needed to be able to hit hard and fast to overwhelm her opponents, who were guaranteed to be larger. Asia was perhaps the one who put in the most effort. It was only natural. She had never been in combat and hadn't hurt anyone's feelings. Issei knew he was going to talk to her, but he put her through training anyway to learn how to start using magic. Rainier was still learning how to use the boosted gear, so I would help her a little with that, but she also needed to learn how to unlock the Longinus's other capabilities. I had seen and knew enough to teach her, fortunately. And obviously I would give them one-on-one coaching in various areas. A focused day for each of them would be the best idea, as it was fair and they would receive detailed guidance. For the rest of the day, Issei made everyone do physical exercise to toughen their bodies, as that was a problem among most of the team. They were too far behind physically, aside from Kiba and Kaneko. They are necessary bodies to be able to resist if they were going to win with 6 against 15. Rias Peerage had to complete 20 laps around the estate carrying weights with a time limit that decreased with each lap. Then came 50 push-ups with gravity magic applied to everyone, though the amount of gravity varied. When it was all over, no one was free from sweat and exhaustion. All the Peerage felt their muscles burning and aching when they were finally able to sit down. "You're really tough. You packed a lot into one training day." Artemis gave him a look that seemed to be both a reprimand and understanding. Currently, Issei was repairing the damage done to the landscape, as craters and rip-it-up earth were left all over the back of the property. They're going to face a man who can regenerate, fly, and burn almost anything. They have to do this. I've seen Ria's training methods in Surzech's recordings. She's far too lenient. Their freedom is at stake, so this will only be a small price to pay. Issei spoke in a low, stern voice. Then he remembered that this wasn't a time of war, sighing quietly to himself, disappointed in himself for setting such a high bar for the youngsters. When dinner arrived, Grafia had taken charge of preparing the meal, which consisted of salad, garlic bread, pasta, steak, and a dessert of banana cream tarts with honey topping. The taste was nothing short of satisfying and delicious. Issei chuckled to himself. Perhaps Grafia had been a maid in a past life. "You all worked hard today, so take the evening off. Tomorrow we'll immediately begin individual training," Issei reported. "Understood." Everyone murmured weakly. When everyone rushed to the restrooms, Issei was lost in thought. Gazing absently at the moon, he planned his next 9 days. He knew there were things he wanted to discuss with the young devils, but it wasn't his place to reveal his knowledge. They all had difficult pasts, and he felt that if they didn't overcome these obstacles, they would ultimately be paralyzed. He knew about the incident with Kaneko. He knew about the Sacred Sword Project, which he himself had abolished. He also knew about Akino's heritage, with Barakil being one of her old acquaintances. He sighed to himself. He could have saved these 3 children, and yet he didn't. He didn't think to look further into the circumstances that led to their lives being ruined. He cursed himself. He had the power to save them, but he didn't. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in his ears as he turned around and found Rias walking with a book in her hands. "Issei-san, I didn't think you'd be awake." She spoke politely. "I'm just thinking to myself." He replied in the same polite tone. "Can I have some of your time?" Rias asked. "Of course, how can I help?" Issei nodded. Rias sat down opposite him and gave him an analytical look. "My brother and sister often spoke highly of you. They said that every time you entered a battle, you were a presence everyone was aware of. They even said that you single-handedly destroyed an entire battalion of Suprema-class demons." She summarized her brother's stories with an impressed look. "It's an exaggeration, I assure you." "There's something else I wanted to ask." Rias then hesitated. Issei gestured for him to continue. "Why are you helping us?" Issei exhaled with a serious expression. "It's because I didn't want the future to be shrouded in tradition. You young devils are part of this world's future. Unnecessary traditions like arranged marriages are plagues of the past that often lead to tragedy. That's why I want help, because I see people in distress." He admitted with a carefree smile. "I see." Rias was satisfied with that and smiled in relief. "Can I ask you a few questions then?" Issei continued. "About regarding how you managed to reincarnate the Sekiryuutei and the current wielder of Twilight Healing. It's the most random opportunity for both of them to be in someone's peerage at the same time," Issei pointed out. "It's a long story. Asia came to Kuoh in Japan hoping to start a new life after being excommunicated from the Vatican for healing a demon. Rainier was her friend whom she had known long before that incident. She offered her a home to stay. However, that was an opportunity that had been exploited by Rainier's enemies. You see, Rainier is half human and half fallen angel, so naturally she had enemies in human society. They followed Asia when she came to Kuoh and used her to lure Rainier, along with her family." Rias spoke with distaste as she recalled the story. "And what happened next? Who were the ones who tracked them down?" Issei raised an eyebrow. Rias froze when she looked up and saw Issei's face. He was cold and serious, like a wolf deciding where to go and hunt its prey. They put Rainier's father, Donasik, and her mother, Calawarner, into comas. They had to endure several days of torture at the hands of stray exorcists who were led by a madman named Fried Selzen. Rainier had awakened her sacred gear when she tried to escape, but she was too injured to live long enough to do much. The same thing happened to Asia. Fortunately, I was investigating the disturbance and stumbled upon them. That's when my outcast and I wiped out that rogue cell of street exorcists and fallen angels. Rias breathed a sigh of relief. Issei looked at her curiously. He had spent his time with her and her peerage carefully analyzing not only their abilities but also their personalities. When he first saw Rias, he noticed an opportunistic glint in her eyes. This made him find her somewhat unsettling, as it seemed no demon would allow street exorcists to enter their territory unannounced. However, he also saw the care Rias showed her peerage. She seemed to cherish them completely, and they appeared to feel the same way. However, he remained silent about that particular part. I see. On another note, how is Grafia? Her tone brightened a little as she changed the subject. One-Sama has been doing well. She's been helping out at home in any way she can, often taking on household chores. She says she enjoys it and is content with her life, but I feel like it's just her sense of gratitude talking. I don't know if this is truly the life she wants. When I look into her eyes, I sense some kind of longing or distraction. Rias sighed, clearly distressed by her adoptive sister's facade. I see. By the way, how's your muscle pain? Issei asked. It's still annoying, but it's nothing I can't handle. Rias groaned. Good, now don't stay up too late. We'll be getting up early at 7 a.m. Make sure you get enough rest, Issei advised. The former Grim Herald was walking towards his room, which he was sharing with Artemis, when he encountered a familiar silver-haired woman wandering the halls. Ah, Issei, I heard voices earlier. Were you talking to someone? Grafia asked. Yes. I was talking to Rias. I wanted to know how she came to reincarnate her two most recent peerage members. It's peculiar to find the Sekiryuutei and the owner of Twilight Healing in the same place at the same time. He mused. I assure you that Rias is not like that. She protested in her usual calm and cool tone. I'm not making accusations, I'm simply expressing interest. He dismissed her concerns. Issei then looked seriously at the woman in front of him. That brings me to my next point. Are you being treated well in the underworld? He asked in a very serious tone. If she was being mistreated, he wouldn't stand idly by and let it continue. Grafia shook her head anxiously. No, in fact, I've been busy with domestic activities and household affairs. I get involved in political matters when Lord Gremory can't, but other than that, I rarely leave the house, she said. I actually thought you and Surzets would get married given how protective you two are of each other. Issei chuckled softly. Grafia, however, glanced down. Issei silently noticed this but remained silent, unsure why she looked so sad. No, I only see Surzets as an older brother. I'm very grateful to the Gremory family for taking me in. Even though I was in an opposing faction, they abandoned all animosity and welcomed me with open arms. However, I know that several people have looked down on the Gremory family for adopting me. That's why I avoid getting involved in politics as much as possible. I don't want to complicate things for them. Therefore, I've chosen to serve voluntarily as a housekeeper. Grafia gave Issei a grateful smile as she turned to face him. Issei had to admit that when he saw Grafia smile, it was like looking at Artemis. No, it wasn't because they had similar hair colors. It was the emotion she held within her smile. When they smiled, he was filled with positivity. What? Issei asked unconsciously as he stared at him. I'm also grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead. You woke me up to the fact that I was fighting for a cause that had no future. You showed me that while tradition was important, it wasn't worth dying for if it meant enslaving someone without a good reason. You also risked my life by taking me to the Gremory clan for safety and helped me find a new purpose in life. She chuckled. Of course, I saw you needed help, so I gave it to you. There's really nothing to thank me for. I'm happy you're satisfied with your life. Issei simply shook his head modestly. So I see you've entered into a relationship, Grafia asked, smiling. However, deep down it was hollow and somewhat unstable. Yes, it was pretty obvious, wasn't it? Issei smiled shyly. Yes. I realized it when I saw that the goddess who was famous for hating men was staying so comfortably in your house. She chuckled. At first it was a little awkward, but it happened quite naturally. I know it sounds superficial, but it felt really good. Smiled, remembering how distant Artemis used to be towards him. Perhaps it's because you're heroically charming, Grafia suggested. Well, it's getting late, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Issei said goodnight and left her alone. Shortly after, Grafia walked slowly toward her room. She closed the door and let out a melancholy sigh. She leaned her back against the wall and slowly lowered herself to the floor. She tucked her legs between her legs and lamented how she had been too slow and missed her chance. She had known Issei for ages, often conversing with him whenever she came to the Gremory estate, which wasn't very often, and spent time with him. Over the years, she had come to learn many things about him. His love for doing things to improve people's lives and his kind heart, bold enough to defy fate, had made her fall for him hard. Suddenly, she felt something warm trickle down the side of her face. Slowly, she touched her cheek and found a warm, salty liquid that embodied her pain. She chuckled. It had been a long time since she had cried. She was truly happy for Issei, that was undeniable, yet she simply couldn't hide her pain. She broke into quiet sighs that quickly turned into sobs that faded into the night. She wondered why she had lost so easily and what she could have done to beat Issei before Artemis did. Issei entered his room and found Artemis awake, reading a book while wearing a sleeveless silver nightgown. He chuckled. It was like being a tired office worker arriving home to his wife late at night. "I'm a kind of rhythm." He let out a tired sigh as he lay back on his side of the bed. "Good work today," she spoke softly as she patted his head. "There are only 8 days left to change course. I'd better make it count." "I'm sure you can help them achieve it. After all, you're the miracle worker." Artemis chuckled. "Thank you, Artemis." "So there's something I've wanted to ask you," the goddess asked hesitantly. "By any means necessary," Issei gestured to him. Artemis remained silent for a few moments. She wasn't sure how to ask this question, feeling like she was being too insecure, but at the same time it was agonizing not knowing the definitive answer. "Artemis, you know that if something is bothering you, you can tell me, right?" She nodded but found the words stuck in her throat. She wanted to speak but hesitated once more. "Just ask Artemis, we're talking about Issei. There's no way he'd get angry about these kinds of questions. Sad maybe, but you still have to ask or you'll never be able to let the thought die." Artemis felt her emotions conflicting and arguing. In a short time she took a deep breath and spoke. "Have you and Grafia ever considered courting each other?" This hit Issei like a ton of bricks. He wasn't sure what gave him that impression, but he started to feel uneasy. Was he so terrible at dating that it made him seem unfaithful? However, he couldn't deny that Grafia was an incredible. She was dedicated, serious, strong, yet helpful and honest. He was certain that if he had spent more time with Grafia and had never met Artemis, then perhaps, even so, the thought had never crossed his mind. After all, he had spent a lot of time thinking that she would become an object with Surzets. "No, I've only ever seen her as a dear friend." Issei shook his head calmly and sincerely. She sat down and looked at her lover, now coming to a revelation. "Is that why you and Grafia were so at odds at home?" Artemis nodded. He had to admit that when he saw Grafia, he felt like his territory was immediately under fire. The other woman was not only extremely beautiful, but she also shared many similar features with him. There was also the fact that she seemed to harbor feelings for Issei. While the man had been too oblivious to notice, Grafia looked at him with an eager expression. It wasn't very different from the one she gave him in person. Her heartbeat slowed, each beat feeling like a rapid flutter. She gasped, her insecurities overwhelming her other senses and rational thought. For eons, centuries had passed without anyone calling her theirs. Now that she had finally won him, she feared losing him to another woman. Issei gave her a small kiss on the lips and touched his forehead with hers. "You must have felt very insecure since we arrived here. I'm sorry, I should have cleared everything up with you." "No, I was just paranoid. I want you to know that you're the love of my life right now, so have more faith in yourself. You don't give yourself enough credit." Issei gave a reassuring smile as he hugged Artemis. The goddess rested her head on his shoulder and sighed contentedly. Perhaps she had been worrying too much after all. Issei, on the other hand, felt a sharp pain in his chest. He didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong, very wrong. He felt guilty, but he didn't know why. Was he causing pain to someone? Chapter 6, Basic Reinforcement. It was officially the second day of training. Everyone had gotten ready and waited outside, while Issei prepared the entire field. He had spent much of the early morning preparing the ground to withstand the chaos that was to come. He decided to assign everyone their training regimens and move around to help them get started with everything he had assigned them to do. He isolated everyone to give them privacy to concentrate and avoid any mixing between sessions. First, he had Rias stay close to the mansion. He had already assigned her his tactical study to improve her strategy, which allowed her to hone her battle skills. The two stood facing each other in the courtyard, where Issei had Rias create a small aura of destruction in her hand. When she manifested it, it danced wildly in her palm like fire. "So how are we going to proceed?" she asked, puzzled. "Remember how that aura feels and how it looks right now, because I want you to perfect a form. I won't make you choose a form, but only choose one that's easiest for you to imagine." Issei spoke sternly. In a few moments, Rias began to imagine a sphere. Slowly, she could feel her powers shrinking as she closed her eyes and concentrated. She remembered how her powers normally appeared in her hand and imagined what it would look like as a sphere. Don't just picture it instantly as if it were a form. His powers can't simply change shape instantly. He needs to be commanded to know how to achieve that form. Issei interjected. For several minutes, Rias tried to visualize a refined process. According to her desires and thoughts, the savage power of destruction slowly expanded before slowly compressing. When Rias opened her eyes, she carefully recalled the process and focused her mind so that the sphere wouldn't lose its current shape. However, she noticed that the sphere was hollow as she could see her hand inside. "Good, now turn it on." Issei pointed to a metal board that had sprouted from beneath the ground using magic. Rias raised her palm and fired the blast. It shot from her hand like a cannonball, gliding through the air and striking a circular dent in the metal before dissipating. In all her years, she had seen many high-class devils use only their talent for power. However, Rias seemed to appreciate having trained herself to reach this point. Even Surzech trained, but Rias seemed more serious and dedicated in comparison. Her lesser amount of talent had required more work from her. It's good to see your rapid improvement, however, we've only just begun. You need to gather more energy into that explosion. Do it again, Issei said. By repeating this process over and over, Rias became familiar with the refining technique, reducing the time it took her to create a sphere with each new formation. At first, it took 5 minutes to force one to manifest, but as time passed, that time slowly decreased. The two had also noticed that each time he made a sphere, there was more energy and power grouped into the orb, becoming more explosive with each shot until it was acceptable enough to damage a being powerful enough, such as the members of the Phoenix clan. After that, Issei had his training in techniques. Now that he's created a kind of explosive technique, he'll move on to a more persistent attack. I want him to fire a beam or a laser. Imagine its regular waves when he attacks. He gestured towards a target, prompting Rias to fire a regular blast. Just like before, remember how it feels and looks. Now apply your destruction practice orb to your regular attacks. Imagine a laser beam or ray emanating from it. Instead of firing the orb, imagine an explosion running through it. Use the orb to refine its shape and filter it. Rias easily created an orb and pointed it at a metal board. She closed her eyes and imagined a lightning bolt shooting the sphere out instead of the sphere flying from her hand. A wave of destruction shot out from the sphere, and although it was still wild, it moved in a calmer way and did not dissipate as quickly, but it still wasn't up to par. Good effort, but keep repeating the process and be careful to remember the feel. Pay attention to its shape and form. With beams, you must constantly feed it to maintain its strength and accuracy. Issei then demonstrated by firing a beam of energy straight into the air. Rias watched intently, observing its shape and the power within it. It didn't lose momentum and the amount of energy put into it remained constant. Taking this as an example, Rias tried again and again. For an hour and a half, Rias tried repeatedly, exhausting her energy several times before taking short breaks. Issei knew that if he pushed himself too hard, she would become exhausted from using up all her energy. The two continued for a while longer until Rias was able to fire her first beam, which turned off at random moments but was acceptable for now. You're fighting a phoenix. Whether you're facing Riser yourself or someone else, you must be able to outlast your opponents. At this point, you'll be able to take down one of his peerages with 2 to 3 shots. However, that's just the beginning. Riser won't stand still while you attack him. Issei took a hand out of his pocket and created a dummy out of blue mana. You must be able to bind and wear him down. That brings us to the next lesson. You must learn binding techniques. The Phoenix clan is famous for its regeneration, so you must be able to ensure that he cannot retaliate as you strike him. Even though he doesn't train, his natural talent is still exponential enough to make him a formidable opponent. What do you think I should do? Rias asked. She had a couple of ideas about what he wanted her to do, but she wanted to know his opinion. I want you to be able to seal this dummy's movements. I'm about to teach you a technique that's sure to work. Issei then resorted to the lifeless form of mana. He snapped his fingers and a magic circle appeared beneath the mannequin, causing the chains with attached blades to tangle and entangle around the mannequin, forcing its limbs to one side as it became stationary and unable to move. This technique will help you contain him, but that's not all I want you to do with him. I want you to apply your powers of destruction to these chains. The lawsuit, Rias looked at him skeptically. They moved quickly and the tasks were extremely difficult. Issei realized this and gave an apologetic smile. I know the level is high, however, effort is key here. The more you believe in your ability to accomplish the task, the greater your chances of success. Also, I'm here to help you. Okay, Rias conceded as she created a magic circle beneath the reset dummy. He remembered that imagination was the basis of the devil's magic, so he imagined the chains emanating from a magic circle. He imagined the circle creating link after link of magic, slithering like a snake from the circle and joining together around the target. Issei watched as a magical red circle appeared beneath the mannequin. It glowed brightly for a few moments before fading again. He wasn't surprised. Rias was still new to this kind of technique. She was only familiar with basic but effective methods. Keep trying. Instead of trying to create multiple chains, imagine a single chain first. Doing as she said, a chain slowly manifested as it shot out of the circle and partially around the mannequin before crumbling. Rias opened her eyes and let out an exhausted exhalation. That was a good first attempt. You just need to keep practicing. I'm really starting to run out of energy. Rias gasped. Issei understood her exhaustion and decided not to put too much pressure on her. That's fine, rest a little and then resume training. Then he turned to Grafia, who had been watching with concern. Grafia, can you make sure she's okay? I need to go check on the others. The silver-haired woman nodded. Issei walked away toward Aquino and listened to the sound of running water. She was clearly taking her training seriously when she heard how chaotic the water sounded. He walked through a clearing in the forest and found Akino in her Miko outfit. She was currently using a magic circle to manipulate water, allowing it to move, change shape, and even turn into ice. He wanted her to become familiar with different elements, so he looked around and found ice covering several trees and the ground was reasonably wet. Satisfied that he could now move on to the next stage, he walked forward and caught Akino's attention. "Issei-san, hello," she bowed. "I see things are going well." He nodded with a slight smile. "Reasonably." "Good, that means you're ready for the next phase." Issei then turned toward the lake. He wore a passive expression as he covered his hand with blue flames. Then he caused a few black flames to invade the blue fire. He unleashed the inferno upon the lake, evaporating the water to nothing in seconds, leaving only a dry, hollow pit. "Why did you do that?" Akino was genuinely lost. "I want you to extract the moisture from the environment and refill the lake. This task will be carried out without summoning water from an external source. It must come solely from the area surrounding this lake." To help, Issei turned the frost on the trees into moisture to ensure that not too much water would be taken from the environment for Akino's task. Imagination is the core of demonic magic. Imagine particles of water manifesting and floating in the air. Feel the water as fragments and bring them together. Once you've manifested the water so you can see it, direct it. Imagine it moving as you wish, think of it as a part of yourself. Issei then proceeded to demonstrate. While Rias' training proved to be something she couldn't help much with due to not having the power of destruction, Akino's training was a little more in her lane. He raised his hand in the air and opened his palm. Slowly, Akino saw particles and droplets of water manifest in the air, swirling above Issei's hand like a whirlpool before moving his hand down, causing the water to seep into the empty lake as it filled to its original levels. Akino had observed and found that Issei had not manifested a magic circle for this task either. "Why don't you use magic circles?" "Well, it's because I've trained to the point where I don't need it anymore. I've lived a long time, so I've had more time to train, now try it." He explained briefly, then gestured toward the lake as the moisture in it shrank to a fine mist once more. "Try to call the water with your mind and magic. Make it gather at a single point and take a shape that you can make flow." Akino listened as she tried to imagine multiple drops of water in the air. In her mind, she pictured countless drops floating around her. She tried to get a sense of the count and imagined the water forming around her hand. She commanded the water to come towards her, extending it with her mind and using her demonic energy to serve as a void. "Good, keep going." Issei encouraged him. Akino could feel a cool liquid gathering around her palm, dancing gently. She opened her eyes, focusing as she watched her progress. A gentle stream of water wound around her arm. Pointing her finger at the empty lake, she shot out a jet of water, drawing water from the air, feeding the stream as the lake slowly filled. And as Issei had instructed, Akino only used the water she had dispersed in the air. However, it had taken her quite some time to do all of that. Excellent work. However, I want you to create a body of water right away next time. Issei chuckled. He appreciated the ingenuity, so he didn't mind the idea at all. He said this while looking at the lake's contents. It had indeed filled to its original level, although the water was much purer than when he first arrived. That brings us to the next part. Turn the water into ice, all of it, then turn it back into water. Issei then provided an example. He created a sphere of water in his hand and froze it instantly with a loud crackling sound of frost and ice before reducing it back to a liquid with a smooth process. Shape the water in your hand and then imagine it getting colder and colder at an instantaneous rate. Then, reverse the process by imagining the water thawing at warmer temperatures, while you control the water returning to its original state. Akino did exactly that with relative ease. It then became clear to Issei that he had been underestimating her skill after all. Now we're coming to the final step. I want you to cast 2 spells at the same time. Water and ice are basically the same but different when you consider their effects and properties. They complement each other, but they can also oppose each other. Your task is to make sure that when you cast the spells, they both happen at the same time but are directed at different targets. Issei created 2 magic circles that glided through the air as target practice, with both never in the same place at the same time. Akino pointed one hand at one magic circle and the other at the other. She divided her energy reserves and fired magic from both individual magic circles, but what came out of both was water. She groaned in response. She had thought she surely could have done such an easy task. On many occasions, Akino repeated the process, but she encountered 2 water spells or 2 ice spells at the same time. Issei could tell something was holding her back. She was probably trying to prevent her light powers from manifesting since she was already starting to run low on magical energy. You're thinking too much about the similarities in quality. Imagine the 2 elements as different things. One is solid and changes whatever it touches. The other pushes and dominates whatever goes against it. Think about the basic fundamentals of what they do, not what makes them. Akino concentrated on that thought. She stretched her palms out in front of her and created 2 magic circles again. This time, she shot a stream of water from one circle and a shower of ice and snow from the other. Excellent, you have the basics. Aquino gasped as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Rest a bit, then resume your training. Remember the distinction between the two elements. Issei smiled as he left to go see Kiba. The young knight was practicing his form, creating swords on the fly and switching one for another. Little by little, his sword-making skills were strengthening. Issei had wanted Kiba to be able to instantly change weapons on the fly, as that was his specialty. Currently, Kiba has a delay time before he can change weapons, which ranges from 3 to 5 minutes before he can reform his swords. Issei watched him practice against the dummy he had made and noticed that Kiba was still progressing too slowly. "How are you?" he called as he approached. "Issei-san," slowly. Kiba looked at him politely before giving his answer. Issei looked around and found several swords on the ground. He picked one up and saw that it was quite well made, so he wasn't too concerned about the strength of the structure when he realized that Kiba could also make swords. Still, that lesson would come later. "How are the weights? Are your swords getting lighter?" Issei asked. "They've become much lighter." "Good, that means your physical strength is increasing." Issei then used magic to dispel the metal bands around Kiba's wrists, ankles, and torso. "Let's train for a moment." Then he created a broadsword of mana. Kiba stared at Issei in shock. Unlike the birth of the sword, there was no delay nor a solid sword in his hand. It was merely a phantom sword of mana. I have the natural power to create weapons with my own energy. It's ingenious, but it can be even more fragile than your swords if I'm not careful. Now attack. Issei stood up with his guard up. Kiba ran towards him at full speed, but Issei anticipated it. He could hear the wind blowing and could sense his presence. Kiba swung diagonally toward him over his shoulder. Issei simply stepped aside. The knight in front of him grimaced and stopped. The former Grim Herald parried and blocked the blades before closing in and disarming his sword. With a fluid flick of his wrist, he struck Kiba's sword. The knight leaped back and formed two swords from magic circles, one of fire and the other of ice. He crossed his weapons and leaped toward Issei. Issei was ready when he reached him, bending his legs and holding his sword in front of him, though he lowered his stance, trapping Kiba's swords in a block. With a violent upward jerk, Kiba lost his composure and balance as Issei brought his sword down with a powerful blow. Kiba stamped his foot against the ground and many blades erupted from the earth, shooting out like rapid spikes. Issei flew through the air, landing behind Kiba, who quickly manifested two new swords. Issei swiftly attacked, his blades clanging with a metallic clang as he rapidly struck Kiba's defenses with a speed that surpassed the young knight's. Kiba had learned quickly, taking his words to heart. His fighting style was less orthodox than yesterday, and his attacks were stronger and carried more weight. "I was hoping you'd adopt Akita's fighting style," Issei asked. "I wanted to develop my own," Kiba replied. "However, your blows and punches are eerily similar to its shape." Issei jumped back and decided to use a bit of his own style. Kiba rushed toward him but did something Issei didn't expect. He vanished from sight and instead of attacking from behind, he went straight to the side. However, Issei was ready. With a twist, Issei caught the blade, rotating his own so it was horizontal. Dislodging his sword, he forcefully pulled his mana sword from the lock and with 4 fluid but heavy blows shattered Kiba's weapons one after the other. Issei raised his sword ready to attack, causing Kiba to move to defend himself, but he was surprised when he received a kick to the side. "Just because someone raises their weapon doesn't mean it will be used," he said as Kiba coughed before Issei knocked him down with the pommel of his sword. Issei was naturally rougher with Kiba because, as a swordsman, he had to risk more damage than a mage in close combat for obvious reasons. He helped Kiba to his feet before continuing the training lesson. "You've become faster and stronger and your defenses are a bit more solid, but you still lack technique. Simple sword strikes are ineffective against supernatural beings capable of using magic and applying it in hand-to-hand combat. Thus, Issei cut a wave of energy that sliced several trees in the forest in half. You must apply your demonic magic to your sword techniques instead of relying solely on the weapon and basic attacks. There's only so much metal you can cut." Kiba realized that Issei hadn't used any of his moves because he knew Kiba wouldn't be able to withstand them. He groaned in dissatisfaction as he created a new sword. "Let's do it again." Issei decided that perhaps now was the time to use his personal sword Yorokiri. Very good. Materializing his black chokudo and its sheath, Issei struck first. Kiba raised his guard but was surprised when he heard a loud, resounding sound. He looked and saw that Issei had struck with his sheath. What? This was completely unexpected from a normal swordsman. Remember to keep an open mind when you're in a sword duel. There are opponents who will do things like this. Bet on your predictions. Issei gave a useful reminder. With a swift draw of his sword, Issei struck Kiba's left shoulder with the blunt side of his blade, leaving him on his knees. He still needs to further improve his speed. However, he's clearly improving at a good pace. Keep up the good work. In Issei's mind, if he were yesterday's Kiba, he would have already collapsed to the ground, but today he simply dropped to his knees. He wasn't boasting either because he knew his own strength. Kiba got up once more and ran towards Issei. Issei blocked a sword strike and shifted into a parry, quickly creating a chain of parries and blocks. Issei noticed how Kiba was slowly reforming his swords with each strike when he paid close attention. Finally, Kiba created swords of wind and fire, slashing them together in a blast of wind and heat that struck Issei, ending his assault, triggering the explosion. Kiba threw swords at him, which he deflected. Slowly but surely, Kiba was expanding his tactics. Very well, that's enough. We'll continue training with sword creation. Right now, I see you can make new swords every minute. That's a good pace. However, instead of deconstructing your swords and making new ones from scratch, it would be wiser to reshape them. Strip down the features of your current swords and apply new ones. Kiba nodded as he tried it out. He created 2 sacred erasers before turning them into pieces of metal and then transforming them into 2 different swords. Good, I think that's enough. We'll move on to your next training phase, special moves. We need to combine your speed and apply it with a sword technique to maximize its use. In the ranked game, it will be up to you to outmaneuver and eliminate the enemy, Issei commented. I'm going to teach you one of my techniques. Hopefully it will be useful. I'm actually more of a swordsman than a magic user, although I prefer to mix both in my fighting style. Kiba without expression, isn't it something like a magical knight? I guess. Issei sheathed Yorokiri and assumed an Iaido stance. He held Yorokiri close to his waist and crouched, twisting his body in a different direction as he focused on his target. With a swift, almost imperceptible movement, he slashed his sword, cutting through several trees in a horizontal slash that enveloped his blade in a brilliant blue light. Dawnbreaker, that's the name of this technique. By applying energy to the blade and focusing it, you can slice a wave of energy at your opponent while using your highest speed to prevent your enemy from dodging or blocking using maximum drawing speed. It's more suited for Iaido, but I think you can use it just as effectively. It's meant to be for crowd control or an instant kill. Kiba decided that perhaps Issei's example was a better idea. He switched to a katana and waited for Issei to instruct him further. Very well then. It's like creating a sheath over your sword, but the sheath is a layer of energy that coats your sword and is hidden beneath your sheath. Use your sheath to capture and shape the energy around your weapon and contain it. We'll start with that first. Kiba gripped his sheathed katana and channeled his demonic energy into the blade, infusing it with his power. Using his sword birth skills, he applied the basic principles of shaping magic. He felt his energy condense and form around his sword. He refined its shape and stability before opening his eyes. Issei observed and noticed that it had taken him 10 minutes to prepare. That wasn't good. Sword combat was especially demanding since he would be in the thick of the battle, unlike the others who were long-range fighters. Very good. Now with one fluid stroke cut through that thicket of trees, Issei pointed in a direction with the objects. Kiba did exactly as instructed but discovered that when he drew his sword he had trouble maintaining his aura in the proper shape. His sword jerked as the energy began to lose its form and became a saw-like pattern around his blade, shaking chaotically in response to being released after being pressurized. You're putting too much power into it, take some back, Issei warned. With some difficulty, Kiba did as he was told and found himself able to draw his sword safely. When you draw the sword from its sheath, it loses what contains its power, so you must maintain control over it at all times. Remembering that notion, Kiba raised his sword and turned diagonally toward the trees in front of him. The wave split a tree in half with a rough cut. The attack is a bit confusing, but with more training you'll get there. Issei nodded contentedly before moving on. The next stop was Kaneko, who was facing a large stone golem. Her punches were well placed and carried a good amount of power, so he thought she was fine. He remained in the shadows and watched silently, waiting to see how Kaneko would react to the changes coming in this training lesson. Each time he struck the golem, he chipped away layers of stone, each one smaller and faster than the last, but the blows still carried weight. Even so, the golem was still incredibly slow. Kaneko was ready when the golem threw a new layer of stone, approaching his height, reaching 53. The golem charged at her. With each step, the ground shook beneath its weight. Kaneko looked at it and noticed that it now had visible joints. Aiming for them, she stepped to the side of the golem's left hook and sliced off its elbow. When she made contact, she felt her hand throb with a blister, as it proved to be harder than expected. Leaping into the air, Kaneko kicked the same spot, though this time it made a significant dent. Then it becomes more humanoid each time it sheds its layers, Kaneko commented. The golem's anatomy had shown to have joints where a human would have them. That's correct. I created that golem so it could perfectly simulate a humanoid opponent for you while helping you learn to adapt. However, that's just one of its functions designed to deceive you. Issei smiled. Kaneko attacked the golem again, intending to strike it with a barrage of blows. Focusing all her punches and kicks on a single point, Kaneko managed to sever its left limb. However, she wasn't finished. The golem calmly turned toward her and charged. Its speed increased, and when it landed a blow, Kaneko felt herself become exponentially stronger. She caught the blow for a moment but found herself being thrown to the ground, rolling across the earth with a painful skid. She groaned before quickly getting to her feet. Kaneko, remember, don't just focus on your strength, make use of your defensive traits as well, Issei called. The golem stepped instantly when its creator approached. Issei-san, what exactly is this golem? She asked. It's meant to be a live training partner. Each time you inflict enough damage, it sheds layers. That makes it faster but a little weaker and less defensive. However, if you break a limb or something, it diverts the energy that would have gone to that limb and spreads it throughout the body. So it's an evolving opponent. Yes, Issei nodded. So the goal of this training is to improve aspects of my tower. Just as planned, you've improved your strength, but when facing an opponent who's faster than you, it's safer to go on the defensive and absorb their attacks before counterattacking. That brings me to your next lesson, to teach you how to use your demonic energy and shield yourself with it. She proved it by creating a new earth golem. It sprang to life as it charged at Issei. Suddenly, Kaneko felt chills run down her spine as a calm blue aura erupted around her. Her aura focused and flowed into her right fist as she punched the golem, tearing open its chest. The golem retreated and shed several layers, but each time it attacked its creator, Issei simply used his aura-covered punches and kicks to destroy it. As I just showed you, that's something you can achieve by the end of this training session. I noticed that you're only doing simple hand-to-hand combat. However, many opponents in the future will have greater physical strength or have a trick up their sleeve. You need to develop one too if you want to emerge unscathed from future obstacles, Issei warned. I know, Kaneko replied seriously. Very well then, first cover any of your limbs with demonic energy, Issei instructed. Kaneko seemed to hesitate at first, but she did as she was told. With pure concentration, a light blue aura enveloped her right fist. Good, now attack the golem again. Issei decided that they would start with the offense first and then with the defense. Kaneko ran towards the golem, which didn't move. Her fist collided with its right shoulder, breaking its remaining arm. Keep going. She coated her legs with demonic energy and kicked her feet, causing large dents but not losing any layers. Trying again, the little girl kicked even harder this time, tearing through her current layer before throwing an uppercut that hit a deep crater in her torso. Good, you've become acceptable now. Time permitting, we'll move on to the next phase, defense. Now you'll be on the defensive. Issei said as he created a new stone golem, but this time it was the same size as Kaneko. This golem will be much faster and will retain the same strength as the original golem you faced. Your task is to strengthen your defenses. To do this, you will do what you did with your fists and feet, but this time, you will cover your body with your energy. Kaneko forced herself to concentrate as she enveloped herself in an aura. Issei watched and raised an eyebrow. She was holding back. He was certain it had something to do with her Nekomata powers. With his solemn vision, he saw that the flow of her Kai was clashing with the demonic energy, causing it to block and hindering the emergence of her own energy. If only we had more time, I'd talk to these kids about their problems and try to help them. However, I don't want to upset them before their biggest game yet. Grrr, this is frustrating. He thought to himself, don't fight against your energy, let it flow freely. Just be mindful of how much you want to let out. Be mindful of what comes out and what holds it back, he advised. After a few minutes, Kaneko took a deep breath when she opened her eyes, noticing that she was covered by her aura. All right, get ready. Issei snapped his fingers as the golem came back to life and ran towards her with alarming speed. Kaneko blocked a punch but felt significant pain when his fist landed. Your aura hasn't solidified enough to withstand the attack. You need to focus more energy on your shield and fortify it. Issei spoke. Issei was ready as he ordered the golem to attack. Raising his aura, Issei lifted his arm and the golem's fist was caught outside of Issei's aura, unable to penetrate to his limb. When you block, you can redirect the aura around you to what you're using to block, instead of feeding more energy into your shield. He gave further demonstration while maintaining his aura covering his right arm. He threw punches and kicks with just his arm, but it was clear that no matter what kind of attack was launched at him, Issei's aura was too thick to penetrate. That said, he watched as Kaneko continued training. Although it was slow, her learning pace was a little faster than the others, probably due to her dedication. After advising him to take several breaks, Issei went to see his next student. Rainier was training with her light powers, creating multiple light weapons, as it was a natural ability of her class. At the moment, Issei was having her create as many light weapons as possible without dissipating any of them. At first, it was easy, but it quickly became incredibly difficult as she struggled to hold so many weapons. By her current count, there were around 25 weapons. Issei approached her from a clearing. I think it's time to move on to the next phase now, he said casually. What for? She asked. I want you to control them, levitate and move them with your mind. That's impossible. She looked at him in shock. Nothing is impossible. I've seen that belief challenged too many times to count. You have to believe in your abilities, that's all. Issei then moved to demonstrate what he meant. He instantly conjured 30 different types of weapons into the air, each glowing like blue crystals. They all moved independently and calmly alongside one another, circling in various formations as Issei commanded them. The mind is a powerful thing. You simply need to accept the possibilities and apply them to yourself. Try it. Remember one of the basic lessons of using weapons. They are part of you, they serve as extensions of your will and body. Rainier took a deep breath as she summoned her weapons. Slowly, they shook before levitating slightly in the air, floating as Rainier tried to move them one by one. Good, keep going. When she discovered that some refused to float, she used her arms to enhance her command, extending her reach and willpower. However, not long after, her concentration faltered as she collapsed to her knees in exhaustion. That was a good effort. You managed to lift 5 weapons from the ground, however we need to increase that number. Let's try again. Issei gave him positive feedback but returned to his stern stone. Rainier took a few minutes to rest, which Issei didn't mind, and tried again. With each failure, Rainier managed to increase the number of weapons she could successfully move on the next attempt. For now, don't focus on calling each of them at the same time, trying to move them one by one, Issei advised. After an hour of attempts, Rainier managed to make 15 swords float lightly above the ground. Very well, we'll come back to that another time. Now let's move on to the next matter. You're a fallen angel, so you're the key to helping Rias win. Your powers over light are a natural poison to devils. However, you must be able to control it so that it doesn't kill anyone. Issei warned sternly. If Rainier made a wrong move, she would end up causing a very big and chaotic fiasco with her light powers. I want you to fire beams of light at these targets. They will measure the power of each shot you fire. If it's too much, you'll miss and the session will restart. If you use too little, the target will multiply. This training will help you learn to gauge how much light other demons can withstand without dying. Issei knew he probably had good control over his strength, but he wasn't going to risk anything. He didn't want anyone to die in an accident. For the next 2 hours, Rainier struggled to properly control the amount of power she channeled into her light. It was only halfway through that she began to get a sense of the force she was using. Finally, she had succeeded in eliminating all the targets Issei had made. Good. That brings us to the last part of the training lesson, using the boosted gear. Rainier materialized the red glove and looked at it. Do you need me for something? Drake's voice sounded from the gauntlet. Drake, the red celestial dragon emperor of domination. His flames had the power to burn everything, even deities, making him a feared being among many. Hello, Drake, it's been a while. Issei spoke indifferently. Do they know each other? Rainier asked, puzzled. Yes, we crossed paths many times.
I see.
The black-haired woman nodded. Has Drake already told you about him and the gear's abilities? Yes, more or less, we talked quite a bit. Rainier smiled. Of all my hosts, she's the kindest to me. It feels good to be treated like a dragon again. Anyway, I told her about boost, transfer, and the balance breaker. The other stuff can come later, Drake said. Good, since the boost is automatic, we won't worry too much about it. However, I want to see how many boosts your body can handle. Issei gestured for him to try it. After 20 boosts, Issei stopped her. He saw that she was already turning red and panting. That's more than enough. Well, I think 20 boosts is good enough to last a good portion of the game. However, the problem is unlocking transfer. Sacred gears react to the will of their users, so it will be something emotionally stimulating required to activate. That's something I'd rather not push. Who knew what might happen if he threw Rainier into an unnecessary situation? He didn't want the Juggernaut drive to happen at all. It was troublesome every time he had to kill a crazy possessor. Now, let's put you through hand-to-hand combat training. Take off your wings and avoid using any of your fallen angel powers. We're going strictly hand-to-hand. Issei threw his jacket to the ground as he began. For the next 2 hours, Issei helped Rainier increase her speed and combat instincts while training her to fight better unarmed. It was difficult for Rainier, who was primarily a mage, but very soon she was becoming proficient. Issei observed and noticed that her growth rate was incredibly rapid. He had guessed that her years of survival and caution during her normal life had resulted in a significantly slower performance, but he soon learned that she was capable of rapidly absorbing what she learned, a terrifying thing. He chuckled during their training. She reminded him of himself during his own training days. In a short time, Issei had managed to get Rainier to increase its power level to 30 times without overheating. This led to the final part of the training. In the last part, I want you to gain better control over your impulse. Tell me when you do your next attack's trigger. Yes, I ended up using all my accumulated power in one attack when I finished charging. Why? We'll help you get around that. I want you to redo the shooting practice from before, but this time, boost to the maximum and then start attacking. However, just like your light powers, you must limit the collective power of boost when you put it into your attacks. How can I do that? Rainier asked, puzzled. Think of it this way. When you boost, it goes into a bank. When you attack, think of it as an expense. When you attack, you take a certain number of boosts out of the bank. Now say you want to attack but you don't want to spend every boost you've saved, so you choose how many boosts you want to put into that attack, that's what I mean. Consciously controlling the number of boosts you put into your actions. Reincarnation then gave a sympathetic look. Then after increasing her power tenfold, she attacked a target but discovered she had used up all her stored energy. She simply grunted, unaware that she had turned the sky red with the light from her attack. Push on again, Issei urged. Reincarnation tried it again and again until she began to notice the feel and the heaviness of her attacks. Using that, I was able to gauge the number of boosts she was using. He pointed at a magic circle marked with a 7 and fired a red beam of energy. The beam hit its target, making a loud, positive-sounding sound. Good, you got it. Issei smiled. Reincarnation smiled but suddenly felt her strength leaving her as she quickly took a seat. Take a break now, I'll call at the end of the day soon. Issei smiled as he patted him on the back. Issei returned to the mansion and visited his last temporary student. He entered the house and found Ange sitting cross-legged meditating. She was enveloped in a green aura radiating a calm, controlled light. This was a good sign as she now had complete control over her magical power. All right, Ange, I think it's time we move on to the next part of your training. He spoke loudly, alerting her to his presence. Issei-sensei, what would that be? We're going to work on the barriers. Given his aversion to aggressive tactics, we'll work on defense in his case. Ange nodded. Since you seem to have a great talent for magic, I believe this task will be relatively simple. I want you to create a barrier by molding your aura into a sphere. This magic is much stronger than the traditional method of the magic circle, much stronger indeed. Issei noted. He demonstrated this by creating a blue aura around himself before enlarging it into a dome. This will be useful in the later stages of your training. He hinted that Ange was imitating him. It took several attempts, but he finally understood it, although the range was only 2 feet around him. You need to put more energy into it and expand the dome. He spoke sternly, but his voice remained gentle. Ange continued to struggle for a while, but eventually managed to expand its reach to a perimeter of 4 feet. All right, that's enough for today. Good work. Issei returned to his gentler tone as he went outside to fire a red signal, telling the others that training was over for the day. They had all returned to the mansion, tired and hungry. All they wanted was to eat and sleep. At first, they all thought what he was teaching them was a bit simple, but they soon remembered that they had to bring their mastery of his lessons to an acceptable level. If everyone can keep this up for the next 7 days, then I'm sure the outcome will be good. Issei chirped as Graphia and Artemis brought out several plates of food. Eat, you have another long day tomorrow. He spoke positively, but everyone just grunted, much to his displeasure. When Issei entered the kitchen carrying large stacks of dishes and utensils, he noticed that Graphia tended to avoid eye contact with him. That was strange. Normally, she was always friendly with him and they always found it easy to talk to each other. He put down the dishes and utensils before Graphia silently moved to wash them. Okay, I've got it. He smiled at her positively, hoping to get a reaction. She nodded silently as her bangs fell over her eyes. There it was again. Something had thrown her into chaos, and Issei, being who he was, wanted to know. Creating a sphere of soapy water over the sink, he swirled the dirty dishes, spoons, and forks inside the large sphere of cleaning fluid before washing them again in a fresh sphere of clean water. When everything was dry, he decided he would go find Graphia. If his friend was distressed, he wanted to get her out of there. He walked around the mansion and saw her walking down a hallway. Graphia, he shouted. Yes, Graphia turned around but resumed her usual calm demeanor. What's wrong? Something's bothering you. He spoke in a factual tone. Nothing, I just feel tired, she stopped. Issei knew that wasn't all. She didn't look tired at all. She sounded melancholic. Is this a relationship? What? He hit the nail right on the head, making Graphia look at him in surprise. No, he denied, looking away. Graphia, if something is bothering you, then tell me so I can help. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't help? You can't help with this problem, Issei. It's a personal matter that can only be resolved alone. However, I'm grateful that you're willing to lend a hand. Graphia's voice trembled as she walked away without looking back. Issei was about to follow him, but his feet refused to move. Why did it seem like he couldn't get there? It was at that moment that Issei felt guilty again. This is really getting on my nerves now. What did I do? What's the problem? He groaned. Graphia walked listlessly towards her room while she sorted out her thoughts. I really can't blame anyone for this. I arrived too late to try and claim him. If I had been braver, then I might have had a chance. Still, I'm happy for Issei. After all the stories I heard about his past, he's suffered a lot. I'm not going to add to his burden by burdening him with my feelings. I'll bury these feelings forever if necessary. Besides, I know this isn't the end. I can feel it. Maybe he'll be lucky enough to find someone else. She tried to console herself as she made a promise to herself, wearing a bitter smile that barely masked her pain. Chapter 7, The Taste of Victory. As the days passed, Issei had taken everyone's training to new heights, pushing them to their limits and ensuring their tasks weren't too difficult. At least, that was the plan. While having everyone repeat their training from the second day onward, he added new techniques and lessons, hoping it would be enough to help the group counter Riser. The planning, however, was left entirely to Rias. The appointed day soon arrived. Rias and her peerage had been transported to the dimension where the raiding game would take place. As expected, the battlefield was a simulated Kuoh academy. Today is the raiding game mock-up between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix, and it will be broadcast among selected individuals. Igraphia Gremory will be the judge of this match. Both sides have agreed to the established stakes. Any magical item is permitted. However, the Gremory nobility will be exempt from possessing Phoenix Tears, as they are Twilight Healing. As for the stakes, if Rias Gremory wins, she will be free from all marriage proposals from now on. If Riser Phoenix wins, Rias Gremory is to marry him without further resistance. The condition for victory is the surrender of the opposing king or their elimination from the game. Graphia spoke. Issei was watching the game from home and the match was being broadcast on a few select channels. He watched with anticipation, hoping his training would have a positive impact on the Gremory nobility. Artemis sat beside him and felt his anxious emotions boiling in her heart. She gently touched his hand and held it. "Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be able to win this." She spoke reassuringly. "Yes." Issei nodded, but he couldn't hide his somewhat doubtful expression. Standing in the simulated clubroom, Rias and her pariah looked over a map, planning their attack. Aquino and Yuyudo will take the left flank. Rainier and Kaneko will traverse the map. I'll manipulate the base and then descend on the right side. While we wait, Aquino and I will plant explosive and illusion traps along our area just in case. When the fighting starts, make sure to watch each other's backs. Everyone moved as Rias had planned and waited for the game to begin. There wasn't a single person who wasn't anxious. This coincidence would make or break many people, whether they were aware of it or not. When the preparation time was up, the game began. Rias spoke into the magic circle near their ear, hoping to rally and raise the morale of their nobility. "All right, let's kick Riser's ass and make sure no one can keep pushing us." Riser had done something similar to Rias. "I don't want to make everyone fight pointlessly, but the future of our people is at risk. Forgive me." He spoke apologetically, his words of nobility prompting sad glances from those around him. The Gremory nobility did as planned and divided into 3 groups. Rainier and Kaneko went to the gym, while Kiba and Aquino went to the tennis court, while Rias and Asia stayed behind to finish preparing the traps. The Sekiryuutei and Kaneko slipped into the building from the back and sensed that no one was supposed to enter yet. Suddenly the doors opened as the lights came on, illuminating the gymnasium. Rainier peeked through the stage curtains and saw 2 women walking inside. One was dressed in a kippah, and the other had a ponytail with a huge sword strapped to her back. Following behind them, 2 small girls with chainsaws entered, along with a girl wielding a pole. When the 4 entered the building, they could sense that others were inside. Hiding was useless once Rainier and Kaneko realized they had been arrested. "You can come out, we can feel you," the Chinese girl shouted. Emerging quietly into the light with cautious silence, the duo stepped onto level ground, from the stage almost as if signaling the start of their own little game. "I'm Riser's Rook Zuelan," the Chinese girl introduced herself, looking at them with a serious, dignified but respectful expression. "We are Riser's pawns, Isle and Nell." The 2 little twins smiled as they waved. "I am Riser's knight, Ceres." The stern-looking woman with a huge sword placed a hand on her weapon. It was clear there was no antagonism, but both sides felt that as soon as they entered each other's vicinity, they had to fight for their respective masters. "This is bad, it's going to be 2 against 1. Rainier groaned. That was no surprise. Nobody expected a fair fight, as was to be expected in the first place. With no more words to waste on tedious conversation, Kaneko and Zuelan lunged at each other. Fists collided, creating a crater beneath their feet. One hand was engulfed in flames, while the other was flooded with white energy. Kaneko kicked one leg upward, striking her opponent in the knee. Zuelan ducked, covering the burning target area before raising her leg and kicking her small adversary. Ducking and dodging from side to side, Kaneko turned around, circling the house, kicking it in the side, causing Zuelan to choke as she staggered a few feet away. Casting a small glance and a respectful smile, Zuelan spoke. "Not bad." Preparing a fighting stance, Zuelan charged forward and leaped into the air, ready to kick Kaneko, even shielding her burning foot. Kaneko stepped to the side, ready to counterattack, but retreated when she saw Zuelan land upright on one leg, using her current stance to unleash 4 successive kicks. Kaneko blocked the final attack and tried to counter, but Zuelan leaped at her, flipping in midair as she kicked the little girl from behind. Kaneko's shirt smoked as she saw that part of it had been burned by Zuelan's fire. The heat even irritated the skin where she had been struck. She had chosen to conserve energy, taking blows she could have withstood with the defensive training Issei had taught her. Kaneko seized her opportunity and grabbed Zuelan from behind, wrapping her arms around her waist and leaning back. Attempting a German suplex, or at least trying to, Zuelan reversed the situation, raising her arms and preventing her head from hitting the ground. She dropped to her knees and attacked. Forced to break free, Kaneko slid beneath Zuelan's feet and spun around, raising a fist behind her and punching the larger woman in the stomach, making her cough in pain as the air left her breathless. Then she punched her in the right thigh, then in the left side, forcing the enemy Rook to her knees before kicking upward, striking Zulan in the chin before coming back down and kicking her above the head. Hitting the ground with a thud, Zulan let out a cry of pain before she shakily got up again. Leaping back a great distance, Kaneko enveloped her hand in demonic energy and slammed it into the ground. This technique was something Issei had taught her. She remembered the days she spent refining this fighting style. Issei hadn't held back when she argued with him. The barrage of explosive punches, palm strikes, and kicks was so painful she thought he had broken some of her bones. Issei-sensei is probably watching. I won't let him look bad, she remarked to herself. The shockwave shook from where it struck, shattering wood and stone as everyone jumped into the air. Zulan gathered an impressive amount of hell in her legs, preparing to decisively crush Kaneko with this attack, hoping to save her strength for another fight. That's it. She launched herself from the air, her feet pointed toward Kaneko. Feathers of fire rained down from her feet as the power of the Phoenix clan coalesced into an attack. Kaneko closed her eyes and channeled 30% of her energy into the attack, hoping it would be enough to defeat her enemy. Striking through the air, a white tiger with golden eyes roared toward Zulan, who stared at it in shock and awe. Even Kaneko watched in horror as her energy took the form of a powerful feline. The white tiger had black stripes and golden eyes and was twice the size of a normal human. This is not Herudora, regardless of appearances. What? She exclaimed as the white tiger devoured her with a mighty bite before exploding into wisps of ivory. One of Riser's rooks has retired, Grafia announced. Kaneko then noticed that she hadn't fought any other opponents besides Zulan, wondering what had happened to them. She turned around to see why. Ceres had joined the twins in fighting Rainier, which turned out to be much more than she expected. The news that Rias had obtained the Sekiryuutei, who turned out to be a fallen angel, had traveled quickly among the Underworld Fellowship. This was not surprising, as Drake's host had never joined their faction before. They always operated independently. While Kaneko had been fighting Zulan, Rainier had stood firm against 3 opponents. At the start of their own battle, Nell and Isle had revved up their chainsaws and rushed towards her, waving their blood-inspiring weapons with glee, shouting, "Destroy it!" Rainier formed a spear of red light and pointed it at the two. Charging it with more power, she fired a beam at the twins, but Ceres saved them, using her greatsword to block the attack. "Don't let your guard down, this is the Sekiryuutei we're facing." She warned her young comrades. "I'm sorry." Nell smiled shyly as she apologized. Rainier was a little surprised that the enemy nobility cared so much for one another, but she brushed it aside. With her first spear breaking apart from using her energy, Rainier formed a second, delicately twisting it before rushing toward the 3 in front of her. Stabbing Ceres, who raised her sword to block, causing sparks to fly from where the weapons met, Rainier kicked Nell in the side before turning the knight in front of her and knocking the chainsaw away from Isle. She turned and raised her spear, blocking Ceres and Nell. Struggling to retreat, Rainier stood her ground as best she could, but with Isle closing in from behind, she had no choice. Invoking boosted gear, she increased her power and pushed back against the 2 enemies who were blocking the blades with her. Sliding and circling Isle, Rainier fired a magical blast from her gauntlet. "Take this." He fired a red beam of energy that ripped through the gym floor, blasting a hole in a wall. The shot was incredibly powerful, but it was too slow, as Ceres managed to dodge it, though Isle and Nell were unlucky enough to be caught in the attack. Normally, they would have been able to dodge, but Rainier had boosted the output of her attack, making it bigger and stronger. 2 of Riser's pawns have withdrawn. Not content with a small victory, Rainier flew toward Ceres. Preparing his armored left hand, he threw a punch, but it was stopped by the flat of Ceres' sword. Pushing him back, cracks began to form on the weapon. With the perfect range to attack, Rainier was about to fire a dragon shot, but Ceres moved out of his line of sight. In the heat of the moment, Rainier created several lances of light with a flick of her wrists. Using what she had learned from Issei, she extended her mind and commanded her arsenal of glowing weapons to mobilize. Pointing at the knight, the red lances whistled through the air, hurtling directly toward Ceres. Using powerful blow after powerful blow, Ceres managed to break some spears, but the number of weapons kept replenishing. When one broke, another formed in its place, ready to resume the relentless attack. Pulling back her curved spears, Ceres slowly grasped her predicament. There was no way she could approach Rainier. Her spears kept her at a distance, and she had no way to penetrate her arsenal far enough to get close enough to attack. Deciding to wait, Ceres went on the defensive. She kept her sword close to her body and tried to protect herself as she circled Rainier around. While Ceres was doing that, the Sekiryuutei was boosting. Having reached 6 boosts, she was sure she could do significant damage now. Forming a larger orb of red energy, Rainier transformed the dragon's energy into a jagged spear and hurled it at Ceres. Dragoon Fang, she had called him. Ceres raised her greatsword and attempted to counter, but things were not going to work out that way. Her proud weapon shattered as the spear exploded, engulfing her in a blaze that shook the building. One of Riser's knights has retired. When they both finished their respective battles, Rainier and Kaneko looked at each other and nodded silently, both thinking that they had to keep moving. While those two were moving forward, Kiba and Aquino had also been cleaning various pieces. They faced 3 pawns and a bishop. The 3 pawns were dressed in a similar style like maids. The bishop wore a kimono and resembled a Yamato maid shiko. Well, looks like we had bad luck, a knight and a queen. One of the pawns commented passively. How are you ladies? I'm Kiba Yuyudo. Would you be willing to dance a waltz with me? Kiba asked jokingly. Something like that sounds lovely, however, I'll have to decline. I only do tango. By the way, my name is Shuria. One of the laborers smiled at her. As he crafted a katana from Holy Eraser, Kiba assumed an Iaido stance. He recalled Issei's advice about its durability and fragility. He also knew of Dawnbreaker's weakness. His version lacked destructive power and sharpness, but compensated with speed and size. Knowing it was best used as a one-shot technique, Kiba seized this opportunity to open the fight. Gathering his energy, a blue aura manifested around him before solidifying into his sword, Dawnbreaker. Kiba drew his sword with pure blurry speed, unleashing a wide wave of surging energy. The wave ripped through the air before crashing against a barrier erected by the 3 pawns. Seeing how powerful the wave was, they combined their strength to form a wall. Pouring every ounce of willpower and stamina into their defense, they held out for a short time before the onslaught pierced the shield and forced them back. However, this was no small feat for Kiba. The technique was still taking its toll, having consumed 35% of his total energy if one were to measure it. 3 of Riser's pawns have withdrawn. Aquino, meanwhile, had done little work with Mihi, the enemy bishop. Extending his hand forward, he summoned 4 magic circles that trapped his enemy inside. Trapped, Mihi tried to use Katadama to break free. Yufufufu, it's too late. Aquino laughed as her magic was cast. Of the 4 magic circles, bursts of yellow thunder led her to retirement. One of Riser's bishops has retired. With half of Riser's forces gone, everyone picked up the pace, hoping to end the game as quickly as possible. Once Rias and Asia had finished setting their trap, they made their way across the campus, using the other 2 teams as distractions and crowd clearers. However, they encountered 3 pawns. 2 of them were catgirls, while the 3rd wore clothing that somewhat resembled Miko attire, including a red Hayori. Looks like we're not going to have an easy ride after all, Rias cursed. As she made eye contact, she noticed a certain sadness in the eyes of the opposing side. When she thought about it, Rias was certain there was at least some resentment toward her. Riser was known for having a harem, and she knew he wasn't a bad person. In fact, he was protective of those around him. It was only natural that his peerage was enamored with him. She was sure it would have been his heart's desire for his own side to lose. However, that would be dishonorable and could jeopardize the future of the pure-blooded generations of demons. I wish things hadn't come to this, but I need to get through this. Rias warned them about their possible course of action. They were ready to fight, clearly determined to follow the path they had chosen. Silent and solemn, Rias ignited her power of destruction. Forming 3 small spheres, she fired pellets at her enemies. As they approached, they instantly expanded, enveloping the pawns and knocking them back. Rias stared in shock at his progress. She had never expected Issei's training to be so effective in increasing his strength in such a short time. She also knew that Riser's peerage wasn't exactly overpowered, but she knew they were very competent and well-rounded, especially compared to her own peerage. The same was true for everyone else in the nobility. Moreover, all their free time was devoted to training. Not a single moment was spared from anything unnecessary. At first, everyone felt a little apprehensive about the rigor of Issei's training, but now they had come to appreciate the severity of his methods. 3 of Riser's pawns have withdrawn. Shaking off her shock, Rias continued forward, preparing to face Riser. When the rest of the orcs arrived, they faced the last line of defense Riser had established. The tennis court was covered in ash and dust, obscuring their vision. A trap, Kiba wondered. The air cleared from the entire area, revealing 4 women standing around him. I'm genuinely surprised they've gotten this far. I wonder how they managed to improve so quickly. A young woman with blonde hair and twin tails approached. She had a finger on her chin, looking at her opponents with curiosity. Ara, I am honored that Ravel, daughter of the Phoenix clan, came herself. Aquino laughed. Well, you forced our hand. Ravel sighed. Enough talk, let's settle this game. I am Carlamine, Riser's knight. A woman wearing armor calmly drew her broadsword as it ignited, covering the weapon in moving flames. I am Kiba Yuyudo, Rias Gremory's knight. As a fellow knight, I challenge you to a duel. Kiba drew his sacred eraser and prepared. I'm Isabella, Riser's tower. A brunette woman wearing half a mask walked toward Kaneko, clearly marching toward the first opponent in front of her. She wore a leather jacket and jeans that were missing one leg. She was quite pretty and had a well-endowed pair. I probably like her better from Riser's peerage. I am Ubaluna, the queen of Riser. I have always wanted the chance to fight you, Thunder Priestess. A voluptuous woman with purple hair wearing a mage's robes looked at Aquino carrying a staff. Ara Yufufufu, I'm glad the Bomb Queen wants to challenge me. The Miko laughed in response. Clearly, her sadistic battle side was coming out. A mark appeared on Euboluna's forehead. She hated that title. It had more than one implication and she despised it. Rainier looked at Ravel and wondered what kind of tricks she had up her sleeve at the shop. Without words to speak, the two sides split into 4 individual battles. Kaneko and Isabella rushed toward each other, fists ready to clash. As the two combatants collided, a shockwave erupted beneath them, creating a crater. From this brief exchange, Kaneko knew that Isabella was far stronger than Zuulan. She was stronger and faster even if she lacked the ability to use fire. Isabella raised a fist and dodged Kaneko's punch. Launching her own attack, she made contact with the little girl's shoulder. However, to her surprise, her shoulder had something like a wall on top of it. White sparks of energy flew from where she struck. Magic reinforcement, Isabella concluded. Kaneko did not make any confirmation, although the answer was clear. You must have had a good teacher. The masked woman smiled. That's right, Kaneko nodded. The two rooks charged at each other, unleashing a barrage of kicks and punches, colliding and crashing loudly as their attacks were charged with energy. Kaneko kicked, but Isabella stepped back before placing her boot squarely on Kaneko's ribcage, sending her coughing as she tumbled to the ground. Without giving an inch, Isabella charged at her, intent on finishing her off. Rook with white hair jumped up and punched Isabella in the cheek. Staggering backward, he wiped the blood from his lips and continued fighting. Striking the air in front of her, Kaneko fired a burst of energy at the enemy tower, but was surprised to see it employ the same technique Issei had taught her. Isabella seized this opportunity and unleashed a series of spinning kicks, attacking the smaller girl with a flurry of powerful blows. Coughing and vomiting over the blood that ran into her mouth, Kaneko stood up shakily, ready to continue. For what seemed like an eternity, the two rooks were nearing their end, as both were battered, bruised, and exhausted from their energy consumption. Kaneko, deciding it was all or nothing, gathered every last ounce of energy she had left and struck Isabella. What roared from her hand was another roaring white tiger. It burst into the air, snarling and roaring as it bit Isabella and consumed her in a white explosion. One of Riser's rooks has retired. Satisfied with her victory, Kaneko collapsed as her vision blurred and her body began to burn and ache from the strain. Slowly, her body began to fade away as she retired not long after, exhausted and unable to fight any longer. Her comrades offered her small smiles, acknowledging the immense effort she had made in the match. Leave the rest to us, Konkachin. Kiba whispered as he turned to continue fighting the knight in front of him. She proved to be a worthy opponent. From the start of their confrontation, there were only parries, as neither of them needed to strike the other. Carlamine possessed some kind of magical charm in her sword, as it was far more durable than an ordinary weapon. She was also incredibly fast, possibly as fast as or even faster than him, though he had more brute strength. Standing before her, he charged, brandishing his holy eraser. The black blade clashed against the flaming steel, sending unholy sparks flying. Both swordsmen fought for control of their lock, but neither was willing to yield. Pushing back, Kiba knocked Carlamine off balance. Leaping into the air, Kiba swooped down and struck Carlamine's sword. To his dismay, it shattered, breaking into black pieces of metal. Reforming it, Kiba created an ice blade. Striking against her sword once more, the flames of the female knight's sword weakened. Raising his guard, this gave Kiba the opportunity to unleash a barrage of slashes. Creating a second flame delete, he struck her guard from left to right. A loud metallic clang echoed as the flaming sword began to crack. Spinning, he attacked with both swords, finally shattering Carlamine's blade completely, reducing it to ash. With his main weapon destroyed, he drew his dagger, engulfing it in flames and swirling it around to infest the weapon's inferno. Stabbing Kiba's weapons, they shattered to pieces, though this was no problem for him. He created a flame elimination, in one hand and a new sword in his other hand, Water Gale. She slammed the two swords together, creating a massive flood of water that swept across the area. As it engulfed the surroundings, the ice from Flame Delete froze the water, creating a shimmering, icy landscape that froze Carlamine to the bone, while Euboluuna and Ravel barely escaped its effects. This gave her allies a brief respite. Aquino chuckled when this gave her the opportunity to strike Euboluuna. Pointing her finger forward, she unleashed a yellow lightning bolt, which struck the opposing queen and sent her flying to the ground, creating a large crater. Rising swiftly from their position and taking to the air again, Aquino and Euboluuna twirled through the air, creating a destructive dance of explosive power. Thunder rumbled and explosions strewn across the landscape as the two moved away from the others to avoid hitting their allies. Aquino created a vortex of wind that redirected a bomb, sending it hurtling toward an empty patch of trees. Immediately afterward, she conjured a spiked stone pillar from the ground, nearly stabbing the enemy queen. However, she was forced onto the defensive when the opposition fired a beam of purple demonic energy at her. Erecting a stone wall reinforced by magic circles, Aquino seized the opportunity to pierce the defense with a thunderbolt. Euboluuna retaliated by firing a purple sphere from her staff, a bomb spell. Aquino fired a massive sphere of water from a magic circle. When both attacks collided, steam hissed as an explosion erupted, obscuring everyone's line of sight. Using steam, Aquino swirled the hot moisture around Yubaluna, forming a water prison. This is the end, Yubalunison. She smiled, forming a large magic circle, a burst of thunder that completely illuminated the entire location shown as Yubaluna was unable to escape the container that sealed her fate. The Queen of Riser retires. Aquino took a long, deep breath as she hoped she still had enough energy to help bring down a phoenix. The fourth battle was not so easy. Rainier was fighting against Ravel, who proved to be quite capable of defending herself. Opening his palm, he hurled orbs of flame that embedded themselves in the ground in a row. The orbs erupted into columns of hellfire that raked the land, sailing toward Rainier. Increase. Dragon shot. She fired a beam of red energy that dispersed the fire that rose above her. Ravel created a large sphere of hell above her head and hurled it. Rainier dodged in midair and charged at Ravel. She launched a spear of light that nearly missed the young woman. To think that the current Sekiryuutei was half-fallen angel, I guess life is full of surprises, Ravel remarked. Do you have a problem with that? Rainier snapped. Her species was a nuisance to her. No, I just think it's strange. Apparently there's never been a case like yours before. Rainier decided to stop talking and attacked. Forming another arsenal of spears, she ordered her weapons to strike, aiming for non-fatal areas of course. Issei had warned her to avoid hitting vital areas at all costs during the ranking games. Light in certain quantities could kill a devil in certain situations. Issei didn't want to test whether the retirement system could save a light devil faster than it could kill them. Ravel extended his palms and created a sphere of fire that destroyed the spears before slowly expanding, threatening to burn and melt everything around it. This is the power of the Phoenix family. Don't underestimate us, Ravel warned. He contracted the flames around him and created several small phoenix birds. They mocked the four noblemen, eager to attack. Let's go, Ravel ordered. The four birds swooped down from the air, brandishing flaming talons and screeching loudly. Everyone ducked and wove around them and tried to retaliate, but found the birds too agile to attack while on the move. Rainier remembered the lesson Issei had taught her about the Phoenix family. They shared the same traits as the legendary bird that gave them their name. Understanding this, Rainier decided she would take the risk and try to end this as quickly as possible. Rias' plan wouldn't work if she faced Riser alone. Remembering that Rias was the one who saved her in Asia, she knew she had to repay her master's kindness toward her and her friend. She also couldn't afford to disappoint her comrades, not her master Issei. Ready for his boosted gear to evolve to meet the demands of his desires, a second gem sprouted from the red gauntlet, with additional spikes shooting out from the sides. Boosted gear, second liberation. Drake's voice screamed as a huge pillar of green energy erupted around Rainier. Aiknason, here. He called to the queen, who understood what he was planning to do. Good. He stood near the Sekiryuutei while transferring boosts to him. Transfer. Aquino felt a powerful surge of energy and adrenaline flow through her as she began her water spell. Drawing on the humidity surrounding her neighborhood, she created a whirlpool beneath Ravel. Rainier then quickly turned to Kiba, transferring the power to him as well. He stabbed the ground and created swords of water and ice, erupting and shooting out of the earth, stabbing the birds that had approached the group. They scattered into nothingness as they were destroyed by an enhanced attack. Aquino ordered the water to flood and consume Ravel. Rainier. Dragoon Fang. He launched his dragon spear, which sailed through the water and pierced Ravel, removing her from the game. When that was over, they all knelt down, tired from the constant sparring. They still had to refine their techniques, so this was only natural. Shaking off their weariness, they continued on to the new school building. Rias wasn't having an easy time either. While her servants fought, Rias and Riser were trapped in a dead end. When he sneaked into the new school, Riser was already preparing to leave, hoping to help his servants. So this was your plan, to use your servants to keep eyes off you? Riser asked, something like that. She spoke ambiguously. The real plan was for the orc to split up. Rias would distract Riser and hold him off while the others took down his peerage. If Riser entered the battle, the plan would fall apart. Therefore, she had begun learning various sealing techniques from Issei in preparation for this moment. Rias, I hate this arrangement as much as you do, but our people need us. It would be selfish to sacrifice our future for our own whims. Riser tried to reason with her. Riser, I've known you since we were young, however, I cannot accept this. I've never seen you as anything more than a good friend. I will no longer allow superiors to dictate our lives. We all deserve to live our own lives. We shouldn't let others decide our paths, Rias replied. We're not going to avoid a fight, are we? Riser mused. They weren't. Rias confirmed, then he looked back. Asia, come back, she warned. Let's begin. Riser nodded calmly. Both of them pulled their hands from their pockets and unleashed beams from their respective clans. The Phoenix's fire collided with the power of destruction, erupting into a massive orb of chaos that shook the building. Riser flew into the air and fired hell feathers, against which Rias defended herself with a barrier. As he opened his palm, a beam shot toward the third son of the Phoenix clan. He dodged the lightning and his fist was engulfed in flames. Based on his estimation, Rias was a mage class, so her hand-to-hand combat skills must have been weaker than her magical abilities. He tried to throw a punch, only for her to duck and strike, coating his fist with the power of destruction. The attack slashed across his face, causing flames to erupt and regenerate what had disintegrated. I didn't expect you to learn martial arts. He took a step back. I had to do it. I can't remain a fragile wizard forever, Rias admitted, so let's get a little more serious. Having amassed far more power than at the start of the match, they unleashed the same attack. This time the room reflected the gravity of the situation. The glass shattered and the stone foundation cracked. The two beams of fire and destruction moved and danced chaotically as the two sides fought for the upper hand. Throughout the entire battle outside, Rias and Riser tried to gain the upper hand, dodging magic while unleashing their own innate powers. Riser, I know you have a lot to accomplish, but that doesn't mean you should cater to other people's opinions. Rias wanted to communicate with him, but he didn't want any of it. Rias, this is a time of unrest and anxiety. Our people are finally beginning to shed the scars left by the Great War. Until we are free from the conflicts that afflict us now, I will do what I can to alleviate our people's worries. Riser countered. The struggle for power ceased when the ceiling broke under the pressure of the power being exerted. The three below flew to the roof and continued their fight. Riser noticed the rest of the Gremory nobility approaching them, which led him to end the fight as quickly as possible. Gathering an impressive amount of demonic energy and phoenix flame, he created a gigantic phoenix of orange flames. It leapt into life in the sky as Riser ascended to it. I'm going to solve this with my trump card, the Phoenix Avatar, he announced. Now, Rias signaled. She clasped her hands together and began to gather every ounce of strength from within her being. As she did so, Aquino, Kiba, Rainier, and Asia began their parts of the plan. Rainier began to increase and transfer energy, while Aquino and Kiba used water and ice to fight Riser. While it didn't do much damage, it was enough to deter him. Aquino enveloped Riser in a sphere of water while Kiba impaled him with ice swords, freezing him from the outside. Asia provided the finishing touch by creating a barrier around the water, which crackled with the sound of ice and frost, preventing Riser from entering. However, this wasn't going to last long. Riser was using his avatar to try to break free and was beginning to succeed. He raised the heat around him, causing the ice to melt and like the water nearest him to boil over. Rias, hurry up, Aquino asked her. I'm almost there, she replied, though her tone was desperate. The frozen prison began to crumble as Riser started breaking the ice swords that kept freezing the water. It's ready, raising chains. A magic circle appeared beneath Rias as the red and black chains of destruction coiled around the Phoenix Avatar and Riser himself. The chains hissed where they touched him as his power began to drain, a sharp pain searing through his skin and causing him excruciating agony. Even as he regenerated, the chains continued to damage him, nearly halting his immortality ability. With the team's momentum building, they all began repeating the sealing technique they had used earlier, hoping to weaken it even further. Very soon, Graphia's voice uttered the decisive words of the match. The game is over. Riser has retired. Everyone sighed, relieved that the end had finally arrived. The way it had been won was troubling. It wasn't fair or square. The entire nobility had to unite with Riser to win. It left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. However, if they had taken a different approach, they most likely would have lost. Issei, watching from his house, was proud of his students, but he understood the expressions on their faces. It was a hollow victory for them. That was another lesson he hoped they would learn. Not all victories would be glorious and moving. Some were painful and empty. While this wasn't intentional, Issei decided it was best they learn this early on. Battle was never a happy thing, even though it was necessary. Are you okay? Artemis turned to him, noticing his serious expression. Yes, I'm just thinking about something. He dismissed his worries. She continued further. Regarding the type of victories you savor, it seems they tasted their first bitter victory, Issei explained. Artemis understood perfectly what he meant. She had been in his shoes too. A magic circle appeared in front of him, revealing Surzech. So I presume you're satisfied with the results? Issei asked. Indeed, I never expected such a resounding victory. You truly are a miracle worker. Surzech chuckled. It also helps that Rias and her peerage are very prodigious in their craft. There's also the fact that they work hard to get where they need to be. That says it all. Also, Grafia wants to say thanks. You saved our little sister. Surzech smiled slightly. No problem, I'm happy to help. Issei shook his head politely. As for your payment, what would you like? Asked the crimson-haired Mao. Normal, Issei joked. One more store credit, that puts you at 10 now. Surzech sighed. I like to plan and save for the future. Issei nodded contentedly. Okay then, let me know when you want to get paid. With that, Surzech ended his transmission. When the game's broadcast ended, several people were in an uproar. Many couldn't believe that the talented Riser had been defeated. Some saw Gremory's strategy as genius while others questioned it. As for the marriage proposal, Rias got her wish and was freed from all future marriage arrangements. Riser was also quite pleased with the outcome. While recovering in a room after the raiding game, he apologized to his outcast. "I'm sorry, I put you all in danger for such a selfish reason. Not everyone had to go through that, and yet I still made you accept my wishes. Riser, we all love you. We were all outcasts and nobody, and yet you found us and gave us new lives. That's why none of us could resent you. You were just doing what you believed was good for our homeland and its people." Eubeluna replied calmly, "That may be so, but I put your feelings aside and was about to marry a woman I don't love romantically. I know how much it hurt everyone. I don't deserve to say I love you all, but I just want you to know that I do." Maybe she stopped. "Perhaps with this result I can finally marry most of you." He spoke hopefully. Their nobility smiled brightly as they nodded happily, well, all except Ravel, since she was their sister. Perhaps this was for the best after all. A thought crossed Riser's mind. "I wonder who helped Rias get so strong," he questioned. Chapter 8, A Cold Meeting. Issei woke up and marveled at how 2 weeks had passed without him having had a single nightmare. It helped that Artemis was with him. She calmed him immensely. Her loving embrace and tender affection were something he hadn't experienced in a very long time. It had been several millennia since he had lived with anyone. He also found it pleasant to get used to the new routine at home. He and Artemis would alternate days cooking together. They also went on dates, went to the movies, went out to dinner, walked in parks, and so on. With these experiences, Issei fell even more in love with her. She glanced at the clock and saw it was almost dinner time. She really wasn't in the mood to cook, and neither was Artemis. That left only one option: takeout. While she could cook like any chef in a restaurant, there was something about takeout that sometimes made it so appealing. Perhaps it was the fact that no one had to buy ingredients or cook. He went to his car and drove to the city, then entered a sushi restaurant. Ordering a kura, ebi, tempura, green dragon, white tiger, and blue crab rolls, Issei waited for his food to be prepared. Although he didn't show it, he might have quite an appetite. Artemis wasn't much of a eater either. She really knew how to store food. She loved that he wasn't afraid to show all his sides. As he stood by the counter, another customer entered. He had long silver hair braided down his back and wore an elegant coat over a suit. He was tall and fair-skinned. However, that wasn't what caught Issei's attention. It was the fact that this man radiated the aura of a demon. He was certainly trying to hide it, but that wasn't enough to fool Issei. The man paid no attention to Issei and sat down in a seat. When his luggage reached the counter, Issei left, but not before taking one last quick look at the man who was apparently waiting for someone. Looking closely, he sensed something familiar about the man's spiritual essence. It was cold. When he went home, he put the sushi on the dining room table and rang the bell. "I'm home. I brought dinner." Artemis entered the room and smiled. "It smells nice. What did you bring home?" "Sushi. I used a little magic to keep it fresh." Issei smiled. "Raw fish." Artemis raised an eyebrow. "Not everyone. Don't you like sushi?" Issei was now a little worried. "Yes, but as long as it's not squid, then I'm fine." Artemis recalled an unpleasant experience with the recipe. "Well, I didn't understand any of that." "Yes, I was right about the money." I knew Artemis wouldn't like squid nigiri sushi. As the two ate dinner, Issei couldn't help but think about the feeling he'd had when he saw that man at the restaurant. It unsettled and bothered him. He wondered if he'd made a mistake by not investigating the matter. Were his senses becoming rusty? Issei, Artemis shouted. He snapped. "Are you okay? You've been spacing out." She gave him a worried look. "Yes, I'm fine. I'm just thinking about something." She casually walked over and picked up a green dragon scroll. "Is this something to worry about? You won't have nightmares again, will you?" Artemis was now getting worried. Even if she slept with him now, she wasn't exactly sure if it would help him get better. To be honest, she wasn't even sure about Issei's mental health. No one seemed to know much about it, and the man himself dodged her questions on almost every point. Issei smiled and shook his head. "No, I haven't had one in weeks. It's thanks to you that I can finally sleep peacefully again." Artemis's face felt a little sore from this. "How long have you been having these nightmares exactly?" "To be honest, I was afraid to know the answer." Issei looked down. He'd lost count, in fact. Since becoming the Grim Herald, he'd suffered severe traumas that many wouldn't dare imagine. Almost every night, he couldn't close his eyes without seeing and hearing the screams of those who had fallen victim to his wrath. "I really don't remember. I've never kept track of them." He smiled reassuringly. This alone was more than enough for Artemis to understand what was happening. She stretched out her hand and gently wrapped it around Issei's. She gave it a soft squeeze and looked at him tenderly. "Okay, from now on, tell me. I don't want you to go through that alone again." She pleaded. Issei nodded, feeling much more relaxed than before. How long had it been since someone had truly cared about his well-being? Slowly, they moved closer and locked in a deep kiss. It started small but intensified. Finally, their tongues found their way to each other. Both their faces turned pink as their kiss deepened. Their tongues overlapped, each seeking to dominate the other. Their hands began to wander and feel each other's, Issei's hands sliding down to Artemis's ample chest, feeling around before squeezing lightly, earning a gasp from her. It was so gentle and ignited such a passionate feeling in Issei. He wanted to do this even more. Eek. She jumped. Issei stopped immediately and stepped back, unknowingly disappointing his wife. Sorry, I'm still new to this. Am I bothering you?" he asked. Artemis gave him a shy look. Her own shyness was showing. "And no, actually, I'm enjoying it." With this signal, Issei continued, causing Artemis to resume her moans. "Wow, even after our first time, I'm still so fascinated by how big and firm they are. Man, I really can't get enough, and I really can't understand why I'm thinking this way." He scolded himself for sounding like an uninhibited pervert. Artemis's breathing became ragged, with soft moans escaping her lips. As soon as Issei kissed her neck, she turned to mush in his hands. She hugged him tightly, pressing herself against him. Her moans grew longer and sweeter, urging Issei's carnal instincts to intensify. Issei slowly began to take off his shirt before a magic circle appeared behind them. The couple immediately started fighting, circling around while tidying up their appearances after separating with shouts and jumps. "Hello, Graphia." He gave a small smile, feeling embarrassed. He tried to hide his blushing face as he cleared his throat. Artemis smoothed her hair and clothes as she turned away. Her face was too red to hide. When she calmed down, she turned around and smiled politely. "Hello, Graphia," he bowed. "Hello, Issei, Lady Artemis." "What brings you here at this hour?" Issei asked, puzzled. "First, I wanted to tell you that there's suspicious activity in the area. There have been recent reports of stray devils appearing around Kuoh. Rias and the others are exterminating the minor ones, but there are others that might be too much for them. I just wanted to warn you about that since some of them might be aware of you. On another note, I wanted to thank you for helping Rias." Graphia smiled warmly as her calm expression melted into a sweet smile. "Thanks to you, several demons have begun to shed their outdated views." Rias had been stressing about her future responsibilities without showing it to anyone. Riser was the same. Now, they and the future demons who follow can live with a little more freedom without the higher-ups breathing down their necks. "No problem, I'm happy to help," Issei smiled. "On a side note, Father wanted to invite you to our new resort. It's located in the human world and we don't have anyone to try it yet. As a thank you, you and a few others are welcome to explore the entire facility." "Thank you, Graphia. Tell your father I'll accept his offer. May I bring guests?" he asked, feeling hopeful. "Of course." Graphia smiled at Artemis, knowing where this was going. "This document will have all the information you need. Feel free to come anytime, but the first day for testing starts next week in exactly 7 days. He handed Issei a sheet of paper. "Very well then, I'll be there." With that said, Graphia left, leaving the couple standing awkwardly. Their tender moment had been broken by Graphia's sudden entrance, but that was more than made up for by her invitation to the resort. In a way, she had just given them a date. "Suo," Issei blurted out, feeling a little nervous. Artemis, however, had stirred her timid emotions. She embraced Issei and hugged him tightly. Looking at him with a sweet and seductive smile, she spoke. "Did we end up in bed?" She smiled as Issei blushed and froze. "Aha, seeing him get nervous makes him look so cute," Artemis thought to herself. He was startled when she dragged him upstairs, clearly intending to finish what they'd been doing. If there was one thing Issei had learned about her bedroom habits, it was that Artemis was surprisingly proactive, even obscene. After a week, the couple went to the summer resort and weren't surprised to see an exceptionally luxurious structure before them. The resort had 2 hotel room buildings with gleaming blue glass and black stone foundations. The center building between them was dedicated to entertainment, housing game rooms and lounges, along with spa treatments and outdoor activities. After checking in, the two left their bags in their room and looked around. As expected, the resort was inspired by those in the human world, and there were very few, if any, visitors here. This was perfect in Issei's opinion, as it meant no lines or shortages. They went to the game rooms, played golf and several other sports, went fishing, and sampled the food the resort had to offer. It was a pleasant experience, and Artemisa found herself thoroughly enjoying it. "I never really interacted with the mortal world very often, but I have to admit I'm really enjoying it." She smiled. "I'm glad you're having fun." Issei returned the expression. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar woman walking by with a clipboard. It was Graphia, who was probably making the rounds, checking for any shortages and reception issues. Waving to her, she noticed him, breaking into a smile and walking toward him. "How's your stay going so far?" She looked at the couple. "Great." "Checking customer satisfaction?" Issei asked, earning a nod in return. "Yes, so far so good. We've used human culture to give supernatural entities a new twist on their activities. I think this place will be a success judging by the positive feedback." Graphia smiled. Before Issei could speak, a man with crimson hair and turquoise eyes approached. He had a small beard and wore a white suit. This man was none other than Zeoticus Gremory, chief of the Gremory clan. "Issei, it's good to see you." "Likewise, Zeoticus." The two shook hands. "I hate to say this, but I need to talk to Graphia." Having said that, the father and daughter went off to talk business. "Graphia, I've taken care of the official procedures, and I believe we'll be ready to open the complex within a month." Supply shipments and faculty are already being assigned and trained, so you can take the rest of the month off. It's been a while since you've had time to relax anyway. To be honest, Zeoticus knew Graphia had some kind of affection for the former Grim Herald. He wasn't exactly sure how deep it was, but he decided he needed to give her a chance to see for herself if things worked out. Are you sure there's still a safety issue? Graphia was reluctant to go on vacation, but Zeoticus didn't want any of that. I insist, you've been working very hard recently. Now go and relax, who knows when you'll get another chance. Zeoticus dismissed her as he calmly grabbed his clipboard. Giving her adoptive father an exasperated smile, she walked away before changing out of her suit and into a casual outfit. It consisted of a black V-neck t-shirt with a white skirt and black shoes plus a white jacket. She looked around and remembered a list of things she'd wanted to do before the resort opened to the public. First and foremost was to go to the tennis court. It had been a long time since she'd indulged in her favorite sport. She changed into the appropriate attire of a collared shirt and shorts. She picked up a tennis racket and began practicing hitting balls away from her. She did this for about an hour. It was nice to know she hadn't lost touch with the sport. Afterwards, she got some food from a shop, enjoying a hamburger. Ever since Issei had taken her to a hamburger restaurant in Japan, she had discovered that she liked the food, although he warned her that it wasn't healthy if eaten too often, especially at fast food restaurants. In the distance, she noticed Issei and Artemis walking hand in hand, smiling and laughing, as if they were enjoying the moment of their lives. She smiled, happy that Issei was finally seeing peace. As long as she knew him, she could tell when something was wrong. It was as if he spoke and looked like he was wearing a mask whenever there was any interaction. It saddened her to see that she wasn't the one who could bring that smile to his face. Looking at the two of them was like a knife to the heart. Oh, how she wished she had been quicker to win their affection. Still, it was strange. She remembered a past argument about Issei. She was referring specifically to the romantic conversation. Flashback. About 5 years ago, she, the four Mao, and Issei were having dinner at a restaurant in the human world. Having met by chance, Issei decided to show them around Kuoh so they could see the sights it had now. They didn't enter the mortal realm often, so there were bound to be some new changes to experience. No matter how many times I drink human alcohol, I still can't get used to it. Falbium Asmodeus hiccuped. His face was flushed and swaying. It was a bad idea for him to get a vodka and tequila mix, even though he urged it. Ajuka Beelzebub sat quietly, drinking his red wine while eating his steak. Graphia had crossed her fingers and hoped none of them would make a scene. The last thing she wanted was for a scene to break out. It would have been a complete nightmare. Serafal was happily sipping a fruity martini and talking energetically with Surzech. Zetchen, please understand this. We need a new song for my show, so I was hoping you could help me compose a new song when you have time. The crimson-haired Mao just chuckled. Of course, I'll make sure to do it, he smiled. Thank you, Zetchen. She happily hugged her boyfriend, even giving him a little kiss on the cheek, making Surzech smile happily. Oh, the joy of being near a partner. Falbio groaned sarcastically. It's because that human woman knocked you down doesn't mean you should humiliate others, Beelzebub rebuked him. Damn, I was so close, he muttered. So far, it seems we're the only ones in a relationship. Serafal noted sadly, feeling a little sorry for the others. That sentence started a new, uncomfortable topic. So nobody here has gone out apart from these two? Falbio asked with a buzz of astonishment. He looked at everyone with a suspicious expression. No, Ajuka confirmed. No. Graphia joked, only Issei remained silent. He intended to avoid getting involved in this conversation, but Falbium took his calm stance to say that he had been in a relationship before. Absolutely not. He roared, damn. Issei sighed to himself. Issei, have you been in a relationship before? Graphia looked at him in surprise. He always exuded the aura of a lone wolf. The thought that he had someone was beyond anyone's expectations. No, I just didn't feel like answering, she said before taking a drink of her water. Graphia breathed a small sigh of relief. She hadn't admitted it, but deep down she had a romantic interest in the walker. Falbium, however, wasn't so convinced. Then again, he was drunk now. That was to be expected after 10 full glasses of vodka mixed with tequila. I don't think so. He slurred his words. Very well, Falbio, I think you've had enough drinks. Surzech. What are you talking about? I'm still fine. She denounced the claim. Your behavior only proves that you're not. Ajuka sighed. Issei looked around and noticed the other customers were staring at them. He also saw security giving them wary glances. Calm down now, Falbium, or we'll be kicked out, Issei warned. Nonsense, I am the great Fal. He was knocked out before Graphia could finish. The last thing they wanted was for someone supernatural to figure out who they were. Falbium slumped in his seat, drooling as Issei cast a little magic, causing everyone to ignore the little scene with a snap of his fingers. Just leave him, we'll take him home later. Surzech chuckled. Even so, I'm curious, Issei, haven't you ever wanted to be with someone? Serafal asked brotherly, holding Surzech's arm. Not now, no. I prefer to focus on other things. But being in love with someone is a very nice thing. She moved on. I'm sure it is. Issei laughed. I'm serious. Sometimes it's better to be with someone other than yourself. We all need that special someone in our lives. Seraphal gave her a sour look. Issei raised an eyebrow, wondering why she was being so persistent. He didn't notice the helpful look Seraphal was giving Grafia. She was trying to help the silver-haired lady. To be honest, I appreciated it, but I felt like it was doing more harm than good. Once again, I'm sure it is. Still, I don't think a relationship is right for a guy like me. Harems aren't really something I'm interested in either, he stated. Those words pierced Grafia's heart as she began to weigh her options with him. Ever since he saved her so many years ago, she had grown to care for him after witnessing his compassionate nature. He too was never afraid to fight for others in need. What if someone appears one day and you fall in love, or if someone you know suddenly becomes attractive? Seraphal asked, desperation now in her voice. Now she felt bad for Grafia. Then it just happens. Issei shrugged. It wasn't much, but that sentence gave Grafia a glimmer of hope. She smiled at Seraphal, grateful for the questions she'd been too afraid to ask. End of retrospective. Back in the present day, Grafia sighed, deciding she needed to let go of those thoughts. Dwelling on them would only be self-torture. Why do you look so lonely? A voice asked. She looked up and found Issei standing in front of her, his characteristic smile on his face. Against her will, her face began to flush pink. Her heart started racing again as her stomach fluttered. She looked away, pursing her lips, trying to suppress a smile. Is something wrong? Issei sat down in front of her, looking worried. And no, I'm fine. She shook her head. Come on, Grafia, I know something's wrong, you can tell me about it. I was thinking about the past. It's been a while since I've had time to relax. There was no way she could tell him she'd been thinking about him. Besides the fact that he was now in a relationship with Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and the moon, what chance did she have? I've been wondering about the recent activities of the Kuoh's brigade. They've made their way into several territories and are causing damage. I was wondering if they've already entered our infrastructure. I understand, I'll keep an eye out. Anyway, where is Lady Artemis? Grafia asked, curious to know where her silver-haired lover was going. He's using the restroom, speaking of which, here he comes. Artemis approached wearing gray pants and a red shirt, her silky silver hair pulled back in a high ponytail. She walked over and sat next to Issei, giving Grafia a polite look. So you're on vacation? Issei asked. No, my father gave me the rest of the week off. Now I'm just a fitting room guy. Grafia smiled. That's great. It's been a while since you've had any free time. In that case, do you want to go out with us? Artemis asked cheerfully. Grafia looked at her as if she had said something strange. I don't want to interrupt their time together. Don't be like that, it'll be fun. The goddess insisted. To be honest, watching the two of them act romantic was too painful to watch, but when he saw Artemis smile, there was a lack of negativity or spiteful intent. Deciding he would have to get used to this, he resigned himself to his fate. Good, she gave a small smile. Great, well, we were thinking of going to the amusement park, it should be fun. Artemis cheered up. During the next hour, Grafia learned just how much of an adrenaline junkie Artemis was. She wanted to go on every fast, high-speed ride. She didn't have much of a problem with that, but Issei, he was another story. She didn't know what was louder, his panic screams or the wind howling in her ear. One trip was particularly memorable. I was on the spiraling voyage of the Leviathan. This isn't right, we were never meant to be on something like this. Issei shook his head as the roller coaster they were on clicked along the rails. At a slow, suspenseful pace, the ride climbed 250 feet into the air. Grafia herself was starting to feel uneasy. That said something. When she saw how tiny everything looked from where she was, she wondered if she should change the maximum fall height. He looked at Artemis and saw her smiling with anticipation instead of wearing an expression of indignation and hysteria. The goddess noticed Issei and gently took his hand. She'll be fine. In any case, I'm here. She calmly whispered in his ear. With those words, her expression relaxed, but when she looked ahead again, it twisted into a wavering resolve. Becoming deathly silent, the seats began to wobble over the first edge of the rails, hurtling toward a steep drop. Wow, wait, maybe I'll get O. Finally, the ride took off with everything accelerating instantly as the ride twisted and turned while cruising at 90 mph on the rails. Issei screamed as he squeezed his eyes shut. Ha 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 ha. Artemis laughed. Grafia remained silent, keeping her lips tightly closed. Riding a series of wavy rails before moving into a loop that turned into rotating rails, the ride sped up before entering a final loop before coming to a stop. Artemis helped Issei down from the promenade while giving him an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. Okay, I think I just need a break from roller coasters. He nodded reassuringly. Sitting down, the trio waited for Issei to calm down. While she didn't want to admit it, Grafia didn't want to move anytime soon either. I'm going to the bathroom. Issei said sadly, I should too. Artemis did the same. Grafia stayed, deciding that she would only take a sip of her drink. It's been a long time, my dear sister. Someone spoke, sounding close. Grafia stumbled. She recognized the voice. It had been with her since she was a child. She looked to see who it was, and her eyes widened in shock. It was the same man Issei had seen at the sushi restaurant the other night. Euclid. She looked at him in disbelief. Actually, I came to see you. He smiled at her. Grafia couldn't believe it. For a long time she thought he was dead, killed in battle by someone during the civil war between the old Satan faction and the new Satan faction. How are you still alive? Someone helped me, he replied enigmatically. What are you doing here? Grafia tensed up. She may be on good terms with the current government, but he certainly isn't. She also remembered how manipulative he could be. I'm just here to pay you a visit, however you could come with me right now. He gestured forward with an open hand. Where to? To achieve our destiny, he replied, and you know. Oh yes. It's not a short-sighted goal like the old Satan faction believed, aimless, nor is it naive like the new faction. Euclid smiles. Would you mind explaining? Grafia continued, only if you come with me. The answer to his invitation was obvious. Grafia had a new home now and loved the life she was living. Before the Civil War ended, she had cut ties with Euclid, who refused to change sides and clung to the old ideals. I'm sorry, but no. She shook her head. Same answer as last time, huh? I'm not surprised. Euclid smiled bitterly. At this moment, you are considered dead, but if you intend to cause havoc, I will stop you. Grafia warned him. Despite her claims, she still felt some sympathy for her only blood relative. I wouldn't be so sure of myself if I were you, sister. I've become much stronger since the last time we met. He promised. He ignited his aura, causing white energy to seep from his body, dripping into the air and causing rumbling sounds. I'll ask you gently one more time, will you join me? He extended his hand. Never. Is it because of that man? Euclid raised an eyebrow. What man? Grafia asked timidly. That immortal Issei. From what I've heard, he's beyond anything in this world, though he doesn't seem to live up to those legends. I honestly believe I have a chance to defeat him, though I'll only get there if you don't back down from your refusal. Euclid gave him a knowing smile. Calling upon her own aura, Grafia stepped forward. If you're going to cause trouble, then I'm going to end things with you now before you do anything else. The two were about to start fighting until they noticed Issei approaching with Artemis. When he arrived, he looked at Euclid and narrowed his eyes. He remembered him from the night he went to dinner. You. Euclid simply nodded and bowed. How are you, Issei, I suppose? And do you know me? He tensed up. A colleague of mine knows you. He's told me a lot about you. I hope you can live up to what he makes you out to be. Euclid smiled. Before anyone could do anything, Euclid finished his aura. However, it will have to be another time. I only came to say hello to my sister. However, that doesn't mean this will be our last meeting. I hope to see you all again. Goodbye. Spoke politely before exiting through a magic circle. Grafia was about to follow her. She had a long list of questions to ask, but she discovered her arm was being restrained. She turned around to see that it was Issei who was holding her there. What are you doing? He asked calmly. You're just doing what he wants. Chasing him is just bait in his trap. Judging by his character, I know he'll reappear. You'll have to wait until then, or else it's just autumn. He warned. Grafia gave in. Who was he? Issei crossed his arms. It was obvious the two knew each other, but how was a different question, and there were explicit details left blank. His name is Euclid Lucifuge. He's my little brother long lost. She confessed. That explains his fixation. Issei spoke in his mind. I don't know how he's here. I thought he died in the Civil War, killed by Surzets, but somehow he's alive. Grafia looked down, curiosity and trouble marring her expression. There were a multitude of possibilities to answer that question in Issei's mind. Thinking about it with insufficient information is not worthwhile. Until it is properly captured, there is nothing to be done. Grafia nodded, already knowing what his point was. When Zeoticus and Surzets appeared, the trio told them what had happened. I see. In that case, I'll inform the others and confirm Euclid's survival. In the meantime, be careful, Grafia. I'm sure he'll try something again. Surzets warned her. I tap on some chains and try to find information. Zeoticus added. Issei, on the other hand, decided the matter was in good hands and left them alone until they needed him. He quietly took Artemis's hand and proceeded to spend the rest of his vacation in relative, albeit cautious, peace. Even so, Issei and Artemis remembered to be cautious, knowing that Euclid was there, possibly plotting something. They were proven right when they sensed magic at work. The source of this disturbance was none other than Kuoh Academy. Here we go again, Issei complained. Chapter 9, Blood and Ice. Issei watched from his living room as the sky shifted to a more orange hue, signifying the erection of a barrier. He could already sense the battle beginning at Kuoh Academy, which didn't surprise him at all. Are you going? Artemis asked. Issei turned around to reveal her hunter's outfit, making it clear she was ready to fight. The outfit consisted of a silver tunic, a light blue top with loose sleeves, a silver belt with several pockets and weapons like knives and darts, and black pants that hugged her legs, while black boots with a silver finish completed the ensemble. Strapped to his back was a wooden and silver quiver that was delighted to have special arrows for Artemis. Are you sure? He asked. The fact that Artemis was weakened remained a closely guarded secret, and very few knew of her condition. You're going, so the least I can do is take care of you and help you. She looked at him knowingly. Standing, Issei materialized Yorikiri beside him, looking at the academy. Okay, let's go. The two headed to the battlefield and discovered that the orcs Michael, Surzets, and Azazel were present. Accompanying the three leaders were Akita Sauji, Irina Shidu, and a silver-haired young man whom Issei recognized as Vali Lucifer, who was something of an apprentice to him. Issei. Azazel called to his friend. A surprise attack? I ask. Yes, the old Satan faction gave us a run for our money. Everyone is trapped in frozen time because of the other Bishop of Rias, Gasper Vladi. However, only a few of us are unaffected. The fallen governor continued explaining the details of what happened before this. Issei simply sighed. Well, this is a cliché. Fine, I'll take care of this. I don't want my house blown to bits. Issei walked toward a group of OSF soldiers. Will you all return or will you lose here? Issei asked them. Issei, I leave his fate to you. Surzets interjected, giving his own opinion. Issei nodded, understanding that his old friend was telling him to use his own discretion about whether to kill or spare the rogue demons. We will not listen to outsiders. In the end, they will all fall beneath our feet. A man with black hair tied in a ponytail stepped forward. Crucery Asmodeus, Issei noticed. We couldn't have chosen a better time to attack. With all you vermin here, eliminating you all at once will be easy. The proud devil smiled. Teleporting to the area above him were two other people, Shalba Beelzebub and Kateria Leviathan. So I guess this is just a desperate attempt to start another war? Issei asked. We have been waiting for our moment since the last civil war. Now that we have gained greater strength, we are confident of success this time. You counterfeiters and outdated people will soon experience an absolute and horrific defeat. Shalba pointed at Surzets, directing his animosity at the current leader of the underworld. Time and time again you all do this. What I do to continue our race regardless of the method. Surzets' expression darkened and he looked at Shalba with calm ferocity. Beelzebub's heir stepped back a little but regained his composure. Those are the words of a fool without pride. Enough talk. Crucery cut off Surzets' comment. Suddenly the three heirs of the Mao line noticed Artemis, who was calmly analyzing the situation. And who is this? Kateria questioned, her curiosity piqued. She sensed Artemis's presence and knew she was no weakling. If anything, she was on par with a Mao. I am Artemis, goddess of the moon and the hunt, she simply replied. Hey, what arrogance for another religion to meddle in the affairs of the underworld. Lagissery barked. That's not the case. Several pantheons have already joined the alliance. We established this small group because we knew you were up to no good. That means Lady Artemis has every right to be here and interfere. Azazel smiled. To think that you would damage the names of Satan's bloodlines by allying yourself not only with angels and fallen angels, but also bringing in other religions. What's more? Shalba then pointed at Issei with an accusing look. You'd ally yourself with this homeless trash, this monster of nature. He does nothing but meddle with others, wandering around as if he owns everything. It was this horrible abomination that thwarted our plans in the Civil War. The scream. Issei simply looked at him with an indifferent expression, neither bothered nor surprised by Shalba's statements. Artemis, on the other hand. Her expression darkened with each insult she hurled at Issei. Her hair began to rise and swirl in the air as her silver and white aura ignited. Her bangs cast shadows over her face and her fist trembled. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden change in the atmosphere when they looked at her. You can insult me and others, but you will not insult my precious Issei. Calling him a monster and an abomination, he stopped before looking at the three leaders of the OSF. The reason Artemis was so angry was because she knew those words had been spoken by Issei in his nightmares. She knew they were directed at him as well. You are monsters and monstrosities. You know nothing about who Issei really is. He is more than any of you in this life or the next. I will not forgive you for those insults. Artemis mocked them, her silver bow ready. Surzets Lucifer, shall I assume it's all right to finish them off? He looked at the crimson-haired Mao. Do what you want. He nodded, signing her death warrants, though he jumped when she hit him. Forming 3 arrows of light, Artemis fired them at those who dared to insult her beloved. She knew how painful those words were for him, even if he didn't realize it. After witnessing what tormented Issei, she wouldn't tolerate anyone adding to it. The arrows immediately split into a swarm of copies as they hurtled toward Shalba and the others. Just before making contact, the arrows exploded, creating hundreds of star-shaped blasts. When the dust settled, nothing remained of the OSF leaders except vanishing ashes that resembled their forms. Issei remained somewhat unmoved by Artemis's exaggeration. He was genuinely touched that Artemis cared so much for him, but the level of power she had wielded in her attack had been excessive in his opinion. The moon goddess approached him and placed a hand on his chest, directly over his heart. Are you okay? He asked gently. Yes, I'm fine. Remind me never to mess with Issei while Artemis is around. Azazel whispered to Surzets, who nodded. Where is the Bishop of Rias? Issei turned to Surzets. In the old school building that's not far from here. However, we can't get there with castling because Rias is frozen in time by her bishop's sacred gear. We'll have to cross enemy lines and get there. Suddenly, explosions erupted some distance from the current battlefield. A massive pillar of ice exploded in the sky, followed by a swirling snowstorm. Recognizing these attacks, Issei and Serzech knew what was happening. Was Grafia supposed to be here? Issei asked. He should have been here 10 minutes ago, and those are his moves that are being executed over. If anything, I'm willing to bet that. Euclid intervened in this. Issei finished the sentence. I'll help clean things up here. Go and make sure Grafia is okay. Artemis smiled at her before turning away. Be careful. Issei gave her a quick kiss on the lips before leaving. Artemis blushed and stared in surprise as he left. She certainly loved affection, but she felt embarrassed when he did it in front of so many people. Shaking off her initial embarrassment, Artemis turned towards the hordes of enemies that were flooding in, biting her arrows, and began to intercept them. Issei ran across the campus grounds before reaching his destination. Before him lay a frozen landscape of snow and ice. Two figures were locked in an icy dance, battling in midair. He was about to intervene but stopped. Grafia gave him a sharp look, clearly telling him not to interfere. He nodded, accepting her wishes, but said he would intervene if things went south. Grafia had been wondering how she had become so strong. During the Civil War, she only possessed the strength of an upper-class demon, but now she had reached the highest class. Expelling him with a wave of ice magic, Euclid repelled him with a barrier, neutralizing the attack. Snapping her fingers, Grafia swirled snowflakes around her younger brother. The flakes quickly transformed into sharp icicle blades, whirling around him, ready to pierce the enemy at any moment. Raising both arms, Euclid covered himself with columns of ice, preventing the icicles from even touching him. Refusing to give him time to launch an offensive, Grafia cast the same spell as Euclid, forming several pillars of ice that crashed into his, causing the structures to shatter and leaving him slightly disoriented. You're still so ruthless, sister. He smiled, remaining calm. Grafia remained silent, not even listening to his words. I don't think you're in the mood to talk today. Coating her hand with snow, she formed a blade around her arm. Rushing toward it, she sliced through the pillars of cold like a hot knife through butter. Forming a wall of spikes, Grafia retreated before assuming a stance. When Euclid made his way through, Grafia launched a kick that landed squarely on his face. Gah! He coughed as he hovered through the air slightly. She wiped the blood from her cheek, though she retained her composed exterior. Gathering power in her palms, she clapped her hands in front of Grafia, creating a sharp, crescent-shaped shockwave that froze everything it touched. Blocking with a barrier, Grafia managed to stop the attack, but she had drained a significant amount of strength to do so. With no other option, she ran towards Euclid, surprising him. Spinning in the air, she planted her heel on Euclid's collarbone. With a grimace of pain, Euclid stumbled back after striking her in the side with a blow from his hand. Crouching down, Grafia turned around, landing her heel on the back of his head, sending him flying to the ground, forming a small crater. As he staggered, he noticed that one of Grafia's magic circles had marked him. You're serious, aren't you, sister, to think you'd even put this seal on me? Euclid looked at her. Issei knew what she was talking about. Grafia had marked him with a magic circle that would slow the enemy's physical movements before affecting them with a spell that slowly covered them in ice, stopping their movements. Knowing he shouldn't waste any time, Euclid rushed toward her. He pricked his finger, pouring his blood into her magic circle, turning it red. The blood that dripped onto his spell enhanced it with the direct application of his life force. Unleashing a storm of red snow from his hand, the wave of ice and frost roared toward Grafia. Dodging to the side, the current came flying toward her, swirling to catch her off guard. Ascending into the sky, Grafia was about to attack again, but was forced to defend herself when the current of cold split into two attacks. Wincing in pain from the collision, Grafia continued her charge. She flew down toward her younger brother, slamming a palm against his chest. Euclid simply smiled. Is that all? You probably have a stronger attack coming on. He mocked. Wait, she said coldly. Suddenly, ice and snowflakes began to flutter around him. That. Snapping her fingers, Grafia spoke. I'm not known as the Lady of the Tundra for no reason. Arctic weather. Instantly, ice formed a layer around Euclid's body, creating a layer of frozen magic around him. Grafia slid forward, about to restrain him, but suddenly the ice shattered before the purple light exploded within the icy prison. The ground trembled as the layers of frost time flew into the air, turning to dust as Grafia gazed upon Euclid's new form. I may not have been a match for you before, but this changes everything. Euclid laughed darkly. His eyes turned pale yellow as purple streaks stained his hair. His teeth sharpened and his nails became claws. Ice wings sprouted from his back as purple markings crawled across them. What did you do to yourself? Grafia asked, horrified by this sudden transformation. The aura that Euclid radiated was purely malicious, making everyone's skin crawl in warning. It's a gift from a friend. Now, my dear sister, I'll have you come with me. With incredible speed, it launched itself towards her, forming a blade of purple ice that had tendrils creeping over it. Grafia defended herself with a magic circle, but he quickly cut through it, though there was some resistance. Spinning violently, her ice wings collided with his other shield, though it knocked her to the ground. Turning into an upright position, Grafia made an ice spear. Euclid charged at her with incredible speed, but this time his sister was ready. She turned to the side and slashed him across the back. To his dismay, she only made a shallow cut. Taking a step back, he raised a wall of solid ice before striking it, causing the spikes to be flung to the other side. Euclid nimbly dodged each attack, countering with a beat of his new ice wings. Gathering a significant amount of demonic power in his right hand, he made an ice javelin, covering it with the purple substance that had transformed him. Launching it, the attack struck Graphia's defenses and cut her left side, drawing blood. With a grimace and gritted teeth, she continued to fight. Deciding to get serious, Graphia abandoned all restraint. She enveloped herself in a cold, icy aura and gave Euclid a look that made him back slightly. "Let's end this old game," she declared. Forming an ice sword, he charged at Euclid. She prepared an ice-covered hand which formed into an enormous claw and moved to attack. Gracefully stepping out of the way, Graphia severed the limb. Ice spread across the severed appendage, creeping down her body and freezing it. "Damn it. I forgot about this," Euclid cursed. "You've become irrational with that upgrade. You've forgotten that the wounds I inflict with Zero's grasp can freeze you from the inside if they're cut there, spreading throughout your entire body," Graphia remarked. Covering his hand with an icy blade, Euclid cut off his frozen arm to prevent the curse from spreading. "Even so, I will not give up." Creating a magic circle in her hand, Euclid conjured a massive hexagon that appeared beneath her. Multiple runes of advanced magic marked the hexagon, making it clear that this was no ordinary spell. Issei knew that this attack was not something that could be allowed, as he had seen before. "Are you really going to go that far?" Graphia asked, clearly uneasy. Of course. "It's all for the simple reason of reuniting with my family." "What happened to you, Euclid?" Graphia questioned. "It's your fault this happened." "My fault?" Graphia looked at him, puzzled. "You chose to side with those forgers. You forgot our duty. We of Lucifuge have a duty to serve the Lucifer clan and the true Mao, yet you turned your back on our history and our ways and joined those misfits, and even less that cur." Euclid spoke, but his voice began to tremble with rage. "I changed my path because I saw how useless the old ways were. Pride isn't worth our lives, Euclid. There would have been no one left to serve if we were all dead. To fight only against ourselves, then go and fight against the other factions, and then fight and kill again and again just to try to dominate others. I wanted none of that. At first I followed our family's laws because I didn't know any better. I had been ingrained to conform because of how we were raised. But finally I opened my eyes, Euclid," Graphia reasoned. "That's what you think, like demons, our nature is to destroy and conquer. That's how it's always been. Even now, that's what we do. If you want to think that all the time, then there's no need to keep talking." Graphia braced herself once more. The two faced off, but suddenly Euclid's arm formed a gigantic blade of ice from where it had been severed. "If that's the case, I'll hit you before I expire." He roared, though there were tears in his eyes, making it clear that there was more to it than met the eye. By channeling all his anger and disappointment into a single attack, Euclid transferred all the power and emotion he possessed into his arm and slashed downward. The blow managed to sever Graphia's right shoulder, though she was saved before it could become a serious problem. No longer willing to watch, Issei materialized a magic circle beneath himself. 15 layers of magic circles swirled under his foot, one of which was fading away. The magic circle was the seal he had placed upon himself to contain his powers. With one seal unlocked, he would be far stronger than before. Rushing toward her in the blink of an eye, Issei swept Graphia into his arms before placing a palm directly in front of Euclid's chest. Forming a small orb of blue energy, he unleashed a wave of magic that sent Euclid flying far away. "Issei," she asked, unsure how he had moved like lightning. "We need to heal you." He covered his hand with a green light and placed it over his wound. "Looks like Euclid hit you with an emotional attack," Issei commented. It was something he and Azazel had discussed. By striking with the combined emotion of the moment, it was possible to overcome something with just that miracle. It was considered believable since they lived in a crazy world after all. It seems so. Normally, he wouldn't have been able to do that, but it's clear that he changed the moment I thought he was dead. He seemed pretty determined to get you back. Issei noted, hinting at curiosity. Knowing what he meant, Graphia nodded. "When we were young, our father mistreated us. He had lost his purpose and lost our mother in the war, so he was angry all the time, but one thing reminded him of his original purpose. Our clan was committed to serving Lucifer as our ancestors had been. Our clan and its laws were our lives, as our father had said. For a long time, he taught me that our traditions were the only thing that mattered, not ourselves. Eventually, he did that to Euclid. That explains why Euclid is so attached to the old ways. He knows nothing else." Graphia scoffed at herself, feeling as if she had truly failed him. "As for his fixation on me, I raised Euclid as if he were my own son because of our deceased mother. I was the only one who truly cared for him. However, when he made it clear that he would follow the old paths to death, I simply couldn't go on. There was no point in adhering to old laws and goals that led nowhere. I suppose he couldn't bear that and set out to bring me back to his side. I'm his only remaining family after all." Graphia remarked sadly, tears welling in her eyes at what had happened to her brother. It's just that for so long I never had anyone who cared about me until I came to this side. When the Gremories took me in, I finally felt like I had a home and a family. I was so desperate. She choked up. It's not your fault. Euclid had the opportunity to find his own life and purpose alongside the one that was imposed upon him. Instead of being an individual, he chose to be chained. No one blames you for your decision because you can't please everyone. I learned that the hard way, Issei told him. Graphia looked at him, a little curious about his own story now. She knew he was a reserved man, but she couldn't help wanting to know what he meant by that in detail. Listen to me, Graphia. Euclid has chosen his path and you have chosen yours. We all experience things in our lives that make us hate ourselves, but we have to keep going, or else it isn't really living. You are a beautiful, strong, and practical. You would never have become this way if you had stayed with old Satan's faction. Never forget that we all live with freedom of choice for a reason. Issei smiled at her. Graphia's breath caught in her throat as his words reached her ears and shook her heart. Her face grew slightly warm. He was right. If he hadn't been the one to save her all those years ago, she would never have found such a wonderful new life. And he wasn't one she was going to let go of. Suddenly, the trees behind the two parted as a strong presence approached them. It seems that whatever improved him is making him more ferocious, Issei noticed. He's much stronger than before, that's for sure. Graphia sighed. He'd always been a troublemaker when he was younger. Issei recalled the days of the Underworld Civil War and the strength levels of the participants back then. Euclid was particularly talented, wielding the Lucifuge clan's ice magic with great skill, though his power wasn't on par with Graphia's. This time his magic was much stronger and he seemed to have gained more physical strength. Still, that wasn't what bothered Issei. Euclid carried an energy signature similar to the phantom he'd encountered at the amusement park. It was now becoming clear to him that the phantom was interfering with events. Why you can put me down now? Graphia stammered, her cheeks slightly pink. Correct. Issei realized that he was still wearing it bridal style. Anyway, he's probably getting revenge on us, so we'd better come up with a plan. It could be much more serious, but the surrounding area would suffer for it. Graphia sighed. I'll take it from here. Issei placed a hand on his shoulder as he walked forward. Under normal circumstances, Euclid would have already lost to Graphia, but rendering the current area uninhabitable wasn't exactly an option. No, I'm fine now, I can finish this. She objected, but now she seemed to have gained some sense of closure. Now you're gone, and you've reminded me why I'm so in love with you. Graphia smiled to herself. If that's the case, then let me lend you a little hand. Issei placed a hand on his shoulder and transferred some of his own power to him. Graphia felt adrenaline coursing through every fiber of her being as her energy and stamina were replenished. Euclid crossed the clearing, panting. He mocked Issei. Euclid, will you finally give up? There's no point in continuing to fight this old battle, Issei suggested. Never, I will kill you for taking away the only family I have left. Euclid charged, abandoning all pretense of caution for which he was known. Graphia decided to copy one of Issei's moves and lowered her legs, assuming an Iaido stance. When her brother approached, she swiftly formed an ice sword and slashed at him as he drew near. The destructive wave unleashed by her ice sword created a massive explosion that froze everything in the area to solid ice. Sister, have you really chosen them over your family? He approached her weakly. They are my family, you are too. Graphia looked at him sadly. Knowing that she still had some care for him in her eyes, he gave in. I see. I wanted to claim you who were my world. You raised me and loved me when my father never did. When you abandoned me, I didn't know what to do because I felt like there was no one left, so I worried. My mind was twisted, and I came to rely on what I grew up with to sustain me. I set up this whole plan to distract others in order to try to take you back, but it's clear to me that that goal wasn't attainable. However, I suppose defeat isn't so bad. I'm finally free from all those lessons that were forced upon me. He smiled sadly. Who changed you? Who gave you these powers? Issei asked. As much as he hated himself for asking these questions at such a tender moment, he had to. It was a strange entity. A dark specter that offered me the power to bring my sister back home to me. It appeared suddenly one day and spoke to me. When I was close to it, I felt somewhat more open to its suggestions. It tapped into my desires and used them. Then it inserted some kind of substance into my soul. In return, it told me to show it what I could do. That's all. Her voice trailed off for a few seconds as she finally closed her eyes for the last time. Graphia snorted as she placed a hand on his corpse, which was dissolving into snowy dust. Her last blood relative was gone, leaving her the sole remaining member of the Lucifuge clan. Even if she had severed ties with him, Euclid was still her brother. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she struggled to stifle her screams. A gentle touch patted her back, making her turn around. Issei gave her a sympathetic look as she finally broke down. Nestling against his chest, she began to cry as he stroked her back. He didn't say a word, it wasn't necessary. He simply needed to release his emotions after holding them in for so long. Issei knew that his cold facade was to hide his insecurities while blending in with his rigor. When the two returned to the main group, Issei was not surprised to see that all the OSF demons were restrained and the three faction leaders emerged victorious. So would you mind telling me what was going on? Issei asked. Well, we were establishing an alliance between the three factions. We finalized everything and reached a peace agreement. And we received notifications that Odin and Zeus had decided to join in, having learned of this plan. After that, the OSF arrived to try and kill us all, and you know what happened after that, Azazel summarized. Are you okay? Serzech asked his sister. I'm fine, she smiled. He sensed something was different given the emotion radiating from her. It was brighter and softer compared to her usual distant self. Artemis approached Issei and hugged him. Were you hurt? She asked worriedly. No, I'm perfectly fine, don't worry. In any case, I didn't really fight. Issei laughed shyly. That's okay. When everything was clean, the three factions began to leave, but before Graphia left, she walked towards Artemis. Lady Artemis, forgive me for what I'm about to say. Graphia mustered her courage and walked over to Issei. Grabbing him by the neck, she firmly placed her lips on his, shocking everyone present. What? Artemis shouted in grave dismay, her face red with anger. The lady of the tundra turned to her and smiled. I won't stand idly by and let you have Issei ever again. I may have chosen to let this matter drop, but now I won't. From now on, don't expect to be the only one who wants to be with him. We live in a world of polygamy after all. She smiled before disappearing through a magic circle. Issei, Azazel and Serzech's jaws dropped when Graphia declared that. Artemisa began to tremble with frustration, turning towards Issei with a red face. How do Issei-san explain all this to me? She forced a smile, though her brows were furrowed. Was breathing heavily, a clear sign that she was angry. Ooh, someone's in trouble. She's using her full name. Azazel laughed. He'll probably be sleeping on the couch tonight. Serzech chuckled. W8, I don't know, I really don't know. Issei panicked as Artemis approached him. That's the problem with you men, you never know why we're angry. Artemis shouted with comical indignation. What? Issei shouted, bewildered. In the sky, a familiar purple tuft looked down at the sight, clearly intrigued. It's a shame you didn't fight this time. I was curious to see what you would do. Euclid proved to be such an easy target. His crying for his older sister made him susceptible to my words. He wasn't very strong either. However, I now know I need to increase the formula I give my specimens. Still, there are plenty of new opportunities to try it again. I'm not in much of a hurry after all. The ghost chuckled. Chapter 10, A Giant Problem. Issei was relaxing at home. He had returned after helping the Alliance deal with old Satan's faction, and he could finally rest without any trouble. He had fallen asleep in his bed when he woke up the next morning to find his lover sleeping beside him, pulling him close and embracing him. He certainly didn't mind, rather, he was pleased with the gesture. Her defensive attitude toward him had been a surprise, but her concern had also touched him. Then he remembered what had happened last night. Artemis was furious with him because of a simple kiss Graphia had given him. On the lips, at first he'd wanted to ignore it, but he'd found there was essentially no way out. This had given him a new problem, as he wasn't sure how to respond to Graphia's feelings. He'd never considered her anything more than a dear friend, but now he had to think about her from a completely new perspective. She moved a little before Artemis stirred. I'm sorry, did I wake you up? Artemis smiled and snuggled closer. That's fine, I love waking up like this with you. Let's go, I'll make something to eat. No, it's my turn today. Artemis laughed, gently pushing him down. She stood up and stretched before leaving the room. Following her, he sat down at the kitchen table, mesmerized by her serene beauty. She was wearing a black shirt and white pants. Issei, however, noticed that her immortal glow had returned slightly, almost as if it shone even brighter than before. Artemis noticed his gaze and frowned. You've been staring at me a lot, is something wrong? No, Issei shook his head and smiled, making Artemis blush. She set down a plate of fruit, waffles, sausages, and bacon and sat down next to him. Here, he held up a fork with some waffles. Issei opened his mouth as he fed him. What's it like? I decided to give them coconut flavor this time. It's really good, here. Issei then gave her some strawberries. He opened his mouth, although the sound made an extremely stimulating sound. Issei began to wonder if she was becoming increasingly seductive towards him, as she seemed to smile much more lustfully. When they finished breakfast, Odin appeared through a magic circle. Issei, his expression was grim. Hello, how are you? He asked. I need you to come to Asgard, it's very urgent, it's about Loki. Issei just sighed, scratching his head. I'm on my way. Is something wrong? Artemis came out of the kitchen, drying her hands with a cloth. She knew that Issei was often asked for favors, so she could predict that it was usually something worrisome. Yes, Odin needs my help, it's about Loki. Issei stood up and nodded. She knew Loki was bad news, as his actions were known even within her own religion. He was a cowardly trickster and often caused trouble. Sometimes he was cheerful, but other times he was malicious. If Issei was dealing with him, then she wanted to go with him. She still remembered her father telling her that Issei was no longer at the level she feared, as he had suppressed his power. Then I'm going too. She took off her apron. Issei simply smiled and nodded. This made Artemis quite happy as it meant he was now more willing to trust her. She would still remember the night she learned he'd been fighting off his pursuers. The horrifying sight made her wince. From then on, she vowed that it would never happen again. Heading towards Asgard, inside Odin's palace, he spoke with the chief god alongside Artemis. Asgard was a city of gold and silver interwoven with stone. Its aesthetic design was similar to that of the medieval era, but it also featured some large, quite modern structures. Running through the entire realm was the Bifrost Bridge, which extended deep into the darkness of space. The Bifrost Bridge connected Asgard to several other realms and was therefore heavily guarded to prevent any exploitable situations. So what did Loki do now? Issei asked. The brat left and raised an army of Jotuns to attack Midgard. He's completely against the alliance as it would make him questionable as the god of mischief. He believes we should remain autonomous, but when a majority vote overruled him, he threw in a fit. Odin sneered. And why are the Jotuns fighting for him? Issei asked, curious. Apparently, Loki promised them Midgard as expanded territory. He intends to destroy Kuoh since it's a point of unity and importance for the alliance. Not only that, but he intends to expand his control and, hopefully, create more uprisings. The rogue Jotuns also joined because they can't stand how Azazel and the others are influencing other pantheons. They see it as them infiltrating other religions to try to slowly control them. Issei sighed. Fortunately, the king of the Jotuns, Farbody, also agrees with the alliance and has already pledged his forces. He's the one who gave us information that is 100% reliable. Odin smiled mockingly. What about the others? Issei asked, inquiring about Thor and the others. I've already sent them there, but there's a secret group of rebel Jotuns circling Midgard. I'd like to ask you to please help deal with that. I myself must protect Asgard, with the other realms being used to move the rebellion to its destination. Odin groaned. Did Heimdall see this? Odin simply nodded. I will send some Valkyries and soldiers to help you. Brynhildr is one of them. I don't want to send her as I don't have the right, but she volunteered. Issei knew why he hesitated. Long ago, Brynhildr had been chosen to watch over 2 kings and select one of them to enter Valhalla. Odin favored one of the kings, but Brynhildr chose the other, incurring Odin's wrath. He imprisoned her in a tower surrounded by fire and shields. When Issei heard her pleas and cries, he rescued her, freeing her. Upon learning of Odin's disproportionate punishment, he invaded Asgard and brutally attacked Odin after negotiations failed. After humiliating Odin with both brutality and words, the old king of the Norse changed for the better. Brynhildr even forgave Odin and returned to her throne. That's how Odin and Issei became friends after the former Grim Herald saw him mature. That would be appreciated. Issei nodded. You'll have to move quickly as they're advancing on Niflheim right now. Leaving immediately, Issei and Artemis went out into the outer courtyard of the palace and encountered a woman with golden blonde hair. It's been a while, Issei. It seems you're doing well. She smiled. Likewise, Brynhildr. Brynhildr had waist-length hair with bangs. Her eyes were purple and her figure was drool-worthy. Her bust was quite large and her backside drew many glances, though Issei resisted the slightest urge to look. Her armor was black and white, consisting of a breastplate, gauntlets, pauldrons, an armored skirt, and greaves. A sword was strapped to her belt. Behind her were several beautiful women in armor and carrying weapons. On the other side of the courtyard were several warriors in armor and carrying weapons. I'll simply help Asgard with this situation. Brynhildr will take care of it. Issei took a step back. Lord Odin specifically gave you the command, Issei. She raised an eyebrow. I'm not suited for leadership. You've commanded the Valkyries and led them to several victories. You're the best choice. I'll simply be an extra muscle for you. The man smiled. Brynhildr sighed before turning to face the many troops in front of her. Very well. The rebel Jotuns will march on Midgard from Niflheim, so we'll seal the entrance first and then trap them. Lady Hela will grant us access to her domain. Via the Bifrost, we can arrive quickly before the Jotuns and Loki advance further. Standing on the Bifrost Bridge, all the assigned warriors were sent to a realm of ice and snow. Niflheim consisted of glaciers and frozen mountains stretching as far as the eye could see. The dunes of powdery ice created an uneven balance for everyone, but it was imperceptible. Upon reaching a temporal vortex behind him, Issei glanced back and saw the image of Midgard, also known as Earth. He turned to face forward and used his solemn vision. He gazed into the distance, his eyes focused like a telescope. He saw massive humanoids wielding sticks, hammers, axes, and spears while wearing armor. I count no fewer than 1,000 Jotuns. Issei informed Brynhildr, I have it. My Valkyries will stand on the flanks to bombard the magic. The Aesir will be ready to hold the enemy lines. Issei, can you lead the charge? She asked. Of course. Issei nodded. With the Valkyries concealed, Issei stood before the Asgardians, Yorokiri in hand. The ground quickly began to rumble and tremble as the Jotuns halted at a distance. They generally resembled humans but were larger, ranging in height from at least 14 feet to as much as 30 feet. Does Asgard wish to continue inhibiting us here as well? A Jotun shouted. Why are you listening to Loki? What has he promised you? You must know he's the god of mischief, Issei asked. In exchange for the spoils of our homeland, we can gain a new one by destroying the Alliance and its pantheons. It has sworn bountiful harvests, profits, and glory to our people. The leaders of my class are fools for siding with the Aesir and Vanir and allying themselves with outsiders. They have meddled in countless pantheons as if they owned everything. I will not tolerate it. A Jotun rumbled. I'm going to ask you to return. Fighting here is pointless. It's time for the pantheons to cease hostilities with each other. It creates unnecessary chaos and bloodshed. Believe me, I know what it's like to see a change in lifestyle that only seems to collapse your livelihood. Please return. Issei decided to try to reason with the Jotuns. I won't tolerate any of your nonsense. Loki already warned us about your way of speaking. That's not the way of true Jotuns. We'll settle this with combat. The army commander spat. Issei sighed. At least he tried. By unlocking some of his sealed powers, Issei opened the palm of his hand and created a blue mist. I'd rather not fatally wound them. A bloody change is not a good thing. He spoke to the Asgardians behind him. We will try to forgive those we can. One of them nodded. Issei launched the mist orb into the center of the enemy force, creating a cloud of smoke to explode. The Jotun coughed and stumbled as they fell to their knees. Human magic, diverse and weak but strong in the right hands, Issei commented. Through his skill and power, he improved the standard for a stun spell made by human wizards. Unfortunately, several of the Jotuns were unaffected by his magic. Issei drew Yorokiri and charged. The two forces clashed violently as the ice around them cracked, with snow blowing everywhere while the wind howled at everyone. Slipping beneath a Jotun's feet, he leaped into the air and kicked him in the back before grabbing the club of another Jotun who was attacking him from behind and snatching it out of his reach. Spinning, he struck several enemies, though he made sure to lessen the force of his attacks or he might cause some permanent damage. Spinning like a wheel, he eliminated several of the enemy Jotuns who were foolish enough to attack him. Meanwhile, several Valkyries emerged from the glaciers that formed the walls that trapped their friends and enemies on a battlefield. Fire! Brynhildr ordered. Volleys of arrows and magic spells bombarded the enemy, creating tremors as the ice began to crack and melt. Artemis made an arrow and pointed it at the sky, letting it whistle through the air. Soon, flashes of light flickered from above before falling under a hail of arrows. Several Jotuns screamed in rage as the painful silver beams impaled them. As the enemy formation crumbled, the Asgardians and Valkyries charged forward and cut through the enemy. Swords and spears rained down on the enemy as the Jotuns began to focus once more. Enough! All Jotuns form up and push the enemy back. The Jotun commander ordered. Artemis drew an arrow and aimed precisely at him, targeting an area that wouldn't leave the enemy with a permanent injury. At first, Artemis was skeptical of Issei's plea, but she agreed to it, not wanting to project a bad image of the Alliance, but mainly only because Issei asked her to. She followed him with her eyes as she tested her aim. Even with a moving target, she had no trouble, as her skill and experience made things easy for her. Firing his shot, Commander Jotun sent an arrow flying toward the calves, forcing him to his knees. Firing another shot, a silver net ensnared him and forced him to the ground. Excellent shots, milady, Brynhildr applauded. It's nothing. It helps that she doesn't suspect me. She smiled. Brynhildr then noticed that the Jotuns were piling up their lines. All wizards fire in the fourth line, disorient them. She ordered as she unleashed a long beam of magic. A torrent of magic thundered toward the Jotuns, but they were ready. Using their clubs, they crushed the enemy attacks before charging the Asgardian lines, swinging brutally as they sent several warriors flying through the air. A Jotun leaped into the air and swung his axe across the ground, collapsing the frozen floor beneath his enemies as he seized the opportunity to smash them against the walls with another powerful blow. Artemis notched several arrows as she fired at the giants who were causing trouble. Striking them with explosive arrows, the giants were flung against the glacial walls. As they did so, the Valkyries cut their way through enemy lines, quickly decimating the enemy with expert attacks from their weapons. Brynhildr mounted her steed and charged the enemy lines, her horse kicking the giants. She cut through the enemy's chain of command and unleashed magical bolts that struck every enemy. While doing so, she remained unaffected by any giant, having surpassed their battle abilities, though the same could not be said for many other Asgardians. Issei placed his hand on the ground and broke the ice before manipulating the lightning and shaking the giants with waves of blue electricity. Trembling violently, several enemies fell to their knees. Swooping in, Issei knocked them unconscious with swipes of his sword, using the blunt side. With a pulse of energy, he sent several giants flying into the snow. Release the Jormungandr, a Jotun leader ordered. A massive cage was created from a magic circle, revealing a massive serpent inside. Issei, however, knew it wasn't real. The true Jormungandr would have been nearly impossible to move. The cage opened at the top and a massive snake slithered out. It hissed and glanced sideways, eyeing its prey. It looked like an enormous serpent with a green upper body and a pine-green underside. It had 4 fangs, 2 in each jaw. Its eyes were yellow with black pupils. Its body length was 200 meters and its girth 50 meters. It opened its mouth and unleashed fire upon the Jotuns and Asgardians alike. The Jotuns screamed when they saw that the creature made no distinction between friend and foe. Rivers of fire erupted from the clone's mouth, melting the ice and snow that covered the landscape, along with several Asgardians and Jotuns. Issei used Dawnbreaker and knocked it away from the hundreds that had gathered near it. He fired a beam into the sky before stirring clouds above the enormous serpent. Thunder. He snapped his fingers. A huge blue beam of mana and lightning struck the creature, shattering its scales and disintegrating it with ease. Several people looked at Issei in alarm. Jormungandr was absurdly powerful, known as the Final Dragon. Even if its clone was significantly weaker, not even half the strength of the real thing, it was still a formidable enemy. Now do you see Loki's betrayal? He doesn't just desire the end of the other pantheons, he wants to see the end of his own pantheon. Issei looked at the Jotun commander who was caught in his web. The enemy looked away, reflecting on what had just transpired, clearly angered by this betrayal. They had trusted the deity to do its part, hoping that with its aid, the Jotuns could finally receive the glory and reverence they deserved. However, the giant knew those times were long past, though he longed for their return. Glory in battle had been everything to him up to this point. "Cut me loose," she demanded, although it was without her usual aggressive tone. Cutting the links between the silver network, the giant stood up and turned towards Issei. "Very well, we will withdraw our armies. Loki will pay for his deception." Without another word, the Jotun left with the remainder of his forces to return to Jotunheim. He didn't say it directly, but Issei knew that the giant had abandoned his previous notions, seeing that the true liar was the one behind this plot. Artemis slid beside them and watched the giants leave. Well, that was easy. She exhaled. If they hadn't released Jormungandr earlier, things would have been worse. That thing was a trap set by Loki to be triggered after both forces had sustained enough damage. At least they know they shouldn't trust Loki either. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, and a man with long turquoise hair and white attire emerged. He had golden eyes and wore a smile. "Loki," Issei pointed out. "So I see Odin decided to attack you. What, was Thor busy or something?" "No, you're simply not worth my time." Issei returned fire. "HMPH, I've heard stories about you, the one with the power to overthrow the world, and yet you side with these fools who believe in peace between mythologies. Don't you see how deceptive all this is? The sugary words of others are a foolish choice." "Aren't you known for being a fool?" Issei sneered. Loki clicked his tongue in irritation. "The vagabond says he only knows how to meddle in other people's business. Let me show you what happens when you interfere in other people's affairs." He opened his hand and fired a beam of magic. Issei made the same movement, but he took the blast and fired it back, increasing its power. The lightning struck Loki in the chest and knocked him down several meters as tremors shook the valley. Issei warped in front of him and kicked him in the face, sending the trickster flying into a wall of ice, causing it to collapse as snow scattered everywhere. Opening his hand, Issei controlled the ice to swirl around his enemy, trapping him. Slowly, the ice steamed and hissed as it melted into water. Fire raged around Loki as his spell burned across the battlefield, writhing like snakes before transforming into the creature. He snapped his fingers as 3 magic circles appeared. From them, 3 clones of Jormungandr emerged from the depths, hissing at their new enemy. "They may not be as strong as my real son, but they're still quite strong on their own. Let's see how you handle 3. Loki grinned. Issei knew that the multiple defeats at the hands of Thor made Loki vulnerable to thunder and lightning. "So you decide to betray Odin and Thor over a minor disagreement?" Issei asked. "If they had decided to stay, I wouldn't have lifted a finger. However, the Bible faction has gone too far. They left their little corner and decided they wanted to make everyone do what they said. They who have taken so many followers from others have now tried to dig their claws deeper into our religion." Loki spat. "Loki, there's no need to fear what they've decided to do. It was only a matter of time before this happened. People have grown weary of war and death. Glory in battle is a thing of the past, and so is paranoia. It only causes tragedy and unnecessary suffering. You would know that better than others." Issei tried to reason with him one last time. "Say what you will, I will not submit. What I do for the end. I want to see the end of those bloodthirsty fools who have grown arrogant and the end of this useless farce of a mythology and start anew." Loki expanded his aura, ready to continue fighting. Issei sighed. Loki seemed beyond help. Even so, he knew that fear of the unknown had gripped the trickster. Upon unlocking several more seals placed upon himself, Issei's aura cascaded throughout the area, causing the noises to rumble as the sky trembled. "Then I have no choice but to deal with you. Although I'll let Odin decide what happens to you." Surrounding him was his renowned cosmic arsenal, which took the form of an array of weapons that he could use at will. Loki transformed into a massive demon bear with spiky fur, large fangs, golden eyes, and sharp claws. However, Issei wasn't surprised, as he knew the deity was a shapeshifter. With a snap of his fingers, countless weapons, numbering in the hundreds, materialized, manifesting as blue mana-like weapons. He fired several of them at Loki, whose bare form shrugged as he charged. Along with the 3 Jormungandr, a squadron of 4 beasts opened their jaws, intending to bite him to pieces. Surrounding it with spinning blades, he sliced through them with his rapidly circling weapons. Gathering them behind him, he hurled them like rivers, impaling several of the serpents. Breathing fire, Loki dispelled many of the cosmic weapons, but they ultimately lacerated through his inferno. Stabbing him, Loki roared as he charged toward Issei. Shifting his form, he became a massive snake, coiling around Issei, slithering and hissing as he prepared to swallow him. Enveloped in a blue aura, he burst from Loki's grasp with a shockwave. Curving above his head, Issei created an ethereal hammer and charged it with lightning, striking Loki's serpentine form and sending him crashing to the ground with a trembling explosion. Loki changed form and returned to his true self. With this golden opportunity, Issei unleashed his full power within its current limits, managing to avoid releasing any more of his strength. At the moment, he was at 30% of his original power. Surrounding himself with his cosmic arsenal, he immediately fired all his weapons. Loki expected them to simply stab him and dissipate, but he was wrong. Instead, after bouncing off his barrier, the weapons began to swing and attack him, as if possessed and used by some unseen force. Spinning around, Issei bombarded his opponent with a series of Yorokiri attacks, easily slicing through Loki's defenses with precise and deadly cuts. The deity of mischief had no choice but to focus all his efforts on defending, as Issei's attacks condensed into an explosive power, seemingly small but with massive effects. Moving from side to side, Issei began to show why he was so feared. To others, he looked like a blur swirling around his opponent. He would appear in one place, attack, and move to another before unleashing a flurry of blows. "I will not be defeated like this," Loki declared. With a powerful surge of divine power, he launched a pillar of magic into the air, creating an arcane diagram that swirled ice and fire. The surrounding environment shattered as ice swirled toward Loki's magic while fire raged across the battlefield. "Are you crazy? Do you really want to kill everyone here?" Brynhildr called out. "It will all end anyway." "I'm starting Ragnarok early, that's all." Loki smiled. Artemis was not going to allow this to happen. She notched an arrow and focused her power into a single, shimmering, elongated arrow. Spinning with her divine aura, the arrow echoed through the air, shattering Loki's magic circle into tiny fragments. The god of mischief looked at her with anger and disbelief. "If I recall correctly, you're a cheat, not a fighter." She sneered, making another arrow. "You miserable boar, to think I'd drag you into this too." He pointed a magic spell at her, intending to kill her. Suddenly, thousands of blades attacked Loki, drawing blood as the black cosmic blades sliced through him before whizzing around and disarming him. Hundreds upon hundreds of cuts were carved into him before he was kicked to the ground, 1 foot in the stomach. "I think you've caused enough trouble, Loki. It's time for you to go to sleep," Issei stated coldly. With a powerful impact that shattered the ice beneath, forming a deep crater, Issei slid down. Creating a blue magic circle inscribed with several incredibly high-level runes, he sealed Loki's abilities and trapped him with magical chains of his own making. "We have someone to deliver to Odin." Issei turned to the remaining Asgardians. Upon returning to Odin's palace, Loki was tried for his rebellion. "Then tell me why you have chosen to turn against us now." The Aesir king looked at the trickster. "You're a fool, old man. Do you think this alliance will change anything? All you've done is make the battlefield bigger," Loki questioned. "That's the old-fashioned way of thinking of a fool. If you're so afraid of other religions, why create more chaos?" Odin scoffed. "A foolish thought. HMPH, this alliance will fail, I guarantee it. One day one side will accuse the other and then another, and soon chaos will erupt. I will wait no longer. This peace will not work." Loki smiled. Odin simply frowned. "Of all of us, you have been the most obsessed with Ragnarok. You created Fenrir and Jormungandr for that day. I have also seen why you truly started this trouble. You say it is because you don't trust the other pantheon, but I know the truth. You simply wanted to cause trouble and disaster. You want to be the one who sows discord among our ranks and frustrates the alliance to create infighting just to revel in the chaos." Odin rose from his throne. "For a long time you tried to help, but it was only to deceive us. You find joy only in causing harm and chaos. Ragnarok is not something I can allow to happen. I will not allow you to break the peace either, therefore you leave me no choice. I have tried to be merciful to you in the past, but this is the last straw. A rebellion you betrayed and trying to cause havoc that should be prevented. I've had enough of your stupidity." Then a dangerous glint came into his eyes. He raised his hand and a magic circle formed. "I take from you everything that makes you a god. You will be returned to your state as a giant. You will no longer have the privileges of Asgard. You are no longer one of us. From this day forward, you will be banished." His voice sounded radiant. With each sentence, enormous amounts of power were ripped from Loki, who screamed in agony. When it was over, Loki's appearance had lost the elegant gifts he once possessed. His hair was disheveled, his skin had thickened, and he was now muscular and burly. "I sentence you to 5,000 years in prison after you have been punished for your betrayal against the Jotuns." With a final gesture of his hand, Odin sent Loki through a magic circle, sending him to an unknown prison. With that finally done, Odin turned to Issei. "Once again, we owe you a great debt, Issei. You helped prevent a disaster in the Nordic kingdoms. I take it you want to accumulate favors." he asked. Issei nodded. He knew this hadn't been easy for Odin. The king of the Aesir no longer liked doing these kinds of things, but stripping Loki of his powers and punishing him was inevitable, as it would only create more chaos. I owe you a lot too, Artemis. You didn't have to get involved in this madness, but you've saved us a great deal of pain. I'm truly grateful. No thanks needed, Lord Odin. Odin finally returned to his jovial ways. He cast a mischievous glance at the two of them. And I also see that you two are much closer than you seem. He smiled slightly. Issei froze, knowing where Odin was going with this. Very good, that's enough. He intervened. Artemis stared at Issei, stunned by his sudden outburst. Normally, he was always calm in these situations, but at this moment he seemed a little desperate. This piqued her interest. Is there something I should know? He asked, his tone dangerous. Issei sighed, knowing that he would fight if he didn't tell the truth. Well, you see, he stopped sadly. Issei is extremely desired by countless women in Asgard, Odin summarized. Artemis frowned. Yes, she was irritated, just as Issei had feared. He knew she was defensive of him, but what he didn't know was that she was a little possessive. Is that so? He asked with a smile, though it didn't exactly hide the silvery aura around him, an indication of his anger. Yes, very much so. I think the last time we held a banquet, one of the goddesses wanted to know how to plow. Ha ha ha. Odin recounted. Tell me more. Artemisa maintained her dark smile. Well, once Issei came to a party I had organized. At that time, Frigg and Freya were talking about romance. They were creating this little corner where they were helping others with their love lives and finding the right one. Odin's smile widened. Artemis didn't like where this was going. Now that I think about it, I remember being there, heh. She recalled the memory, and now that she was in love with Issei, it became a little unpleasant for her. Flashback. A few years ago, the Nordic lands had hosted an annual banquet among immortals as one of the first attempts at peace. Fortunately, it worked out quite well. Artemis had come for the sake of formality and because Zeus had asked her to. As one of the chief Olympians, she had a duty to help represent her mythology. He recalled seeing Freya and Frigga sitting in a corner with several men and women around them. They were doing palm readings and other fortune-telling activities. She had come to the event dressed in a white dress that gently hugged her figure, complete with gold band accessories with a small touch of makeup here and there. He didn't really do much at the party besides socialize with some goddess-like women. I don't understand what they're doing there, she commented when Ishtar spoke to her about it. She had tan skin, golden eyes, and waist-length red hair. Her hair had bangs and was tied in a low ponytail. Her dress was gold and red, revealing little cleavage, but her arms and navel were exposed. Her dress was slit on one side and she wore gold shoes. Freya and Frigga are offering divination to those who are interested. It's mainly about love life and potential children. Perhaps you should try it. I've already been told that my love will come in the next few decades. I just need to be patient. She laughed. I'm not interested in those things. However, those girls, Artemis gestured toward the swarm of women crowding around a man. I was honestly horrified by the sheer number of goddesses and celestial women surrounding him, laughing as if he were a dress everyone wanted. Come on, do some fortune-telling with me. One of them complained. No, come with me, we could learn something amazing. Another call, without hands he is mine. A goddess called him closer. Please, there's no need for any of this. The man pleaded. When Artemis saw him, she didn't pay him much attention. She simply frowned, believing he had cast some kind of spell to lure the women in the room to him. She assumed he was some kind of demon or god of lust. Aphrodite then approached his side. Oh, everywhere he goes, women flock to him. He's really popular. She chuckled. Aren't you going after him? Artemis asked. No, I think they've already claimed it, but the ladies won't take no for an answer, hee. Whatever, all men are lazy and beastly. I don't see what's so special about them. Artemis scoffed. That's only because you haven't met the most special man in your life yet. You'll see someday, little sister. Aphrodite smiled. End of retrospectives. And now, several years later, Artemis finally understood what her older sister meant. That special man had proven himself to be surrounded by women so many decades ago. How ironic. Now the idea of him leaving her had become a terrifying prospect in her mind, though it lay hidden somewhere deep and dark within her. She held Issei's hand as she recalled the memory. I remember it now. Back then I thought you were a Casanova, however I was quite wrong. He leaned closer to his lover's shoulder. Issei just laughed in embarrassment. Biwahahaha, good, this is good. I was hoping you'd find someone someday, Issei. You've been alone for far too long. Make sure you take better care of her. You don't find great women that easily these days. I realized that after you gave me a lecture about Frigga. The chief god of the Aesir walked away laughing. Issei then looked at Artemis. I'm sorry for never mentioning that. I didn't mean to upset you. He laughed shyly. Artemis just shook her head. That's fine. I know why so many women have fallen in love with you now anyway. Issei blushed a little when he said that. Odin turned around and spoke. By the way, you should stay. Our vacation on Yggdrasil starts tomorrow. You arrived at the perfect time. Issei smiled, remembering now. What is the Yggdrasil festival? Artemis asked as they walked down a city street. It's officially called the Day of Rejoicing. It's a day when the people of Asgard honor the world tree, Yggdrasil, for its continued support and blessings upon the 9 realms. Festivals and performances are held to celebrate another year of Asgardian life. They don't know when Ragnarok will come, nor do they wish it would, as it would end who they are now and the world of Midgard would suffer as well. Therefore, they rejoice in another year of peace. Issei's expression brightened with a pleasant smile. Artemis laughed. She really loved seeing him smile. "Something funny?" he asked, puzzled. "No, I think it's really cute how you smile during happy moments. The way your eyes soften and your lips curve, it's so endearing." Artemis blushed as she hugged him. Issei began to feel shy as he looked away, trying to hide his face. The two decided to take a walk and experience what Asgard had to offer until they encountered a certain Valkyrie. "Ara, Issei and Lady Artemis, are you finding everything comfortable?" she asked. "Everything's fine, we're staying for the festival tomorrow, so we'll just pass the time until then." Issei smiled. "That's wonderful. If you'd like, I could show you the 2 new places in Asgard. It's been a few years since you've been here. Many of the others are eager to meet." Brynhildr smiled. "What do you think?" Issei turned to his lover. "Sounds fun." She smiled gently. Brynhildr smiled, but she couldn't help feeling a pang of sadness and jealousy. She wondered what was so special about Artemis that made him fall in love with her so easily. She showed them the new parks and tourist sites that had been created for the Alliance and for modernization. When the 3 of them passed a tavern, Issei wandered off. "What?" He shot to the side, looking to see who it was. "Hey, he's here." A blonde man with electric blue eyes wearing a gray shirt, red jacket, and black pants had approached Issei. He had a youthful appearance, although his beard and long hair made him look older. "Be a little nicer next time, Thor." Issei chuckled. Several gods and goddesses cheered when the thunder god successfully reigned inside. "Today's the first day of the holiday, so eat. Dad told me how you stopped Loki, so we owe you a little for taking over." Thor chuckled. "I'll only stay if a bar fight doesn't work out again." Issei, expressionless. "That I can promise." A woman with shoulder-length brown hair approached. She wore a blue shirt with a black vest over it. A royal gold sash and brown trousers adorned her legs. She was undeniably beautiful, with emerald green eyes and a lithe, athletic figure. "Good, only you can calm this place down, Sif." Issei laughed. "I swore I would control my drinking." Thor sighed. The powerful deity freed Issei, who returned to Artemis's side, or at least he tried. Several of the men huddled around her, awestruck by her beauty, until she glared at them. Fortunately, they kept their distance, since they now knew she was Issei's woman and no one dared try to take her away from him. However, that didn't stop the Valkyries. They crowded in front of her and asked for autographs. "It's Lady Artemis. Can you please sign my bow?" "It really is Lady Artemis, I'm so excited." Artemis was somewhat puzzled by her own popularity. She had assumed she was feared for her past hatred of men, but clearly she was also respected for her beauty and skill with the bow. "One person at a time, please," she said politely. She was led to a table by other goddesses where she struck up a conversation. She smiled slightly. It had been a while since she'd socialized only with women. She wondered why she felt so normal now. When she was near Issei, her heart beat almost constantly and she felt compelled to be intimate with him. Here she was calm and serene. Perhaps Issei really was special. The man watched from the bar as he was forced to drink. He couldn't get drunk as others had learned the hard way in competitions. "So how did you two fall in love?" Frigga asked. Artemis spun an altered story to tell, making sure not to let others know that she had lost some of her powers in the process. "Oh wow, so Issei did what he usually does and saved the day then?" Brynhildr exclaimed in amazement. She looked over and saw him talking to Baldur about something. She remembered how they had met and how he had saved her too. "So how did you and Issei meet?" Artemis asked the Valkyrie leader. Coming out of his trance, he cleared his throat. "Well, a long time ago, I was chosen by Lord Odin to oversee the battle between 2 kings. He favored one of them, but I ended up choosing the other. He was furious when I chose the opposing king to go to Valhalla. As punishment, he made me mortal and imprisoned me in a castle surrounded by fire and shields. I was so sad and alone, and for years I was alone. Sometimes I could feel my sorrow flowing in the air. Somehow, Issei sensed me and rescued me." Brynhildr smiled as she remembered, recalling how heroic she had looked. "It was so incredible. He destroyed everything that was keeping me trapped and freed me from the ring of fire that was holding me down. When I confessed why I was there, Issei brought me back and proceeded to brutalize Lord Odin. It was so terrifying yet satisfying to see that happen. For a long time I had seen him mistreat others, but when Issei taught him a lesson, Asgard became a better place. When it was all over, Lord Odin restored my authority and immortality and promised to change his ways. Several gods followed suit soon after." Artemis was surprised that Issei was so revolutionary. If anything, she had fallen even more in love with him now because it sounded like something he would do. "That's just like him, my amazing Issei." She smiled sweetly. Brynhildr smiled bitterly. Polygamy wasn't exactly a big deal in Asgard anymore as modernization had taken its toll. She also knew Issei wasn't cut out for it since he was too devoted to loving multiple women at once. It was very sad for her, but she decided to let it go. There were plenty of other people in the world. Chapter 11, A Maiden's Distress. Brynhildr was in her room, having left the tavern that night. She put on a white nightgown that reached her thighs. She sat down in her room, which was made of gray stone with a smooth wooden floor, a large four-poster bed, a desk, a chest of drawers, a wardrobe, and a balcony. Issei's recent visit to Asgard had stirred up some old memories. The most important one was when he saved her from unjust punishment. Flashback. Millennia ago, Odin had ordered Brynhildr to preside over the battle between two kings, Angmar and Hjálmgunnar. He clearly favored the latter and commanded her to take the second king to Valhalla for the day Ragnarok arrived. As the two fought, she saw that Hjálmgunnar was deceitful and used her cunning wit. She often went through cracks in her enemy's armor and attacked from behind. Odin liked her sharp mind and strategy, believing it would be essential when the battle ended. Angmar was honorable and never attacked from behind. He only struck from the front and never took advantage of a fallen opponent. In the end, Brynhildr had chosen Angmar to go to Valhalla, while Hjálmgunnar went to Folkvangr. This decision had proven vital in changing countless lives. She ascended from the sky in her armor and appeared before the two souls that remained on the battlefield, along with her Valkyrie companions, who accompanied her to remove the souls of half of the dead warriors. Grasping Angmar's soul, he sent it to Valhalla through a circle in the sky that would lead him directly there. He knew it was against Odin's command, but he felt that a righteous and just heart was greater than that of a deceitful man obsessed with victory. When she returned to Asgard, she was anxious, certain that Odin was angry. Her fears proved correct when she arrived at his throne room. He looked at her, clearly displeased with her misconduct, no, her defiance. At that time, her hair was shorter and blonder, giving her a more youthful appearance, and she had not yet sacrificed her left eye. "Do you know why I summoned you here, Brynhildr?" "I do." "Good, that makes things much easier for me." He rose from his throne. "I ordered you so many times to choose certain people to enter Valhalla, but you have gone and defied me too many times." His voice was mixed with anger. "I only did what my heart suggested, Lord Odin. I don't mean to disrespect you, but I feel that if we wish to win Ragnarok, those with strong hearts will lead us to victory." Brynhildr objected. She respected Odin but felt that his absolute dedication to winning the final battle was beginning to blind him. "Enough. I will no longer tolerate your challenge. First, you will be whipped by flames and metal 1,000 times. I strip you of your rank, your powers, and send you to Midgard, where you will be a prisoner of fire and metal in solitude." Odin raised his palm as he ripped away her divine status and threw her through a magic circle, teleporting her to a cell. When the lashes came, she screamed as her bare back was whipped by burning chains. Even with a back burned and bleeding, threatening to expose the raw flesh beneath, she tried to endure the pain, regulating her breathing. However, over time, her willpower began to wane. She started to feel dizzy and weak, numb. Even the guards didn't want to do this to one of their most revered warriors, although Odin's orders were absolute. After the torture was done, they left her in rags in her cell, sleeping against the cold walls and stone floors without warmth. Suddenly, the cell door opened, revealing Frigga, Lady Frigga. Brynhildr tried to stand up, but the queen only knelt beside her. Looking at her back, he frowned before healing her. "That arrogant husband of mine, to think he would do this to you and leave you so scarred, all over a few small differences." "I'm sorry, daughter, I wish I could do more, but I can't. I've arranged a more comfortable home for you. Besides, I know that one day soon you will be free. I don't know when, but wait until then, my dear child," he said gently as Brynhildr burst into tears. Frigga stayed with her until she fell asleep. She longed for that change to come. Odin was becoming increasingly irrational as he worried about the upcoming final battle. After losing consciousness, Brynhildr awoke to find herself inside a stone room overlooking the castle courtyard. In the distance, she saw that the walls of metal and fire had truly sealed her off from the outside world. She looked up at the sky and discovered that a dome of white clouds covered her from seeing beyond, although natural light peeked through somehow. Brynhildr couldn't help but feel the despondency, indignation, and sadness that surged through her heart. She had lost everything simply for doing what was right. She had dedicated her entire life up until this moment to the future of Asgard and its people. She had also fought for the protection of the 9 realms. Until now, her heart's intuition had never failed her. Today, however, had brought her a terrible punishment. Trapped where she could neither escape nor see anyone from the outside, she had no choice but to resign herself. She could not use magic, and the barrier around her castle was enchanted to prevent her escape. Nor did she possess magical weapons, they were only kept for mere mortals. The only things inside the castle were the necessities for her survival. She was left with plates that could create any food and cups that would never run dry of water or wine. Clothing and other supplies for warmth and survival had also been provided. For months, this continued. She could only wander the halls of her castle and write to herself. Perhaps if someone came here someday by some miracle, then they would know her story. She had tried to leave several times, but it never worked. She couldn't get through the walls of metal and fire. Throwing small tables, chairs, and other random objects hadn't worked. His supernatural strength had also been taken from him. Every day, they let her cry over her sad fate since her king had locked her up to be alone forever. Little did she know, her painful loneliness and regret were over. After 5 months within her fiery prison, she awoke with a start. She looked out the window and saw that the wall of white clouds, fire, and metal was being torn apart. She didn't know what kind of magic was doing this, but she hesitated to find out. Brynhildr didn't dare hope that she would be released from her punishment. The metal buckled as the magical enchantment scattered into particles and wisps. Natural light shone brightly as a hideous shadow loomed in the castle courtyard. When Brynhildr gazed upon the dark figure, she was utterly terrified. What frightened her most were 2 crimson eyes peering around from the figure's helmet. She couldn't tell if it was human, beast, or some other kind of being. She jumped, then froze as the armored entity seemed to look up at her. Its footsteps echoed like a metal hammer lightly striking stone. Brynhildr gripped her sword and stepped down to meet this new invader. She heard footsteps echoing in the hallways and ran down the stairs, and once again she felt a constant fear radiating down her spine, making her tremble with terror. Just being in the same place as the figure in black armor made her feel like she was running. In any case, an escape route had been made for her. When she came down the stairs, she found the armored figure already in the doorway, looking around as if searching. When she saw her, she was ready, unwilling to back down. She decided that if she was going to die, it would be in battle. However, this new individual's body language seemed different from the vibes he was giving off. Now that he looked good, I could tell he was at least a man, judging by his posture and the outline of his figure. "Who are you?" she asked. Taking a step forward, the armored figure removed its helmet, or rather it retracted behind its head as it disappeared into the shadows. Brynhildr was captivated by the man's appearance. She felt a horrible tension in his presence, yet he seemed human. His hair was black and his eyes crimson. He had a handsome face and a broad chin. His expression was neutral, but he wobbled at close range. "Were you the one imprisoned here?" he asked. "What kind of business do you have?" she asked, wondering how he knew about her situation. "I could feel someone's pain and sorrow. It brought me here and I came to comfort whoever it was." Issei decided not to walk any further, keeping his distance to avoid escalating the conflict. Brynhildr's eyes widened. How could he have sensed her? It was true, she felt nothing but sadness and melancholy while she was here, but there was no plausible way someone could have tracked her down here just for that reason was there. "My name is Hyaudu, there's no need to be afraid." Issei dispelled his armor into the shadows, leaving him in a long black coat, a black vest, and matching black pants. His boots were armored and he wore briefs with gauntlets on his arms. Brynhildr was on her guard, not really willing to trust this stranger. "I don't want to hurt you, just tell me why you were imprisoned here." Issei gestured to him. Pausing for a long moment, she recounted what had happened and what had caused it all. She couldn't help but get a little emotional when she thought about that day. The emotional wounds were still fresh, as her life had simply gone down the drain for doing the right thing. Brynhildr was starting to worry when she noticed Issei's face darken. He clearly didn't like what he was hearing. "I see. In that case, I'll take you home. I promise everything will be all right," he spoke. Contrary to his intimidating presence, his voice became gentle and kind. "How can I trust you?" she asked. "You don't have to do this. However, I won't stay here and let you continue crying like this. What Odin did wasn't right, nor was it necessary. I'm going to Asgard. Will you come with me?" He extended his hand. "If I return, I will only be punished or executed. You will also be punished for trespassing," she warned, stepping back. "I won't let that happen. I promise you I'll fix things." Brynhildr considered her options. Either stay here until she died of old age and loneliness, or return to Asgard and possibly suffer a far crueler fate. However, when she looked at Issei, she felt she could trust his words as if he were keeping his oath. She walked slowly toward him, unsure if it was all just a grand plan. She took his hand and felt how cold it was, as if she were touching a hand that had been submerged in ice water. Devastating Asgard, Issei and Brynhildr arrived before the gates of Valhalla. Several gasped at the sudden appearance of the former Valkyrie leader. Brynhildr. "What are you doing here? If Lord Odin sees you, you'll pay dearly." One of her former comrades hurried over, trying to hide her from watchful eyes. "I have come to seek an audience with Lord Odin." Issei approached a guard. "And who are you?" "The Grim Herald," Issei growled. The guards paled and flung open the doors, fearing what would happen if they refused him. It was as if calling him by his nickname was a threat in itself. Walking through the corridors, Issei made sure to keep Brynhildr close in case anyone tried anything sneaky. Entering the throne room, Odin glanced at one of his former lieutenants and sneered at the new guest. "So you're the Grim Herald, the brat who's been causing trouble. HMPH, what do you want?" "The king of the Aesir spat." "Why did you strip Brynhildr of her status and imprison her?" he asked, maintaining a calm tone. "So she professed innocence. That girl has gone against my orders time and time again. She would only bring fools to Valhalla who would be stabbed in the back. She doesn't understand the weight of Ragnarok. If we lose, we will all perish senselessly when an evil kingdom is reborn. Her defiance would jeopardize the future rebirth of the world." Odin barked. Issei's expression darkened. So you're telling me you caused her this pain just because she didn't do what you said and brought you treacherous warriors for Ragnarok? Traitors, no, you naive fool, I wanted victors. Issei simply scoffed. Lord Odin, those warriors would have brought only danger. They were all cunning and desired only power and wealth. That is why I chose the righteous heroes, because their hearts were strong. Brynhildr pointed out, you have no say in this. The king of Asgard snapped, I think she has every right to say something. Issei scoffed. Odin mocked him. You come to my house uninvited, you dare to show me disrespect, and now you're defending this girl. You should be aware of your position. I'm very aware of my position. The question is, are you worthy of yours? Issei boomed. Odin's expression turned dark as he rose from his throne. What was that? If I defeat you, you will kneel before Brynhildr, beg for forgiveness, and restore her status. Furthermore, you will mend your ways. If I lose, you can have my head. Issei wagered. Smiling, completely confident in his strength, Odin agreed. Fine, then we'll fight in the arena. No, we fight here and now. No tricks from you old bastard. Issei refused, both summoned weapons gaining dangerous auras. Issei turned to Brynhildr. He noticed Frigga watching and decided what to do. Brynhildr, go to Lady Frigga's side, she will keep you safe. The Queen of Asgard gestured for her to run over. When the former Valkyrie was beside her, the Queen looked at her. Were you touched or injured? No. Brynhildr shook her head. She watched as the two beings prepared to fight. Now she felt guilty since she didn't know who Issei was or how strong he was. The two didn't know each other, and yet there he was, risking his life to bring her back to life. Issei cascaded forth in a black aura, his crimson eyes glowing, giving him a nightmarish silhouette. When the energy dissipated, he was wearing his terrifying armor once more, standing like a malevolent humanoid of darkness. Odin began to sweat when he realized the scale of Issei's power. Standing before him, his intense focus fixed on him, he began to wonder what level he was at. Was he godclass? Or was he even more so? Odin donned his war armor and summoned Gungnir. Pointing his spear, Odin unleashed a bolt of lightning that pierced the room, intending to strike Issei in one swift motion. To his surprise, a black barrier of mana had stopped the attack. A wave of black and crimson energy roared toward him, splitting the room in two from where Issei stood, leaving a rift that led outward. Brynhildr was astonished. The palace was destined to withstand so much punishment that not even Odin could easily destroy it. Twisting his spear, the king of the Aesir hurled it. True to the tales, the spear sailed toward Issei with pinpoint accuracy. However, the legends didn't say it would always work. With a backhand strike, the grim herald sent the spear flying out of the room, crashing explosively through the wall. Flying toward the Norse king, Issei planted his foot squarely in Odin's face, slamming the king against a wall. A hole shattered behind him as he landed, but unfortunately Odin didn't fall out of the room. Faster than the eye could see, he was struck by a series of gut-wrenching blows that sounded as if his skeleton were being shattered. The punches and kicks escalated into a flurry before Issei ended up spinning, planting his foot deep in the elder god's guts, causing him to gag and cough up blood as he was sent flying across the room again, slamming violently against the wall as the entire room shook once more. What are you? Odin demanded. I can't say, I don't really know myself. Issei approached. Suddenly, several guards rushed forward as Thor appeared with a burst of thunder and lightning. Catch him. The Prince of Asgard ordered. No, everyone will wait. This is a prearranged duel. There will be no interference, Frigga declared. Many shocked and indignant glances shot in her direction, but she simply shook her head. This was a lesson Odin needed. Odin summoned Gungnir again and attacked Issei. He aimed his spear forward before Issei could dodge. Spinning his weapon, Issei ducked as he struck Odin in the jaw, sending him flying through the ceiling. Issei arched over him and kicked him in the chest while pushing Odin to the ground, pressing his foot against the deity's ribs. With a violent collision, the palace would have collapsed if Issei hadn't placed a magical barrier to prevent collateral damage. Odin drew blood from his mouth when Issei kicked him aside, sending him crashing back into the wall. No one understood how a random stranger had appeared, demanded Brynhildr's forgiveness, and then challenged Odin to a duel, and to think he could even overpower him so easily. It was unfathomable. Now people began to take stock, believing that Issei had truly defeated Zeus within inches of his life. Odin unleashed his divine power and summoned Sleipnir. A white steed with diseased legs charged from the air. Leaping on its horse, it circled Issei, creating a vortex as it accelerated. The air swirled around them as Odin used magic to conceal himself. Issei used his solemn vision, easily identifying him. With a snap of his fingers, his cosmic arsenal materialized, though it was colored black with crimson auras. Unlike in the battle with Loki, these could be detonated at will, according to Issei's whim. The weapons focused on Sleipnir, impaling the horse in non-vital areas. Emerging from the spiral of wind, Issei rushed toward Odin in seconds and opened his palm, firing a black and red beam that sent Odin flying out of the room and into the distance. Heading towards his location, Issei drew his sword and cut the deity with one of his cosmic swords, damaging Gungnir, which was used to stop him. The two clashed in hand-to-hand combat as they flew through the air. They parried each other's attacks as loud noises and the clang of metal echoed throughout Asgard. With a powerful blow, Odin split the clouds in the sky, but Issei overcame it. Issei materialized a black sword with a crimson gem in the hilt. The sword had a black blade with a glowing crimson edge and a black aura. With a powerful blow, Odin was struck in the chest, blood gushing from his wound as the mountain they were passing through split in two with dust and wind whipping the surrounding area. Odin couldn't believe what was happening. For someone divine like him, losing to a stranger who had no legends or feats to truly stand out. Issei punched Odin in the face, sending him flying in the opposite direction, leaving a trail of force beneath him. Having had enough, Issei swung a series of sword slashes at Odin with blurry speed before striking Gungnir and hitting Odin once more in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground, completely shattering the earth as new mountains formed from the shockwave alone. Odin managed to recover while unleashing terrifying levels of lightning into the sky. Millions upon millions of bolts rained down, roaring violently. Only creatures of extremely high levels could withstand such an attack. However, Issei simply absorbed the voltage grid into his palm before firing a black beam at its source. With a single bolt, he demolished the forest where they were fighting. The earth shattered as rocks flew through the air while the ground collapsed in an explosion that extended for 200 meters. A field of lightning encircled Odin, frying him with constant, bouncing waves of voltage that turned him into a steaming piece of meat. Odin staggered with Gungnir's help and soared into the air. He absorbed clouds, fire, water, and wind into his spear before stabilizing his. The ground below trembled from the sheer radiance emanating from the king of the Aesir. Throwing his weapon, it exploded where Issei was when Gungnir returned to his hand. However, chills ran down his spine when he turned around and saw that Issei was behind him. With a final slash of his sword, a massive wave of mana ripped through Odin, sending him flying as it dove into his back and cut deep into his flesh. Gah! With a long cry of pain, he groaned as he was sent crashing to the ground. Odin got up and tried to escape before he was kicked in the back, sending him flying back to the throne room of Valhalla. Everyone had been watching and was astonished by the power of the Grim Herald. Odin, who had overthrown giants and massive beasts, was defeated and helpless by the blinding speed of Issei's attacks. Landing with a loud, bloody thud, Odin staggered and tried to get up. Issei landed right next to him with a startling crack of the ground. "Now that you've lost the duel, you'll do as agreed." He spoke darkly. Odin gritted his teeth, unwilling to relinquish his pride. When Issei stamped his right foot even closer to Odin's face, the deity relented. I beg your forgiveness, Brynhildr. I swear to restore you and return your power. I will also work to improve myself. I promise this to everyone." Brynhildr was stunned. She saw utter defeat in the king's eyes. She didn't know what to say. "The choice is yours. You can stay in Asgard or return to live a free life in Midgard," Issei suggested. "I will return to my homeland. I accept your apology, Lord Odin." She bowed, trying to show that she meant no harm. Frigga smiled, pleased that her hopes had been fulfilled. Even so, she was quite curious about Issei. Rumors had painted him as a vicious monster who attacked any deity or higher being. However, it was clear that he did this for the sake of Brynhildr and Odin's reform. "Before we finish, I'll show you something to make sure you open your eyes." Issei grabbed Odin and headed for Earth. For a long time, he led the deity to various places on Earth that had been impacted by the arrogance and cruelty of the gods. Having witnessed so much suffering, Odin began to reflect on his rule, regretting many of the things he had done. "You're lucky your record is better than Zeus's. He would have done much worse to you." Issei growled. "You deities believe you are above others because of your greater strength and wider range of abilities. I want you to know that this is not the case. Anyone can bring down anyone, regardless of rank, race, or species. What your gods do has both positive and negative impacts. Your strength has poisoned your minds and made you callous to the people who depend on you. That leaves me with a few more words for you." Odin listened attentively and resigned himself. "Without the people, leaders are nothing, since there's no one to support them. That's why no one besides your son rushed to help you. They did it so there would be no love for you. I urge you to take a moment, look around, and realize that being a god doesn't allow you to do whatever you want, however you want, whenever you want. We are all people trying to live. There's no need to dominate others," Issei advised. His tone had become lighter and lacked the intensity of before. Odin was plunged into deep thought. He thought he was everything. He was the All-Father, the king of the Aesir, the mighty god of war, and much more. Yet, he saw that he didn't have much of a positive impact on others. The recent incident with Brynhildr, his most loyal Valkyrie, had resulted in her being unjustly punished simply because she was righteous and didn't want to be completely victorious. "I am going to change, I swear," Odin murmured. "Fine, if you and the others don't change for the better and pursue kinder lives, I'll be back and there will be far higher prices to pay than just your pride," Issei warned. Leaving Odin out of it, Issei seemed much kinder now, deciding to let go of his anger. He even went so far as to heal Odin's wounds while his wife cared for him. As he left, without anyone daring to try to challenge him, Issei left the palace with Brynhildr following him. "Wait," she shouted. He turned around with the same cold stare. "And Why did you really do all this? She asked. It was because what he did to you was wrong. I have a problem with people who abuse their power and simply trample on the lives of others without a second thought. Odin and the other gods did as they pleased and punished others without proper reason, and I always went to extremes. I couldn't tolerate it anymore. I also didn't want an innocent and magnificent woman like you to be wasted by following your heart. I too am following the dictates of my heart. Issei reasoned. You didn't really want to kill Lord Odin, did you? This was just a lesson, wasn't it? She asked. True, I didn't intend to kill him. I only mistreated him to crush his pride and make him see that the gods aren't all-powerful. No one is. I feel that those with power should use it for better purposes than self-indulgence. Issei admitted. So why did you help me? She asked more explicitly. Like I said, I didn't want to waste a good person. I also couldn't ignore your cries of pain and your loneliness. I know what it's like to be alone. It's one of the worst things I've ever had to endure. I simply couldn't let a beautiful and strong woman like you continue to suffer. Issei gave a small smile. Brynhildr blushed as her heart began to race. Do you have others accompanying you? She asked. No, I travel alone. My path is bloody, dangerous, and painful. I accept no companions. Issei shook his head, knowing where this was going. I see, she sighed. If others cause you trouble again, or if something like this happens again, let me know. I'll come and fix it. Issei handed her a piece of paper with a magic circle on it. That will call me right away. You can use it whenever and wherever you want, he said. I'm going to, she smiled. Brynhildr. Several Valkyries ran towards her and hugged her. We just heard that Lord Odin agreed to bring you back. What happened? One of them asked. Well, my new friend here, he pointed, but discovered that Issei was gone, leaving only air where he once stood. She groaned in disappointment at his sudden departure, but smiled when she learned there was now a way to contact him. She also had faith that she would see him again. End of retrospective. From that day on, Brynhildr's feelings for Issei had grown stronger and stronger, almost to the point of chaos. Being in the same room with him only made her heart race, as she would always struggle to suppress her blush. She never truly understood why he went to such lengths for her sake in the first place. But as time passed and she learned more of his exploits, she began to realize that he was fighting to correct the tyranny of others while giving the perpetrators a chance at reform. He was trying to make the world a better place. She sighed. That day was all it took for her to fall in love with the rebel hero. He approached his bed and lay down while holding a pillow against his chest. If only you were open to the idea of harems, Issei. Why do so many women have to be in love with you? She murmured sadly. It was painful for her to see him with Artemis. At first, she wondered what drew him to her. Through multiple interactions, she discovered that the goddess was realistic, kind, and patient, but could also be serious and very protective. She couldn't help but find her very likable. This only made things more difficult, as she had wanted to try and catch up with Issei before all this mess had disappeared. It made things so hard to be negative with her. The next day, Issei woke up to find someone clinging tightly to him. He already knew who it was and just chuckled. At first, he was surprised at how much Artemis liked to cling to others while they slept. He wondered if she ever did this to the hunters. He also understood that it was a bit cold in Asgard since it was far from the northern part of the world. She checked the time and saw it was 8:30 in the morning. She remembered how eager Artemis had been to get up early so the two of them could go explore the festival. She always cherished every opportunity she had to spend time with Issei on a date. Most of the time, if not always, something ruined their dates. Changing clothes, the two ventured into the city and decided to try everything. They had time. First, they joined others who went to the base of the enormous tree, Yggdrasil. The residents of Asgard bowed and knelt before the crystal tree that stretched no less than 1,000 meters into the sky, with countless branches protruding from its top. Water flowed from the tree, forming the Bifrost. After paying their respects and offering their own prayers, the citizens of Asgard went their separate ways to celebrate. Issei and Artemis stopped at a food stall and bought some Swedish meatballs. Here, Ange held one up for him to eat. Issei felt a little embarrassed when several people stared at them. He glanced around and was about to tell Artemis that it probably wasn't the best idea to do this in front of so many people. Artemis only puffed out her cheeks when she saw why he was hesitating. Not wanting to upset her further, he ate it, while many women squealed and others moaned in disappointment. The possibility of having it all to themselves had vanished, at least for now. Freyja approached Artemis and crossed her arms while smiling. So I see you found a man, not just any man either. You found one of the best there is. She laughed. Issei looked at her and realized she looked exactly the same as always. She had white hair, warm honey-colored eyes, a tall, slender body with unique proportions, and a white dress. Beside her, a man with brown hair, a muscular build, wearing a green shirt and black pants approached. He was the one known as Otter, Freyja's husband. It's been a long time, Issei. I see you finally found someone to enjoy life with. That's good. Issei has been like a hermit for far too long. Otter laughed, ha ha ha, Issei expressionless. All joking, Issei. Anyway, Artemis, several Valkyries have wanted to take archery lessons from you. In any case, the other goddesses and I are planning to go to one of the taverns to enjoy some wines and limite-time desserts. Would you like to come? Freyja offered. Artemis seemed nervous for a brief moment as she looked at Issei. She didn't want to leave him alone since she saw how several women would look at him like prey among wolves. I'll be fine, I'm sure you're tired of being by my side all the time too. He encouraged her to go and have some fun with some girl time. No, I'd never get tired. Are you going to be okay? She couldn't help but ask, holding his hand. To be honest, it seemed like she was the one in question. I'll be fine, don't worry, I'll see you later, okay? Issei gave her a small kiss on the cheek, making her blush. Of course she's afraid of others eating in public, but she's not afraid of kissing. She said, expressionless. As she left with Freyja, Artemis looked around while engaging in conversation with her fellow goddess. You don't have to look so tense. Issei is more than capable of protecting himself. Anyway, it was he who corrected Odin's behavior. Artemis simply nodded. I just can't shake the feeling that something is going to happen. I feel like the incident is imminent. Freyja was the goddess of love, so she could tell Artemis's feelings were romantic. However, something eluded her and she wasn't sure she liked it. Why are you so afraid? She asked. It's because Issei has been through so much. Now that we're together, I can't help but worry about him. Seeing him hurt himself, it just hurts me too. She paused. Freyja solo si Rio. It's very difficult for you if it hurts just to see him suffer. Artemis looked at her indignantly. So, she turned around, it simply means you love him very much. Freyja smiled, pleased to see that her fellow goddess felt what it was like to be in love. Upon arriving at the tavern, which was very refined and organized, the two entered and discovered that several women were already inside. So is this a place just for women? Artemis asked. It was built by an ancient Valkyrie who decided to make this place for her weary comrades. Unlike some of the other taverns, bar fights are prohibited here, Freyja pointed out. Artemis did notice that there were several fights in some of the bars they passed by, although everything was cheerful. She sat at a table with Freyja as several others joined them. They all chatted about recent events in their own lives until everyone turned to Artemis. Everyone had been talking about themselves and each other, but Artemis was the only one who tried to stay out of it. So Artemis, how is your lover? Is he still playing defensively? Jeffjan asked. What do you mean? She asked. I mean, is she still rejecting advances? In the past, she was like a metal wall. Nobody got through. The elaborate fertility goddess, Artemis shook his head. He's actually quite the joker when he wants to be. She chuckled. Oh, tell him. Frigga leaned inward. We've all talked about our husbands, so talk about your boyfriend. Freyja continued. Artemis shook her head, unwilling to reveal any more about Issei. She didn't want others trying to take him away. Oh, it must be really fun if you're so defensive. Frigga chuckled, trying to stifle her laughter with her hand. It really is. Oh, it's so perfect. Artemis squealed sweetly before freezing, realizing what she had just done. He stopped. Several women stared at her in shock. Artemis, who used to be so cold and distant, transformed into a squealing, love-struck girl, only made the others even more curious. The cat was out of the bag now. Very well, that's it, you're spilling it. Come on, it's fine, we've done the same. Freyja moved on. Artemis sighed, unable to believe how she had fallen into all this. Well, for starters, he works very hard for the poor and unfortunate. He frequently donates to charities and tries to improve the lives of the homeless and orphans. He also invents new things to help humanity and has developed a curse for various diseases. As for the supernatural, he's always helping people without much regard for himself. She blushed. He's always so kind and patient. He gives me all the time he can and always makes me happy. His smile is so bright and warm. When he hugs me, I feel so safe. He's also so strong and fights to protect everything without being afraid of what might happen to him either. Artemis's face flushed as her heart began to race at the memories. But she's a very deep and wise soul. She never resorts to violence unless she knows words won't work. There's a lot to say. Artemis spoke softly before looking up and realizing that almost everyone was staring at her. She must have really opened up to you if you can spit all that out in one sentence. Frigga smiled. Perhaps she could give the couple a wedding blessing soon. Issei had managed to escape the tavern full of men. Thor wanted another chance at a drinking contest, but he refused. Alcohol wasn't his thing. She ventured through the various new stalls and shops offering limited items until she came across a store selling minerals. Looking around, she discovered that they sold various metals, jewelry, and natural products. Looking for something? The shopkeeper asked. Yes. I'm just looking for some pretty minerals that would make a nice accessory for my girlfriend. He looked around until he picked up a black mineral. Ah, moonstone, Issei remarked. It was fitting since Artemis was the goddess of the moon. He bought a large quantity and stored it. He hoped to use some of it later. As he ventured out, he felt a tap on his shoulder and turned around. He saw Brynhildr smiling at him. She wore a red dress with gold trim. It was sleeveless and reached her knees with a small portion of her décolletage exposed. Her legs were covered in black stockings and brown leather boots adorned with them. What are you doing here all alone? She asked. I let Artemis have fun with the others. And you? I wanted to spend some time alone with you. That's what he wanted to say, but he held back. I was just looking around. Actually, I'm meeting my Valkyries at a tavern soon. Want to come with me? Sure, it's been a while anyway, Issei nodded. When Brynhildr compared him to how he was as the Grim Herald, it was almost as if they were two different people. In this moment, he was gentle and kind with a soft tone. As the Grim Herald, he was cold and direct with a deeper tone. One thing remained the same, however, he never lost his desire to help others. The two decided to get some food as Brynhildr was hungry. What does au gratin sound like? She offered. An appealing idea. Issei smiled. She wanted to make sure she didn't cross any lines that could cause a misunderstanding. Therefore, she had to be careful with her words. So how are things in Asgard? Is Odin treating you well? Issei asked. Yes, he's become much friendlier now even though several centuries have passed. Although he's a bit too jovial now, I think you hit him a little too hard on the head. She laughed. That's good, I'd kick him again if he wasn't reasonable again. Issei groaned. Don't worry, if anything I'd ask you to kick out the perverts who try to reach the maximum in the Valkyrie's bathroom, Brynhildr joked. I could do that easily. Issei laughed. By the way, I wanted to ask, how did you and Artemis fall in love? She asked. Issei paused for a moment, then responded with the story they had both agreed upon. Well, it's complicated. She had been captured by Orion's descendant using some kind of trick after he stole the replica of Gleipnir. He had also been enhanced by something, so he was able to fight her long enough to set a trap. Zeus asked for my help and I dealt with the situation. Then we spent more time together after several encounters and we fell in love. She was always willing to listen to me and saw all my sides and accepted them. Issei smiled. What made you fall in love with her? Brynhildr continued. To begin with, she's kind, patient, and also cute when she's shy, but she's also direct and keeps me on my toes. She's also a great cook and always tries to lighten my load and sticks with me through all my problems. He smiled. Have you ever considered harems, hehe? She asked passively. Issei remained still, reflecting. Nah, I'm lucky enough to have one woman truly love me. I don't know about multiples. Besides, we're in an era where harems aren't even necessary. I think it's better to love someone I can give everything to and only to without compromising time or affection. I can't say I really know how to handle a harem, but there are too many problems without the other one and I'm not going to take them on. Don't trust me to make many women happy at the same time. I'd probably make them unhappy. Issei degraded himself. Ooh, if you only knew how crazy you make me. I love you so much, but I don't have the courage to tell you, Issei. You're so caught up in something else that you can't see how much I want to make you mine. Brynhildr gazed at him, feeling her heart tremble. Finally arriving at the women's tavern, Issei was about to leave with Brynhildr stopping outside. Well, I'll stop here. I'll see you later, Issei. She smiled as she gave him a small hug. Why, yes. He turned around, but suddenly, to his and Brynhildr's surprise, several arms shot out and pushed Issei inside. What? He shouted. We were just talking about you. Oh, I can't believe you're such a loving romantic. Freyja laughed. Huh. Issei looked around as several goddesses shrieked. I'm sorry, Issei, but I said some things. Artemis blushed, hiding her face. Don't tell me you tried to get my girlfriend drunk. Issei sighed. No, we just blame her. Frigga laughed. For the next hour, several women questioned him about Artemis's romantic side. However, he dodged and sidestepped all the questions, knowing that Artemis valued her privacy. He didn't blame her for talking about him, though, since the goddesses here were quite astute. Brynhildr watched as she listened to their answers, unable to help but laugh. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing a woman with long purple hair that came loose in bursts that partially obscured her left eye, her right eye a brilliant blue. She was tall and agile, wearing a green dress with a slit up the leg. She was stunningly beautiful, perhaps even rivaling the women in the tavern. When Brynhildr saw her, she immediately tensed up. It's been a long time, Brynhildr. The woman sat down and some people turned to look at her. Gudrun, what do you want? Valkyrie glared at her. Oh, nothing, just a challenge. She smiled wickedly. Why would I want to do that? Because of this bet, which I'm sure you'll want. For this challenge, we'll have a series of duels. The winner of each duel gets to keep one thing from the loser. Gudrun smiled slightly. I have no reason to accept. Brynhildr scoffed. Well, if I win, I'll take that man with me. She looked at Issei. Sorry, but I'm drunk. Issei shook his head, holding Artemis close. The moon goddess looked at Gudrun, silently letting her know that danger awaited her if she tried anything. Too bad. Well then, since you've refused as well, I suppose you'll never have Anvaranot's ring either. She smiled at Brynhildr. The Valkyrie gave him a death stare. Which? What do you say? If you win, you can get the ring back. If I win, I can take Siegfried from you. I never took Siegfried with me. My eyes are on someone else and that's how it always was. I don't care, I want my man back. Fine, we'll settle this old dispute. I'll prove you wrong all these years, Brynhildr declared.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.